chapter 606. Core says, exactly. And how many of these rituals can you make? Huey says, with my current stockpile of materials, a couple of dozen. Awesome. I will find out how many people the church has tomorrow. How long will it take for construction? Yui says, with Core's help, one a day. Will it still require a mage to start the ritual? Core says, unfortunately, yes. Yui says the guards here have progressed enough in their training to start learning mana control. Give them a couple more days and they will be capable of starting the ritual. That is good. That solves all my problems. Thank you. You two are lifesavers. Core says, I am glad we can finally do something to help you out. Yui says, until the guards are ready, Nived can easily activate multiple rituals. That is right. I didn't think of that. Thanks, Yui. Yui says, we will begin construction right away. You should get some sleep. Thank you. That really takes a load off my mind. Good night. By the time I reach my bedroom, the kids are all asleep, making finding room for myself difficult. After I squeeze in and curl around the kids, I fall asleep instantly. Unfortunately, I sleep well, meaning the kids wake up first, so I get woken up fairly rudely. Eckhart and Haku are the main culprits, with Asuna and Kachara just watching and laughing. Only when I get the upper hand and start tickling Eckhart and Haku do their big sisters join in. Even for me, trying to go against the four of them is a losing battle, but it is a lot of fun. Our play only stops when Yui interrupts us to announce that breakfast is ready. As the kids all rush off, I end up getting trampled and am the last one to reach the dining room. When I enter the dining room, everyone is laughing. Yui is playing back my morning. The kids are the only ones not laughing. They experienced it and are more interested in breakfast. During breakfast, I have to suffer through a little teasing, but it isn't too bad. It is mainly Miria, and she has plenty of reasons to tease me. It is only fair. Knived, I may be needing some help from you over the next couple of days. Knived says, sure, anything you need. Miria says, anything I can do? Just focus on your training. Once you can control your mana, I will have things for you to do. Miria says, okay, I will hold you to that. After breakfast, I explain what is going on to Knived and about the rituals. He immediately agrees to help out as soon as I need him. He even seems eager. Even though I made it clear that this will be simple, he still seems excited to be able to do something to help out. This is getting to be a recurring theme. Am I that bad at dealing with people? Or is it just that, in an attempt to protect them, I leave them sitting around bored? It would seem that I need to rethink my methods. People this eager are likely to do something stupid. My desire to protect everyone and take all the risks myself seems to be the cause of the problems. The only way to solve it is going to be to allow them to take some risks. I am going to have to eventually anyway. There is just too much going on for me to do everything myself. It is only going to get worse as time passes. More and more things are going to need my attention. There are going to be more and more things that I can't handle alone. It is going to take a lot of effort on my part to allow my people to put themselves in danger. After passing through the teleporter and arriving in the inn, I send word to Beliza. Then I head over to talk to White, who agrees to loan me 5 clerics who can manipulate life force. I take them with me to Pole's place so that they can watch me perform the procedure. For the rest of the day, I focus on teaching the clerics how to manipulate the life force to create the beast core. Towards the end of the day, I let them each take a turn with me guiding them. With that, all of Pole's people have been through the procedure, except those out on missions. Around dinner time, I send the clerics back to the cathedral and head over to the building the military is using. It only takes a single word to have them prepare a room for tomorrow for the clerics. Since Pole's people are pretty much done, it makes more sense to move to the military building. When I head to the inn, planning to return to the tower, I find a surprise waiting. Boric is at the counter drinking, which isn't surprising. What is surprising is he is filthy. Not only dirty, but covered in blood. It even looks like he is injured. Boric, are you okay? You look like you've been through a war. Boric says, I pretty much have, all thanks to you. What did I do now? Before he can answer, Sarah appears with another drink, which distracts him. Stepping up next to him, I use the cleaning stone on him, and at the same time cast a healing spell. The smell vanishes, making it much easier for me to stand next to him, Boric says. Thank you for that. Sure, Now, want to tell me what happened? Boric says, You were right about the sewers. My men found a hidden base. There was a cavern with a tunnel leading outside the city. They broke through into the sewers. We invaded it and ran into over 100 assassins and even more mercenaries. I take it that it was quite a battle. Boric says yes, and I lost a lot of good men. But I am fairly sure that the city is safe now. We demolished the tunnel and cavern so they can't use it again. I am sorry for your lost men, Boric says. It is part of the job. I would have lost more if we fought them on the streets. Were there any demons among them? Boric says. No. Even after they were all dead, none of the bodies changed. That is something at least. Sarah will be happy to be able to go outside again. Sarah says, Yes, shopping trip tomorrow? You still need to take a couple of guards with you? Just to be safe, Sarah says, just a couple, right? Not an entire squad? Yes, 2 should be fine. Especially during the day. Sarah says, Yay, I can live with just 2. Boric says, More importantly, the city is safe. I can get bribes again, right? Yes, you can get bribes again. Boric says, Yay. Sarah says, You threatened to take away his bribes? It was to motivate him to make the city safe for you. Sarah says, In that case, Boric, I will send over an entire box as thanks. Boric says, I've died and gone to heaven. Chapter 607. Just what have you been bribing him with, Sarah? Sarah says, Just some cookies. What kind of cookies? When I told him the bribes were cut off, he started crying. Boric says, I was not crying. Sarah says, Ash, did you ever have Girl Scout Thin Mints? Yeah, of course, Sarah says. The recipe I use is pretty close to that. In that case, can I have some too? Sarah laughs and says, Sure, I will make a few extra for you. Great! I can't wait to taste them, Boric says. Be careful. You don't get addicted, otherwise you will find yourself running errands for Sarah. Sarah just turns and looks at Boric, but he takes the hint and leaves quickly. As he does, I can hear him singing to himself about getting a box of cookies. It makes me laugh, until Sarah turns that look on me. Then I head back to the tower where it is safe. When I return to the tower, I find that Kitara has joined us for dinner. She is sitting with Miria. Throughout dinner, the 2 of them talk about the night mage training non-stop. Since I have gone through it as well, I am able to throw out a word or 2. It makes for a lively dinner with lots of conversation, which is a nice change of pace. Dinner passes quickly, but even after dinner is finished, Kitara and Miria keep talking. In fact, they are still at it when I head to bed with the kids. In the morning, after breakfast, Yuri presents me with 2 completed rituals. Then Knived and I take them and head to the military building in Ilium. The clerics arrive shortly after we do and help us set up the rituals. The automated ritual takes longer than doing it myself. It takes about 2 hours. Once we have 5 rituals going at once, that will be 5 beastmen every 2 hours. Right now I can barely do 3 in 2 hours, so this way will be much faster. Knived scares the clerics at first, but they soon calm down, especially since I don't react. Throughout the day, I make sure all 5 of them are fully capable of running the procedure. Since all they have to do is manipulate the life force at the beginning, it is fairly easy for them. In fact, if they are staggered, each cleric can run more than 1 procedure. After watching the procedure done by the ritual, I think that each cleric can handle 3 at once. After discussing it with Nivd, he agrees to run things and bring in the rituals. This will free me to work on other things while also speeding up the conversion of the beastmen. It will also give Knived something to do while at the same time allowing him to continue his studies. It also gets him out of the tower and gives the people in Ilium a chance to start getting used to him. Knived, have you thought about what you want to do after you are done studying in the tower? Knived says I haven't thought about it. I just planned to do whatever you needed me to do. Well, there are several options. First, you could travel with me and the rest of the group. Second, you could work with the army. Knived says, What would I be doing with the army? The main thing the beastmen lack is mages. If you choose that path, I would ask you to slowly build up a mage corp. Knived says, I will think about it. Both sound like they would be interesting. That is fine. If you think of something else you want to do, let me know. Knived says all right. After our conversation, I leave Knived with the clerics and head back to the inn. It isn't dinner time quite yet, but I ask Sarah to send food over for Knived and the clerics. Then I head through to the tower and fill Yui in on the current plan. Since it is Knived, she has no problem with him being in charge of the rituals, at least until some of the guards are up to taking over, which should only be a couple of weeks at most. Meanwhile, I need to decide what I want to work on next now that I am free to do so. Probably the best thing for me to focus on would be getting more tribes to submit. Unifying the tribes will take the longest amount of time, so the sooner I start, the better. Even once they have all submitted to me, there will be a lot of work to get them to actually cooperate. I will need to talk to White, since I am going to need to borrow her clerics long term. Just with the army, outcasts, and tribes under me currently, we are talking tens of thousands of people. That number will only grow as more tribes submit, so it will take a long time. Since there is still some time before dinner, I decide to go take a look at the training. Miria and Katara are sparring, or at least trying to. They are trying to use the Night Mage blade. The problem is that they can't keep the blade steady. They keep fading in and out. Seeing that I interrupt the training, planning to give them some pointers. When Katara sees that, she asks me to wait while she gathers the rest of the guards. Once everyone is gathered, I give a lesson on the Mage Night Blade and how to control it. Based on some of the responses from everyone, I end up also giving a lesson on meditation. It turns out none of them really knows how to focus and use proper concentration. When I went through the Night Mage training, I had already taught myself a lot of things that made the training easier. The lesson lasts until Yui informs us that dinner is ready, so we all head off to eat. Again, Kitara joins us in the main dining hall so that she can keep asking me questions. She doesn't stop until I promise to set aside some time to continue the lessons. Miria says, "You need to teach us well so that we can teach the next group." You have a point. All right, I will put off my other plans for a couple of days and help you out, Kitara says. It is much easier learning from someone who already knows how to do something. Miria says, "How many beastmen are you planning to train as mage knights?" I actually haven't decided yet. Secrecy is the main concern, since we can only train mage knights in the tower, Kitara says, the other concern being how hard it is to actually learn it. Yes, it is not something everyone can manage. Miria says, "But you are planning on giving all beastmen a mage corps?" Yes, if I can manage to. That is more for the future of the race rather than for the war. Yui says, I might be able to help with the secrecy concern. Oh, what do you have in mind? Yui says, I can create a detached area, like the library for the church, and move the Night Mage training there. Then they need not know about the tower at all. Chapter 608, that would be perfect. But do you have the resources for that? Yui says, I just have to build the room. I still have plenty of teleporters and the training materials can just be moved. All right, let's do that then. Yui says, the construction will take some time. No problem. It will be a while before we train more mage knights. At least until Kitara can pass the captain trial. Then she will be the trainer for the next group. Kitara says, me? Really? Shouldn't it be Miria? No, Miria will be leaving with me. She has other things to take care of. You will be in charge of the mage knights. Miria says, you are really going to take me with you? Once you finish your training. Yes, I promised, didn't I? Miria yells, yay. Then Miria gets up and dances around the table, making everyone laugh. It is obvious that she is extremely happy, but after one lap around the table, she resumes eating. Her new body requires a lot more nutrients, so her skipping a meal is not likely to happen. Luckily, since I have the food pouch, her traveling with us won't cause any problems. In fact, other than the tower, the inn, or with me, she would have problems getting enough food. It is something to keep in mind in the future if I need to send her out on her own. After dinner, I chase the kids around for a while to wear them out, and then we head to bed. Passing the dining room, I notice that Miria and Katara are still there, practicing. Their dedication is impressive, but I may need to tell them to calm down a little. After all, rushing through the training will keep them from properly learning the basics. Without the proper foundation, they won't be able to become real mage knights. Although I will give them a bit of time, the excitement of something new should fade quickly. Instead of sleeping, like the 4 kids surrounding me, I stay awake to plot out my next moves. After spending a few days training Miria and the guards in the basics, I will work on the tribes. By then, Pol should have information for me and Muyan might even send news. I am also waiting on Nera to send word about the rat tribe and how they feel about me. Hopefully, if I can get enough tribes to follow me without bloodshed, then the other tribes will feel pressured. Ideally, I would like all the tribes to submit without bloodshed. Well, except the bunny tribe. Hopefully that bloodshed will be limited to Miria's mother. But that isn't guaranteed. Her mother has been in power for a long time, and she probably has plenty of people who are loyal to her. Whether they will fight with her or submit to her daughter is going to be a big factor. Of course, I hope that they will transfer their loyalty to Miria, but I doubt things will be that simple. Anyway, that is a worry about the future. I will just have to wait and see what happens. I end up spending the entire night working on plans and contingencies. In the morning, about an hour before breakfast, I decide to get my revenge. With the kids all sleeping peacefully, I suddenly jump to my feet and start jumping up and down. After bouncing them awake, I turn to tickling while I have the upper hand. Once they wake up fully and start trying to fight back, I jump off the bed. Before they can gang up on me, I flee the room and head to the dining room. They chase after me, but they don't manage to catch up before the dining room. No playing in the dining room, or no breakfast. That makes them freeze. None of them are willing to miss a meal just to get revenge. They have no choice but to wait for another time to try and get back at me. As I sit down at the head of the table, I stick my tongue out at them. Yui says, "That is really mature of you, Ash. Is this the example you want to set for your kids?" They are kids. Let them enjoy it. They can worry about being mature when they grow up. Yui says, "In that case, when are you going to grow up?" "When I have to, and not a moment before." Luckily, Miria, Kitara, and Windy come in and put an end to Yui teasing me. Knived is not far behind them, and behind him come the sprites carrying breakfast. As usual, the food takes everyone's attention, and no conversation happens until the food is gone. The kids finish eating first and hurry off to play. The four of them are getting along really well. Thanks to their sisters, both Eckhart and Haku have become much less dependent on me. I count it as a good thing considering how much time I am having to spend away from them recently. Once everyone else is done eating knived heads to Ilium and I go with Miria and Katara. I spend the entire day making sure the guards all get the basics down. The guards in Katara don't have a problem with me bossing them around. But Miria is a different story. Miria says, "How long are you going to be training us?" "I don't like you when you are training us. Until everyone has the basics down." Kitara says, "Miria, if you didn't try to argue so much, it wouldn't be so bad." Miria says, "I can't help it. None of this meditation stuff makes sense." "That is because you can't calm your mind." Miria says, "How can I calm my mind? I can't even sit still." "Oh, hold on a second." Walking over, I put a hand on Miria's shoulder and scan her with my sacred power. What I find is a little disturbing. Her heart is beating faster than it should be. Or at least, faster than her old heart did. I am not sure if it would be normal for the rabbit beast. The problem is, I am not sure if I can adjust the heart without causing other problems, especially since her beast core has tied itself to her heart. Another thing I didn't expect. Taking a look at the rest of her body, I find several other things that have changed on their own. I can't be sure if the changes are caused by the beast core or by the heart. Either way, messing with things when I don't understand them is a dangerous idea. Miria's body has already gone through a lot of changes. Me messing around could kill her. "Okay, Miria, it looks like it isn't your fault after all." Miria says, "What does that mean?" "Your new heart is beating faster than your old one." "That is probably why you can't stand to sit still," Miria says. Is there something wrong with my heart? Chapter 609. I am not entirely sure. Miria says, "Meaning?" "Well, it could just be that the rabbit beasts have a higher heart rate. In that case, it is normal, and you just have to get used to it." Miria says, "What if that isn't the case? Then it could be your beast core affecting your heart. It could also be a couple of other things. You are unique now, which means I don't have a definite answer for you." Miria says, "Then what can I do? For now, let's leave the meditation alone. I think you need to focus on physical training until your body completes its changes and you learn control. Miria says, Are you saying I can't become a mage knight? No, I am not saying that. However, before you can learn to control your mind, you must first learn to control your body, Miria says. I have no idea how to learn to control my body. Don't worry, I will help you. Over the next couple of days, I will teach you an exercise routine that you will need to follow every single day. Kitara says, Is there anything I can do to help? Actually, yes. You and the guards will need to spar a lot as you learn. Use Miria as your sparring partner. The more activity she goes through, the better. Kitara says, Understood, Miria says. When can we start? We can start after dinner. As we head to dinner, Miria manages to look both excited and nervous at the same time. She relaxes once the food appears and eats as much as 4 humans would. After dinner, Miria's exercise consists of playing tag with the kids. While a simple game may not sound like much exercise, with the kids it is intense. After all, going up against 4 beasts, 2 of which are sacred beasts, is no simple matter. I should know, because I do it on a regular basis and I normally lose to them. Eckhard hasn't grown, but his physical abilities have improved a lot from all the playing. Haku is now double the size he used to be, about the size of a pit bull. He is extremely fast and maneuverable, just like a cat is supposed to be. Playing tag with the 2 of them is exhausting enough, but when you add Asuna and Ketchera, it becomes impossible. Miria has a hard time because her body won't move the way she wants it to. This is exactly why I am having Miria do this. The fact that it wears out the kids is just a bonus. Once all of them are exhausted, we all go to bed. In the morning, I wake up early and wake up Miria. She is not happy, especially when I force her to go through an intense exercise routine. This lasts until breakfast. The look she gives me when I tell her she has to do this every morning is chilling. During breakfast, she doesn't talk to me. She even refuses to look at me. Some of the others notice, but they don't say anything. It makes breakfast a little awkward. As soon as she is done eating, I drag Miria down to the Mage Knight training area. Then, I put her through a rigorous training regiment with a large variety of exercises. My goal is not to wear her out by repeating the same exercise over and over. Instead, I want to make her use every muscle in her body in different ways so she can control them. She ends up breaking a lot of the exercise equipment because she cannot control her strength. Luckily, I am able to repair what she breaks. Otherwise, Yui would not be happy with her. By the time dinner is getting close, she has made significant progress and even manages to smile at me. How do you feel? Miria says. Tired, but good. I am beginning to understand what you mean about controlling my body. Good, because this is what you are going to be doing every day for the next week or so. Miria says. What? You need to finish learning how to control your body. More than that, you need to get to the point that you don't have to think to control your body. The only way to do that is through repetition. Miria says, Do I really have to do all of this every day? Yes, including playing with the kids after dinner. Miria says that I don't mind doing. It is fun. It is the exercises that are boring. Boring or not, this is what you need to do, unless you plan on giving up on being a mage knight. Miria says, No, I won't give up no matter what. Then you need to put in the work, no matter how boring it is. Miria says, All right, I get it. Now, before dinner, go take a hot bath and soak your muscles. Miria says, Okay, how about you join me? No, you never give up, do you? Miria laughs and says, Never? Miria continues to laugh as she walks away. I just shake my head and check on the guards. Even while putting Miria through exercise routines, I was also helping the guards with their training. They are all making good progress on the basics and should only need my help for another day or 2. After checking their progress and having a few words with each of them, it is time for dinner. During dinner, Miria is obviously in a better mood than yesterday. As promised, after dinner, she goes to play with the kids without any complaints. The next day is more of the same, but with Miria knowing what to do, I can spend more time helping the guards. Once they have the basics down, I plan to let them learn on their own. With a strong foundation, any mistake they might make will be much easier to correct. Besides, I don't have the time to spoon feed them all of the Night Mage training. I need to get to work on my plans as soon as I can and find out how things have been going. Knived has been keeping me informed on the progress with the procedures. They are going smoothly, but he doesn't know anything else that might be going on. A few more days is the most I can spare for the guards in Myria. After that, I need to get back to Ilium and catch up on what has been going on. Oh, Yui, Core, the mages in Ilium are working on ways to either detect demons or break their illusions. Do either of you have anything that might help them out? Core says, I have spells to break illusions, but they are elven magic. Yeah, we can't share that. But if you could break down the basics of those spells into language they could understand, that would help them out. Core says, yeah, I should be able to do that. Yui says, I have a spell for detecting demons that you can give them, but it is not a simple spell. Roddick and Beliza are probably the only ones who can cast it. That is fine. As long as they can understand it, they can teach others eventually. Yui says, I will prepare the spell and help Core with the illusion breaking data. Thank you. Chapter 610. After dealing with that, I turn my attention back to training the guards until dinner is ready. Based on their progress, I think I can leave after one more day of helping them. Myria has already learned her routine and should be fine without any more help. Still, I tell her she has to train for 1 full week, and then Kitara can help her learn meditation. Once she has that down, she can resume the Mage Knight training. Kitara has made the most progress out of all the guards, so she should have no problems teaching Myria. It will be good experience for her before we send more beastmen to become Mage Knights. We will keep the first group small, maybe 5 beastmen to give her more experience. After that, it will need to be bigger groups. The more we have by the war, the better. She will probably need to select a helper either from the guards or the first batch. Training a large group on her own would be rather difficult for Kitara. Not to mention, it would slow down the training speed by quite a bit. For the Mage Knights to be the army's trump card, we are going to need a decent number of them. At least a few hundred, preferably more if we can manage it. 1,000 would be awesome. I will just have to wait and see how it goes, and how long the demons take to invade. Yui announces dinner is ready, so we end the training and head for the dining room. Kitara joins us and starts asking me in-depth questions about meditation. She is asking about things I didn't plan on teaching the guards, but I answer her questions anyway. There isn't any reason I can think of to deny her the knowledge she is seeking. While I wasn't the one who chose her for this position, Pol was, and I trust him completely. So, not only do I answer her questions, but I also teach her the things she missed. This continues throughout dinner, and we continue talking even after Myria leaves with the kids. I only end the conversation when Myria is done with her exercise, and the kids are worn out. In the morning, Kitara joins us for breakfast, with yet more questions for me. As we eat, I answer her questions one by one, between mouthfuls of delicious food. Myria is trying to follow our conversation, but she is obviously lost. After all, she hasn't gone through the basics yet, so this conversation is over her head. So she turns back to her breakfast and tries to ignore our conversation. I am not too worried about it. Kitara will teach her this stuff when she is ready. The plan is to spend today training and then leave tomorrow, but Sarah showing up changes things. Sarah, what is up? Sarah says. I came to tell you that you have a guest at the inn. Oh, who is it? Sarah says. She called herself your faithful servant. Myria says, she, servant. I don't recall having a servant. Did she give a name? Sarah says. Her name is Muyon, Kitara yells. What? Myria says. Do you know who that is? Kitara says. Of course I do. She is the chieftain of the Fox clan. Myria says. Ash, why is the chieftain of the Fox clan calling herself your servant? She has a rather strange personality, but I have no idea why she is calling herself my servant. She has sworn herself and her tribe to me. Kitara says. She submitted? I never thought she would ever submit to anyone. She submitted to save her own life. Kitara says, you were strong enough to threaten her life. Myria says, don't ever underestimate how strong Ash is. Did she say what she wants? Sarah says. She said she had some information you wanted. All right, I guess I will go see what she wants. Myria says, I am coming with you. No, you have training to do. Asuna says, Daddy, can I come? Sure, Asuna. Myria says, How come she gets to go and I don't? Because she doesn't have any training to do, and because Muyan is the same race as Asuna. Miria says, that is not fair. Like isn't fair, now go do your training. Miria says, fine, and storms out. Sarah says, are you sure that was a good idea? No, but it is a better one than letting her meet Muyan. Sarah says, true. Muyan just oozes sexuality. She would drive Miria insane with jealousy. Even if nothing is going on between the two of you, there is nothing going on between us. No way would I trust her that much. Sarah says, good luck getting Miria to believe that. I guarantee she is grilling Katara right now for everything she knows about Muyan. You are probably right, but there is nothing I can do about it at this point. Asuna says, are we going? Yeah, we may as well. So we follow Sarah back to the teleporter, which gives Asuna a little trouble. It isn't made for a creature her size. She has to turn sideways to be able to fit through it. The fact that she doesn't complain and just forces her way through tells me she really wants to talk to Mion. When we exit the teleporter, Moyan is sitting at the table eating some breakfast. Even sitting down, she makes me think thoughts that Miria would kill me for. No matter what, I can't ever let the two of them meet, or someone is going to end up dead. Moyan says, Master, I thought I told you not to call me that. Muyan says, sorry, Lord Ash. Sarah says, should I bring up some more breakfast? Asuna says, yes, please. Sarah laughs and heads downstairs to arrange for more food while I sit down at the table. Muyan keeps eating and Sarah soon returns with more food for us. It remains quiet as we all eat our fill. Even Sarah sits down and eats with us. So what news do you have for me, Muyan? Muyan says, I have found 3 tribes that can be convinced to submit fairly easily, and one that can with a fight. Tell me. Muyan says, the rat monkey and lizard tribes will all submit to you simply for your protection. They are some of the weakest tribes, but they have a lot of members. I already have Nera contacting the rat tribe. Can you contact the other 2 and set up meetings? Muyan says, of course. What about the other tribe? Muyan says, the ogre tribe will submit to you if you defeat their champion. It does not have to be a fight to the death, but if you can defeat him, then it will make things much easier. How so? Muyan says, they are the strongest tribe. No other tribe would dare to fight them. If they submit to you, it will prove to all the tribes that you are the strongest warrior. Chapter 6:11. If I am the strongest warrior, then the other combat tribes will submit easier, Mion says. Absolutely. Then the question is, can I defeat the ogre champion? Mion says, from the little I have seen of your strength, I would say yes. Asuna says, Daddy can beat anyone. While I appreciate your confidence in me, that isn't true. There is always someone stronger. Even if I was the strongest in this world, this is not the only world. Asuna says, Daddy isn't the strongest? No, Asuna, I am afraid not. I don't even know if I am as strong as the demon lords yet. The dragon for sure is way stronger than I am. Asuna sits there looking rather stunned, like she doesn't know how to take what she heard. I feel kind of bad to shatter her illusions at such a young age, but they could cause her problems later. While I want her to believe in me, it can't be unconditional belief. Muyan says, you may not be the strongest in the world, but I believe you are the strongest beastman ever. That is the trick, like you, I am not really a beastman. Muyan says, either way, I doubt the ogre champion could defeat you. Could you defeat him? Muyan says, in a fair fight, no. In a real fight, probably. All right, guess I need to visit the ogre clan. Muyan smiles, happy to have helped, and I pull out my map of the Beastlands. I have her mark the locations of the 4 tribes and any other tribes I might run into along the way. Once she is done, I start planning a route that will hit the tribes and a couple of mana beasts. Due to the ogre tribe being all the way in the south of the Beastlands, it is going to be a long trip. Not only do I need to figure out the path, but also who to take with me. I plan to travel by land, which means riding Lizzie. So, unless I take the carriage, I have limited room for people. To take the carriage, I need someone with mana, which Miria now has. but she doesn't know how to use it. Although binding to the carriage should be fairly basic, I might be able to guide her through it. It would delay her starting her Mage Knight training, so I will ask her what she wants to do. This is the route I plan to take, and I should be leaving tomorrow or the day after. If you need to pass me more information, you will need to send people along this route, Muyan says. I understand. If nothing else comes up, I will meet you at the Ogre Tribe's camp. Oh, why? Muyan says. If they submit to you, it will be a big deal. I plan to bring along people to witness it and quickly spread the word. Ah, good idea. All right, I will see you at the Ogre Tribe. Muyan takes the hint and leaves, but Asuna chases after her to have a private talk. After asking Sarah to keep an eye on Asuna, I return to the tower and go looking for Miria. When I find her, she is exercising, but it is obvious she is doing so to vent her anger. I am going to be leaving for a while, Miria says. Wasn't that already the plan? Are you taking the fox with you? Which fox? If you mean Asuna, then probably. If you mean Muyan, definitely not. Miria says. Why not? From what Kitara says, she is incredibly beautiful. Because I don't trust her. She only submitted to save her life. She is probably plotting something, Miria says. Then why not just kill her? Because the Fox tribe is insanely loyal to her. If I killed her, I would probably have to massacre the entire tribe. Miria says, you are too soft. You are setting yourself up to be betrayed just so you don't have to kill her tribe? Yeah, I guess I am. But I can't just kill them all. Miria says, so what are you going to do? Carry on with my plans and not worry about it. Miria says, what if this fight with the ogre champion is part of her plot? Then she is underestimating me. Miria says, or you are being overconfident. That is also possible. We will just have to wait and see. Miria says, we? Are you letting me go with you? If you want to, but it will mean delaying your Mage Knight training? Miria says, of course I am going with you. All right, in that case, Yui, can you bring the carriage? Yui says, sure, but it still requires mana to activate. That is fine. I will guide her through using it. Yui says, okay, that should work. When the carriage arrives, I have Miria sit with it in her lap and I sit behind her. Then I place my hand on her lower back and start manipulating her mana core. Since it is still a mystery, I take it slow and use extreme caution as I move a tiny amount of mana, guiding the mana through her body to her hand and then into the carriage. When the mana reaches the carriage, there is a reaction as a different mana returns following the same path. The mana enters her core and then just sits quietly inside, not mingling with Miria's mana. Miria says, wow, I can feel the carriage. It is kind of weird. Does it hurt? Miria says, no, it doesn't hurt. It is kind of like having an itch you can't scratch. Yet at the same time, I can feel the carriage like it is a new part of me and I can control it. That was kind of the point. Miria says, okay, now what? Now we go to Ilium and see if we can figure out how to rig it so Lizzie can pull it. Miria says, sure. Miria stands up, holding the carriage in her arms, and follows me to the teleporter. We pass through and quickly head outside to Lizzie's stable, where Miria enlarges the carriage. The noise catches Lizzie's attention, and she comes out to see what is going on. Lizzie says, nice carriage. But isn't it a little much? Miria says, yeah, it is, isn't it? Let me see if I can fix that. Lizzie says, yeah, that is better. Lizzie, can you stand here between the poles? We need to figure out how to connect you to this thing. Lizzie says, sure. The poles of the carriage have traces for 4 horses, and I have no clue how to attach them to Lizzie. Unfortunately, the traces are part of the carriage, so they can't be removed. My only thought is to somehow connect the traces to Lizzie's saddle, but I don't see a way to do so. Miria, can you modify these traces? Miria says, let's see. I can, but only a little. What should I do? See if you can simplify them or make them end in hooks, Miria says. That is the best I can do. That is what I was afraid of. Okay, plan B, Sarah. Sarah walks out and says, yes. Could you go fetch Walter, please? Chapter 6:12. Sarah says, why me? Because he listens to you. If I try to fetch him, I will have to resort to violence. Sarah says, I guess that is true. Okay, I will try. Sarah leaves after giving me a dirty look, and I start telling Lizzie the plan for the journey. While I am talking with Lizzie, Miria is playing with her control over the carriage. I end up hearing Walter before I can see him, and he is complaining loudly. When they come into sight, I can't help but laugh. Sarah is dragging Walter by his ear. From the look on Sarah's face, she is not happy. Hopefully, that is because of Walter and not me. Sarah isn't physically intimidating, but when she is mad, it is a whole other story. Walter says, what is so important you had to send this ogre after me? Sarah says. Just who are you calling an ogre? Walter says, you. Wasn't that obvious? Sarah says, that is it. You get nothing but bread and water for a week. Walter says, that may have worked before, but I can afford my own food now. Walter, you should quit before you get in over your head. Walter says, why am I here? I need a saddle that will attach to these traces so that Lizzie can pull the carriage. The traces are part of the carriage's enchantments and can't be modified. Walter says, yeah, I can do that. One more thing. Can you make it so Lizzie can get out of it quickly if she needs to fight? Walter looks and says, no, not through leatherworking. Something like that would be better done through enchanting? All right. How long will it take to make the new saddle? Walter says. If it is a rush job, tomorrow afternoon, do it. Walter nods, takes a few measurements, and then runs off without even looking at Sarah. As soon as he is out of sight, Sarah starts laughing. It seems like it was all an act. She completely fooled me. Sarah is more terrifying than I thought. Was that really all an act? Sarah says, yes, it is how I keep him in line. Are you really going to only send him bread and water? Sarah says. He called me an ogre. Of course I am going to punish him. Miria laughs and says, now what? Now we go back and continue your training. Miria says, what about the carriage? Leave it here, just in case Walter needs another look at it. Miria says, okay. Sarah says, need anything else from me? Actually, yes. Did you get to meet the Free Union ambassador? Sarah says. Yes. Why? Can you go see him for me? Tell him I need documents allowing what we discussed. After dealing with things in the Beastlands, I will swing over and come back through the Free Union, Sarah says. Sure. Anything else? Not that I can think of, Sarah says. Okay. Sarah heads back into the inn, and I send Miria back first to resume her exercises. Then I take Lizzie into the stable and give her a good grooming while I talk about the plan in more detail. After that, I return to the tower, have lunch with the kids, and then go back to training the guards. Considering this might be my last time training them, I go a bit harder on them, just to make sure they haven't made any mistakes on their foundations. Then during dinner, I continue teaching Katara more advanced techniques. If she is further ahead than the others, she should be able to help them out if they run into problems. Otherwise, they will just have to figure it out on their own. I probably won't be back for a while. Being out of touch is fairly annoying, but I can't do everything from Ilium. Besides, I am looking forward to this trip. It might be the last of my freedom. That is why I plan to take Kachara and Asuna with me, so it is something of a family trip. Who knows if I will get the chance again once I become the Beast King? The future is becoming more uncertain, so I plan to enjoy things as much as I can. For this trip, I plan to take things slow and enjoy it for as long as I can. However, there are still a lot of things that I plan to accomplish on this trip. If things go well, then by the end of this trip, I will have over half the tribes on my side. At that point, the other tribes should surrender without fighting too much, especially if the strongest tribe is on my side. Muyan is right about that, even if it is a setup. I am not too worried about the ogre champion being stronger than me. My strength is beyond mortal levels. The 4 arms might make it difficult, but I am fairly confident that I can handle it. However, it will take a while before we reach the ogre tribe. Anything could happen by then. In the morning, after breakfast, I get the information and spell from Yui and Kor. Then, I head back to Ilium, and after saying hello to Sarah, head over to the Mage Guild. As usual, I am taken straight up to Roddick's office and Beliza and Rat are with him. Roddick says, "Welcome, Ash. What brings you by today?" Rat says, "Uncle Ash," and runs over for a hug. Beliza says, "Morning, Ash." "Morning." "Hello, Rat. Got a couple of things for you guys and I need a favor." First, I hand over the information about illusion-breaking spells and the demon-detecting spell. From the way Roddick's eyes light up, I am guessing their research isn't going so well. That isn't too surprising considering how much magic knowledge has fallen. Roddick says, "Thank you for these. So what is the favor?" "Walter is currently crafting a special saddle for Lizzie, and I need it enchanted, as fast as possible." Beliza says, "That shouldn't be a problem. What enchantments do you want on it?" "I want it enchanted to be comfortable for her and for her to be able to get out of it quickly. It is meant to allow her to pull a carriage, but I want her to be able to fight if needed." Beliza says, "No problem. When will it be done? I will enchant it myself." "Walter said it would be ready this afternoon," Beliza says. "In that case, Roddick can learn the spell first, and I will come with you," Roddick says. "Does this mean you are leaving again?" "Yeah, I am going to go recruit more tribes," Beliza says. "Does that mean we will have to call you Your Majesty when you get back?" "Even if I am a king when I come back, I expect all of you to keep calling me Ash." Rat says, "Uncle Ash." "Of course, you can always call me that." Beliza says, "Are you staying here or coming with us?" Rat says, "I'll come." Chapter 613. By this time, Roddick is already studying the spell, and I am not even sure he notices us leaving. Instead of taking Beliza to Walter's shop, I take her and Rat to the inn. No way am I exposing Rat to Walter. Beliza might try to kill me if I did. However, before we can enter the inn, Beliza notices the carriage and changes direction. She immediately starts examining the carriage, exclaiming about how heavily enchanted it is. As soon as the carriage door is opened, Rat climbs in and starts playing inside. Since the carriage will keep Beliza busy for a bit, I leave them and head over to Walter's. As soon as I walk in the door, a saddle is thrown at me and curse words quickly chase me out. Taking the saddle, I quickly return to the stable and call Lizzie out. It takes several attempts before I can figure out how to connect all the traces to the saddle. Beliza is still examining the carriage, but Rat is having loads of fun watching me struggle with the saddle. The new saddle fits Lizzie perfectly, as expected of Walter. When I finally connect the saddle properly, I have Lizzie pull the carriage around the yard. I want to test and see if the saddle causes her any pain, or if the carriage is going to be a problem for her. From how easily she tows the carriage around, I am guessing the second part it not a concern. "How does it feel, Lizzie?" Lizzie says, "It is weird having something following me, but other than that, no problems. The weight won't slow you down too much." Lizzie says, "No, it is barely noticeable." "Excellent. Then we can proceed with the enchanting." "Beliza, how long do you need?" Beliza says, 3, maybe 4 hours. "All right. How about I take Rat to visit the tower while you work?" Beliza says, "Sure." Rat yells, "Yay." Before I leave, I remove the saddle and disconnect it from the traces so Beliza doesn't have to mess with it. Then, carrying Rat, I head back to the tower and spend a few hours playing with Rat and the kids. After lunch, we return only to find that Beliza has already finished the enchantments. She is sitting and talking with Sarah, at least until Rat runs up and starts telling her about playing with the kids. I join them at the table, and we chat for a little while before Beliza leaves with Rat. Sarah gets up and fetches a couple of drinks for us and then hands me some papers. Sarah says, "These are the documents you wanted from the ambassador." "Oh, right. Thanks," Sarah says. "How long do you think you will be gone this time?" "I am guessing at least a couple of months, maybe more. It depends on how things go." Sarah says, "Any special instructions for while you are gone?" "No, not really. Everything is already in motion as far as plans go." Sarah says, "All right, stay safe out there. Don't worry, I will be careful. I am taking the kids with me after all." Sarah says, "Yeah, I guess that is true." After finishing my drink, I head back to the tower to start making preparations. Aside from me and the kids, Miria and Windy will be going with us. But I am going to need a little help. When I track down Zamart, he is in the library as usual, and he agrees to shrink Kachara for me. Yue, do you have any kind of long-range communication devices? Yue says, No, sorry. Why? I am just worried about taking Kekshara away from the barrier for too long. I was hoping to have a way for Kor to contact me if something goes wrong. Kor says, other than the mirrors that Yui and I are using, I don't have anything either. Guess we will just have to risk it. I plan to head south from Ilium and swing by the sacred mountain on the way. It should take us a couple of weeks or so. I will have Kachara fly around the mountain and come up to check on things. Kor says a couple of weeks should be no problem. The barrier survived more than that while Kachara was growing up. Yui says, I will see what I can do to help Kor monitor the barrier. If we can determine the rate of decay, we can figure out how long Kachara can safely be away. Great! That would be a huge help, Yui says. Is there anything else you need? Just one thing, those sensors you had me place for you. Do you have more? Yui says. No, but I can make more. Why? Well, I was thinking that if I took some with me down to the border, it would increase your sight range. That is if they can act as relays for each other. Yue says, they can, and being able to see farther would be nice. Sorry, I know you are running low on materials. Give me a list of what you need and I will have Sarah start purchasing stuff. What we can find anyway. Yui says, thank you, Ash. That will help a lot. No, don't thank me. You have been using resources to help me all this time. I should have been providing resources to you from the start. Kor says, there is another option. Oh, what is that? Kor says, there are materials stored in the city that weren't taken. If the spiders have truly left, it should be easy to retrieve them. That could work. And I haven't forgotten my promise to check the city. I suppose delaying the departure for a day wouldn't be a problem. Kor says, I can map out the locations where the resources are, but I can't be sure you can get all of them in one day. I wasn't planning to go alone. Yue says, who are you going to take with you? Kachara, Asuna, Miria, Kitara, and the guards. Yui says, so basically everyone but Windy and the kids? Yeah, pretty much. It will be a good chance to see how the procedure has affected their combat power. Assuming we run into something to fight. Kor says, there has still been no activity within my range of detection. Yeah, I am guessing they are playing dead as part of a trap. Yui says, let me guess, you plan to walk straight into it. Basically, yeah, Yui says typical. Miria isn't going to like this. Actually, I think she will be fine with it. Now if I were to try and leave her behind, then she would probably try to kill me. Kor says, at least he isn't trying to go alone. Yue says, true, that is an improvement, I suppose. The conversation ends there, other than having Yui inform Kitara to join us for dinner. During dinner, I don't say much, not until everyone is done eating. Then I ask Windy to take Eckhard and Haku to the playroom. Once they are gone, I tell the rest the plan to scout the city tomorrow to look for resources. Chapter 6:14. Miria says, you are taking us with you. Yes, all of us are going, including the rest of the guards. Kitara says, good. We have been sitting around for way too long. Kachara says us too? Yes, you and Asuna as well, Miria says. This isn't like you. Normally, you try to do this kind of thing on your own. Would you prefer I did that? Miria says, no, of course not. Then just take it as me trying to be better about things. Now, we have two goals in the city. One is to figure out what the spiders are up to. That will mainly be my job. The second is to recover materials that Yui needs. Kitara says, what kinds of materials? Kor says, all sorts, everything from raw ore to lumber. Kitara says, how are we going to transport it? Each group will have a bag of holding to use. Miria says, how are we splitting up? First group will be Kitara, Asuna, and 4 guards. Second group will be Kachara and the remaining 5 guards. The last group will be you and me. Miria says, this whole you being sensible and me not having to argue is going to take some getting used to. If it is too difficult, I can always go back to my old ways. Miria says, no, don't you dare. Anyway, Miria and I will head out first and scout things out. The other two groups will follow after a bit and head for the resources. Kachera, Asuna, your job will be to watch their backs while they gather resources. If you get attacked, fight your way back to the barrier. Kachera and Asuna say, understood? Any questions? When no one says anything, I tell them all to head to bed. We will leave in the morning. When Kachara, Asuna, and I head to bed, we find Eckerd and Haku sound asleep. They are really cute when sleeping, so the three of us are careful not to wake them as we go to bed. In the morning, during breakfast, we all do our best to keep Eckard and Haku from knowing anything is going on. As soon as they are done eating, Windy takes the two of them off to play. Once they are gone, the rest of us quickly finish eating and start getting ready. Luckily, I already talked to Zamart, so he is ready to shrink Kachera so she can fit through the teleporter. She could go out and fly down to enter the mountain through a tunnel, but this way we stick together. With that, we are all able to teleport down to the city and start getting ready. Core says, welcome everyone. Here is a map of the city. The red dots are the storehouses. All right, where is the library? Core says, right here in the city center. Why? I still plan to clean it out. Miria and I will head there first, see if we can trigger whatever trap the spiders have. Katara says, what should we do? Give us 10 minutes, then head the opposite direction. In the past, the spiders have always focused on me. If they do show up, I will be the distraction while you guys get the materials. Katara says, what if that doesn't work? If the spiders attack you with heavy numbers, abort the mission and fight your way back to the barrier. Miria says, that isn't much of a plan. I thought you hated it when I made plans. Now you want me to. Miria says, well, it just seems like you are skipping a whole bunch of stuff. That is because we don't have enough information. Trying to plan based on the little we know would actually be worse than going in with no plan. Core says, you are saying it is better to react to the situation at hand rather than try to stick to a plan. Exactly. We don't know what the spiders are up to or what they are planning. All we can do is react once they make their move. Katara says, and if they don't move, then we strip the city of materials and give them to Yui. Miria says, what about after that? We will decide at that point now. Let's get going. Miria looks like she wants to keep arguing. But when I get up and walk out, she follows me. She stays quiet as she follows me down the stairs around the tower and through the barrier. As soon as we are outside the barrier, she stops glaring at me and starts paying attention to our surroundings. We head straight for the library. The streets are empty, and the city is completely silent. Miria is obviously on edge, but I am actually not feeling anything. It is just an empty city. If the spiders are planning an ambush, they are certainly well hidden. Then again, the spiders have tried to ambush me before and failed every time. They are intelligent. I don't expect them to try something they know isn't going to work. So the question is, what new trick are they going to try this time? Miria says, do you see anything? Nope. As far as I can tell, there are no spiders or driders anywhere near here. Miria says, this place is giving me the creeps. It is just because it is a city and you expect there to be the normal sounds of a city. Since you don't hear them, it clashes with what you expect and puts you on edge. Miria says, oh, and how do you know that? Because the same thing happened to me the first time I was in here. But then Driders tried to kill me. Now the silence feels safer. Miria says, I thought nothing bothered you. Just because I don't show it when something bothers me doesn't mean nothing bothers me. Miria says, just how much are you hiding from all of us? That is not important. There is the library here. Take the backpack, Miria says. What about you? I have some space in my pouch I can fill up, Miria says. All right, what are we looking for? Just take everything. It would take longer to sort through them, especially since you can't read Elven. Miria says, okay. We enter the library together, and both stop at the same time as we stare around in awe. The library is 3 stories tall, but the inside is hollow with bookshelves going all the way up. There are thousands of books, probably tens of thousands, way more than I was expecting. Miria says, this is going to take a while. Yeah, but if the spiders don't show up, we have plenty of time. Just think how happy all these books will make Yue. Even Core doesn't know everything in these books, so she will probably be happy as well. Miria says, do you think all these will fit in the backpack? Probably not, but we can make multiple trips if we need to. Miria says, are these books that important? Knowledge is always important. Even if it isn't something we can use right now, it should still be preserved. Chapter 6:15. Miria says, all right, if you say so. We split up and start emptying the shelves of books into our bags as quickly as we can. Since we have no idea if or when we might be attacked, we can't really waste any time. Even if the spiders do nothing, I still don't want to put off the journey any longer than I have to. My pouch is quickly filled up, but Miria is still going strong with the backpack. So, while she continues grabbing books, I head up to the roof to take a look around. The city is still completely silent. At least this portion of it, no sign of the spiders whatsoever. While their absence is good for our current mission, it worries me quite a bit. There is no way they have given up on finding a way out of the barrier. I find myself fighting the temptation to drop down one of their holes and take a look around. Luckily, Miria finishes filling the backpack and comes to find me before I do something stupid. We quickly return to the pillar and climb up to Core's room, which is filled with sprites. They are working to move the piles of materials in the room through the teleporter. Core says, welcome back. Any problems? Only the sheer number of books contained in the library? It looks like the others are doing well? Core says, yes, they also have not encountered any problems. The material retrieval is going smoothly. Miria says, where should I pile the books? Core says, over in that corner, please. I am getting really curious as to what the spiders are up to. Core says, you are thinking of doing something crazy, aren't you? Yeah, actually, I am, Miria says. Not without me. Sorry, Miria, but you can't go with me. Miria says, why not? Because you don't have wings. Miria says, oh, Core, pull one guard from each group and have them watch Miria's back while she finishes clearing the library. Core says, all right. What are you going to do? I am going to go down a rabbit hole and see what happens. Miria says, that sounds like a horrible plan. Yeah, probably, but I can't think of any other way to find out what the spiders are up to. Miria says, in the meantime, the rest of us are supposed to just collect materials. Yes, as quickly as possible. Who knows if my actions will trigger the spiders to attack? So be on your guard. Core says, I will warn the other groups. Miria says, you better be careful. On my way out of the door, I give Miria a smile, then I spread my wings and jump. I circle out over the city looking for all the spider holes that I can see. Then picking the biggest one, I fly down into it, fold my wings, and let gravity take me. Luckily, the hole goes straight down without any curves, only the occasional web. Due to my falling speed, I crash right through those without slowing down much. After falling for several thousand feet, I see light below me, so I spread my wings and start slowing down. The tunnel lets out into a large cavern, leaving me flying up near the roof of the cavern. It is a good thing for me, because the cavern floor is covered with spiders. There are thousands of them, scurrying every which way, looking more like ants than spiders. My eyes quickly sort out the chaos. These spiders are different from the ones I fought before. They seem simpler, like worker ants, and some of them are even carrying loads. The ones carrying the loads are all heading in the same direction, probably towards the controller. The rest are heading in the opposite direction through multiple tunnels. Then, as I am trying to figure out what is going on, every spider freezes. Suddenly, I feel like I have a million eyes staring at me. Then the spiders scatter. Within a minute, there isn't a single spider left in the cavern, and the only sound is the flapping of my wings. Well, it would seem the controller knows I am here. I wonder what she will do. Then again, I am also wondering where the spiders were getting the food I saw them carrying. If the spiders have found a new food source, then that is bad news for us. The only thing keeping them contained and low in numbers was a lack of food. If they have more food, they can birth more spiders and possibly threaten the barrier. After waiting around for about 10 minutes with nothing happening, I decide to go look around, picking one of the tunnels the spiders without loads went into. I start moving. The tunnel is low and seems to have been dug out by the spiders, and it smells funky. At times, I have to duck down and even crawl because the tunnel is built for the spiders. After about 20 minutes, I come across another cavern, one that looks like a battlefield. There are a couple of dozen of the worker spiders tearing apart bodies, both spider bodies and something else. The spiders practicing cannibalism isn't anything new, but the other bodies are. This must be the new food source the spiders found. But what are they, and where did they come from? To find out, I need to get a look at those bodies before the spiders finish tearing them apart. So I draw Blitz and charge out into the cavern, cutting down as many of the workers as I can. When I launch my attack, all the spiders freeze, making it really easy. Then after a few seconds, they abandon their loads and all scatter into various tunnels. 15 worker spiders killed. 1,500 XP gained. What crappy XP? Once all the spiders are gone, I clean and sheath Blitz and start taking a look at the bodies. They are beastmen, but not my beastmen. They are more humanoid beasts. Similar to Windy and her people, except not based on weasels. Among the bodies, I find 3 different types. The most numerous among the bodies are wolves, but they are not huge like a werewolf. In fact, they aren't much bigger than a human, although from the muscle density they are much stronger. The next most common body is a cat type, maybe a leopard from the looks of them. They are also pretty close to human-sized, but their build would suggest extreme speed. The last type of body is much bigger, but there are only a few of them. From what is left of them, I would guess they are a bear type, but a smaller type. The few bodies here are a few feet taller than a human, but a lot bulkier. Along with the bodies, there is also equipment scattered about, but it is fairly low quality. The best weapon I find is actually made of bronze, so I am guessing the beasts are fairly primitive. Chapter 6:16. However, they seem to match the story from elven history about them, creating beastmen to fight the spiders. To have survived down here on their own for thousands of years is really impressive, especially if they have been fighting against the spiders the whole time. Before leaving to continue my exploration, I pile up all the bodies and set them on fire. There is no reason to leave them for the spiders to use as resources. Once the fire is well and truly going, I start looking at all the tunnels leading into the cavern. Finding one that is larger and doesn't look like it was made by the spiders, I head down it. Hopefully, this is the tunnel the beasts used. My goal now is to find them. Whatever has changed down here, I can't just let the spiders have their way. In fact, if I can somehow tip the scales so the beasts are winning, that will solve a lot of problems. First of all, I need to find out what is actually going on. Then I can see what I can do, so I move quickly down the tunnel, keeping my senses tuned to look for an ambush. It is surprising to me that the controller hasn't made any moves against me. She obviously knows I am here, and I have even attacked her workers. She should have tried to kill me by now, or at least tried to drive me away. The fact that she hasn't tells me she is occupied with something else. Maybe the beasts. The lack of response might mean that all the spider forces might be busy fighting. If that is the case, then they could be waging a full-scale war against the beasts. My thoughts are interrupted as I turn a corner and start hearing sounds ahead of me. The sounds are chaotic and confusing, especially with all the echoes. But it sounds like fighting. I pick up the pace. If there is a fight going on, I want to get there before it is over. When the tunnel ends, I find myself looking into a large cavern, although I can't see all of it. The end I am in is the wide part of the cavern. The opposite end narrows, and that is the source of the noise. At the narrowest point of the cavern is a fortress wall that is currently under attack. While I can see that the cavern continues past the wall, I cannot see how far it goes. The wall is being defended by various types of beasts, but I can't tell much more from this distance. The wall is being attacked by warrior spiders and driders, both living and dead. The dead ones, and their summons, are in the forefront of the attacking forces. The controller is obviously using them as cannon fodder, but it gives me an idea. The driders made from the elves are the only ones who can ignore the defenses of the elven city. If they are all destroyed and the holes in the city are blocked off, then the city can be made secure again. While that wouldn't be enough for us to take the barrier down, it would be useful. I can think of a ton of uses for a hidden city, especially for the beastmen. However, now is not the time to think about it, So I spread my wings and launch into the air. With all the spider forces grouped up like that, it is an opportunity I just can't resist. So I fly over until I am above the front of their forces where all the undead are and put my wings away. I fall down onto the army like a lightning bolt, killing several driders when I land on them. Then, before the rest can react to my presence, I cast Holy Light and watch them turn to ash. Unfortunately, since the fortress is fairly long, I wasn't close enough to get all of them at once. 376 skeletons defeated, 9,400 XP gained. 633 zombies defeated, 12,660 XP gained. 751 driders defeated, 75,100 XP gained. With a huge chunk of their cannon fodder wiped out in an instant, the spider forces quickly retreat. As the spiders retreat, I can feel a lot of eyes looking down on me from atop the wall. Turning around and looking up, I see a whole bunch of beast heads staring down at me. Ignoring them for now, I turn back to face the spiders, who have backed off but haven't fled. They have reformed a couple of 100 yards from the wall, and the undead are gathered in the middle. It is almost as if the spiders are daring me to charge into the middle of them. More likely, the controller is trying to bait me into a situation where the spiders can overwhelm me. However, that suits me just fine since I want to kill enough of them to tip the scales. So I do just what the spiders want. I fly over and drop right into the middle of them. As I drop down, I cast Holy Light to clear out the undead and draw Blitz as the living driders charge me. While I could easily escape if I wanted to, I don't want to. So I start swinging Blitz. The first strider to reach me is slashed in half by the first swing of Blitz. As spider parts and ichor fly out from the body, a smile finds its way onto my face. As I start dancing around, slashing apart every drider who comes close to me, the smile grows. I could fly out at any time, but killing the driders is fun. More fun than I have had in a while. It is probably because, while I am fighting, I don't have to worry about anything else. All there is to think about is the enemies around me and how I am going to kill them. If it were humans I was up against, I might feel bad about bullying them, but spiders don't get any sympathy. The crunching sounds their bodies make when Blitz tears through them is music to my ears. After a bit, I even forget my purpose in fighting them. All that is left is the joy of battle. I don't try to fight it. In fact, I even throw myself deeper into it, losing myself in the rhythm of combat. This lasts until suddenly I have no targets to swing at. The spiders have run away. This time they keep on running until the only spiders left in the cavern are the dead ones. I am surrounded by piles of spider corpses, and the smile is still plastered on my face. 67 skeletons defeated, 1675 XP gained. 122 zombies defeated, 2,440 XP gained. 761 driders defeated, 76,100 XP gained. 33 warrior spiders defeated, 33,000 XP gained. The spiders running away makes me fairly disappointed. I wasn't ready for the fun to end. Now that it is over, I have to go back to planning for the future and worrying about everyone. So I turn and walk towards the fortress wall under the eyes of the beasts. When I reach the wall, I jump up to the top. But when I land, I get attacked. What looks like a young wolf stabs at me with his spear when I suddenly appear on the wall. Luckily, the spear is primitive and the head of the spear breaks off when it hits my armor. The poor youngster just stares at what is left of his spear with wide, terrified eyes. The rest of the beasts are also staring at me, a mix of wolves and jaguars. I drop down and sit on the edge of the wall as I look around at all of them, trying to not be intimidating. I don't suppose any of you understand me? Chapter 6:17. They all just stare at me with no sign that they understood a word I said. I try saying a few words in Elven, but I can't even be sure I am saying them correctly. One of the wolves turns to the back of the wall and lets out a couple of barks and a short howl. Not sure what that means, but I am willing to wait for a bit and see what happens. As I sit there, I watch my armor and tabard repair themselves from the damage the spiders did. Having self-repairing equipment has saved me so much time and effort. The beasts continue to stare at me, but as time passes, they look a lot less nervous. After a while, an old beast arrives. He has the features of a badger, but the colors are off. Instead of black and white, he is gray and white, which could just be due to age. He is wearing robes and walking with the aid of a cane as he approaches me. The other beasts, even though they are different types, all move aside and bow to the old man. Interestingly, as he comes closer, I can detect the scent of magic about him. Do you understand me? Alger says yes. I cast a spell to allow us to communicate. Oh, great! It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ash, Alger says. I am called Alger, the great elder of the clans. What can you tell me about the clans? How long have you been down here? Alger says, we have been here, at war with the spiders, since the creators sent us down here. By creators, I think you are referring to the race I call the elves. I found a book that told of them creating several races from beasts. Alger says that would match with our legends. So, you have been down here for thousands of years. How have you survived for so long? Alger says, beyond these defensive walls are numerous caverns full of life. They have sustained us since we settled down here. And you have been at war with the spider the whole time? Alger says, yes, we will fight them until either they are wiped out or we are. After all, they killed our creators. Oh, I didn't think you were aware of that. How did you find out? Alger says, our creators sent us down here to fight, but they didn't abandon us. In fact, they helped us to build our city and the defensive walls. After their city fell, some survivors stayed with us. That makes me happy. If they had created you and just abandoned you, then I would have thought less of them. Alger says, they certainly had their faults, but they treated us well. They even taught us their magic, which is one of the reasons we have survived so long. Are you aware of the barrier? Can you pass through it? Alger says, we are aware, but no, we cannot. What would you do if the spiders all died and the barrier disappeared? Alger says, I am sure some would stay living as we are, but some would want to see the surface. The sun is a legend to us, but one our souls cry out for. That is understandable. Are you the leader? Do you have authority to set up an alliance? Alger says, I am one of 5 elders. Together we rule the clans. To form an alliance would take a vote amongst the 5 of us. In that case, I would like to talk to all 5 of you. If I am going to explain things, I would prefer to do it just once. Alger says, of course. Come with me. Oh, first you should do something about the bodies. If you just leave them, the spiders will take them. They will feed them to the mother to give her the energy to lay more eggs, Alger says. Is that why they always take the bodies of our fallen as well? Yes, the lack of resources is the only thing keeping them in check, Alger says. So if we prevent them from getting bodies, we can lower their numbers? Yes, it is our best bet for wearing them down. Alger turns and barks a few times, which sends a large group of the defenders scurrying to clean up the bodies. Then Alger leads me behind the wall and out of the cavern through a series of tunnels. As soon as we exit the tunnels, I can see the city, which is a smaller copy of the elven city. Just from that, I would say that at least some of the elves cared about their creations. This city has a completely different feel to it. It is alive, and the noise sounds like a heartbeat. As I follow Alger into the city, everything stops. All the beasts stop and stare at me as we pass. Where the central pillar is in the elven city. Here, there is a massive building. It is designed to look like Kor's pillar from the outside, but the inside is far different. The inside contains many rooms on many floors, but it is to a grand hall that Alger leads me. A round table with 6 chairs waits within. 4 of the chairs are already occupied. The 4 waiting elders consist of a bear, a wolf, a jaguar, and an elephant. They are all extremely old and showing signs of it. But they also all show signs of magic. While I am not an expert, not since I lost my magic, all 5 of them feel stronger than Zamart. I am really curious to find out if they have cores and what kind of level they are at. However, scanning them without permission would be rude and might ruin the chances of us working together. Alger says, let me introduce you. For the Bear Clan Ikir, for the Wolf Clan Viken, for the Jaguar Clan Larab, and for the Elephant Clan Trent. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. As the 4 of them return my greeting, Alger takes his seat and motions me to the last one. Then, I start telling them my story and some information about the surface world. I also explain the Beastmen and how they were created by the humans. Alger says, they sound similar to us, except we are closer to our beast side. Viken says, from what you have said, it sounds like we could get along with them fairly easily. if they would be willing to try. Well, I can't speak for all of them. I am not their king yet, but I know some would be willing. Trent says it would be wise if we start small. Do you have a secure route up to the Elven City? Alger says, yes, it is currently blocked, but we could reopen it. Why? I have a group of elite guards who are currently training as mage knights. There are 11 of them in total, and they could use some combat practice. Trent says, that is smart. Not only is it a small group, but fighting together will help build trust. They are currently the only beastmen outside my companions that know of the Elven City's existence. I would also like to use them to bring you some things. For starters, some better weapons. Larib says, better weapons would be most welcome. Good, that is settled. Now I have a kind of strange request. Alger says, what is it? I would like permission to scan you. Ikir says, to what purpose? One, to see how the elves made you. It might give me clues for helping my beastmen. I also want to see if you have cores and what kind of progress you have with them. Alger says, you may scan me. Chapter 6:18. So I get up and walk behind Alger. Then I place my hand on his shoulder and scan him. Not only does he have a beast core, but it is at max level and ready to evolve. However, there is a block that is preventing him from evolving, probably put there by the elves. After all, it makes sense for the elves to have put in some safety measures. They had no way of knowing how their creations would feel about them. The fact that they are still loyal to the elves after all this time is simply amazing. Once the others see that there are no side effects, they also agree to being scanned. I find that they are all in the exact same situation as Alger, but the block is fairly weak. It makes sense, since it has been several generations since it was created. So, I return to my chair and explain to them what evolving to a sacred creature means. The fact that they will lose their mana and have to learn how to use a new power is what takes the most explaining. After all, I am just providing an option, not trying to force them into anything. Alger says, so as a sacred beast, I would still be able to learn earth magic. It wouldn't be the same magic you are used to, but yes, you could still learn earth abilities. Viken says, how hard is it to perform this evolution? Not hard at all. Why? Viken says, because we are not the only ones who are at the barrier. Oh, how many are there? Alger says, around 100 or so. Wow, that is a lot more than I was expecting, Viken says. Can you do it? Yes, but it will take a day or so. Trent says, we would appreciate it if you have the time. From what you have told us, they would be of great help in fighting the spiders. Yeah, I can help you, but I should check in with my people first. Otherwise, they will go nuts worrying about me. Alger says, that is no problem. I can take you and open the path right now. All right, let's go. Alger smiles as he gets up, and then he leads me out of the building, then the city. He takes me to a large tunnel entrance not too far from the city, a few hundred feet at most. If the spiders somehow found their way into the tunnel, they could attack the city with almost no warning. That is probably why the beasts sealed up the tunnel after the Elven City fell. Alger leads the way up the tunnel, stopping to remove each wall, of which there are 12. The walls are stone, which Alger somehow makes sink into the floor of the tunnel. Your spells are impressive. It is as if the wall was never there, Alger says. I am simply reversing the spells used originally to create the walls. Your spells can easily manipulate the earth. How would they work for closing small tunnels? Alger says, if the tunnel is less than 20 feet, I can close it for around 100 feet. If it is over 20 feet, then I can only close it for 30 feet or so. Why? There are a number of small tunnels in the Elven City that the spiders use. I was hoping you might be able to close them, Alger says. Absolutely. Anything that harms the spiders is my pleasure. Oh, I will be introducing you to an elf. You should probably prepare yourself. Alger says, one of the creators yet lives. As we walk, I explain to him Kor's situation as the living heart of the barrier. Despite that she is still an elf, if one with a unique situation, and Alger sees her as a god. He quickly becomes very nervous. The thought of meeting her is both exciting and terrifying to him. Luckily, we still have a long walk ahead of us, giving him plenty of time to calm down. Eventually, the tunnel ends, and we find ourselves coming out of the massive cave north of the city. To save time, I manage to convince Alger to let me fly with him to the central pillar. Kor says, Ash, You are finally back. What went wrong? Kor says. A few hours after you left, the spiders appeared and attacked. The groups fought their way through and managed to return without casualties. But after that, Miria disappeared and I haven't seen her since. That crazy woman. All right, I will go look for her. Where are the guards? Kor says. Well, they succeeded in getting all the materials now. They are just out spider hunting. All right. By the way, this is Alger. Alger, this is Kor. You two have a lot to talk about. As Alger nervously bows to Kor, I walk out of the room and throw myself into the sky. Spreading my wings, I start flying in a spiral with the pillar as the starting point. I drop down low enough to see into some of the buildings, scanning for movement. As I search, I can't help but worry. Miria is crazy enough to have gone down a spider hole looking for me. If so, the odds of me finding her are very small. She will have to find her own way back. As I am flying around, I keep seeing groups of spiders. Some dead, some not. For the ones that aren't dead, I stop just long enough to correct their status before moving on. If I had more time, I would destroy the corpses, but finding Miria comes first. After a while, I come across some fresh corpses that all died from knife wounds. Seeing that I fly up above the buildings and yell Miria's name, then look around. After a minute or two, I see her head pop up and look around atop another building. I swoop down and snatch her into the air, ignoring her scream of surprise. She goes quiet after a single scream and just dangles from my arms as I fly back to the pillar. It makes landing fairly awkward, and in the end, I have to drop her onto the platform before I can land. She lands on her feet, but still turns and glares at me as if I threw her on purpose. Miria says, "Why did you interrupt my training?" "Because you ran off on your own and didn't keep in touch with Kor." Miria says, "The exact kind of thing you do all the time." "There is a big difference," Miria says. "Oh, what is the difference?" "Well, for one thing, I can fly. For another, I didn't recently go through a series of experimental procedures." Miria says, "Wait, were you worried about me?" "Yeah, I was worried you would be stupid enough to go down a spider hole." Miria says, "You mean just like you did?" "Again, I have wings," Miria says. "So give me wings then." I ignore Miria and walk into Kor's room where she is sitting and chatting with Alger. As soon as I enter, Alger gets up and bows to me, which catches me by surprise. As he bows, I can see that Kor is trying really hard not to laugh. Alger says, "Welcome back, Your Majesty." "Stand up. Why are you bowing to me?" Alger says, "Kor is the last of our creators, and she is loyal to you. Therefore, the clans will be loyal to you. Of course, I need to speak with the other elders first, but I am fairly sure they will agree to make you our king." Chapter 619. Whoa, wait just a minute. Kor says, "What is wrong, Ash? Since my people created them, I feel responsible for them. I want them to be well taken care of. I know that you will treat them just as well as you treat the beastmen. I just found them a few hours ago." "It seems a little soon to talk about becoming their king," Miria says. I am completely lost. We can discuss this later. First, how did the material retrieval go? Kor says, "It went perfectly. Even with the spiders attacking, we still retrieved everything." "Good. Do you have locations for any armories that might still have weapons in them?" Kor says, "There should be a few." "Why?" "Because Alger's people desperately need some better weapons. I am assuming they will have no problem wielding elven weapons?" Alger says, "Of course not. They will be honored to wield the weapons of the creators." "Perfect. Kor, give the locations to Miria. Miria, take all the guards and go see what you can retrieve. Also, either burn or bring back all the spider corpses you come across." Miria says, "All right, I understand burning them, but why bring some back?" "To set a trap for the worker spiders." Miria says, "Okay, got it." Miria gets the locations from Kor and then leaves. She looks excited to go fight some more. I really hope she doesn't become a battle maniac like Bones. One is enough. I then explain to Kor about turning a number of the beasts into sacred beasts. Kor says, "So you will be gone for a day or so." "Yeah, at least. Once the others have gathered a decent amount of weapons, you can send them down. They just have to enter the big cave north of the city, and it is a straight path. Kor says, all right. Got it. Oh, and tell Kachara and Asuna to play it cool when they come down. The beasts have never seen anything like them. Kor says, will do. Alger says, didn't you want to close the tunnels before we left? It is all right. We can worry about that later. Right now we are reducing the number of spiders. Alger says, anything that weakens the enemy. With that settled, I pick up Alger and fly back to the cave entrance. As we walk back down the tunnel, I tell Alger about Kachara and Asuna so that he can warn his people. When we reach the city, Alger leads me back to the main hall where the other elders are still waiting. He quickly starts telling the other elders what he has seen and describes Kor in detail. They are all excited to hear that there is still a creator left, and all four want to meet her. Their excitement fades a bit when Alger tells them that Kor is loyal to me. He then goes on to tell them that Kor told him they should name me as their king. This, of course, sparks quite the debate. The elders seem to be against the idea. I don't blame them. After all, they just barely met me. Naming me as king seems a huge leap. They are really surprised when I agree with them instead of agreeing with Alger. The fact that I don't want to be their king silences everyone, even Alger. Before we can get back into the conversation, a young wolf runs in and barks something that stirs them up. What is going on? Alger says. The spiders are attacking one of the defensive walls. Have him lead me there. Alger issues a few barks, and the young wolf turns and takes off running. I have no problem keeping up with him, and I follow him until I can hear the sounds of battle. Once I can hear the fighting, I quickly pass the youngster and move toward it. Once the wall comes into sight, I fly up above it so I have a good view of the battle. The wall is under attack by driders, but only the living kind. There are no undead. Hopefully that means that there are no undead left in the controller's army. The defenders are holding on so far, just barely, so I fly over the wall. Instead of attacking the driders, I head for the warrior spiders that are standing behind the driders. I draw Blitz just before landing amongst them and immediately start cutting them down. The warrior spiders try to swarm me, but Blitz keeps them at bay, those that don't die. Once again, I am surrounded by dead and dying spiders, and I am grinning. Maybe Miria isn't the one that I need to worry about becoming a battle maniac. Over a dozen of the warrior spiders die before the rest turn and run away. I chase after them and kill a couple more, only stopping when the rest enter a tunnel. Turning around, I see the driders have stopped attacking the wall and are also fleeing. Unfortunately. For them, I am now standing at the entrance of the tunnel that they want to get into. Not all of them are heading my way. There are other tunnels out of the cavern. Those that are heading my way get to meet Blitz, and most of them don't make it into the tunnel. 76 driders defeated. 7,600 XP gained. 21 warrior spiders defeated. 21,000 XP gained. As soon as the last drider is gone, I see the defenders climb down the wall and start gathering bodies. It is good to see that the beasts took what I said seriously and spread the word. Between the fights down here and up in the city, the spiders have lost a lot of resources. If we can keep this up, then the spiders are going to be getting desperate for resources. We just need to weaken them enough so that they can't attack the walls. If it gets to that point, then we can just wait until the spiders starve to death. When I return to the wall, I see all 5 elders standing on top of it watching me. As I jump up to the top of the wall, I can see respect in their eyes. They must have watched the battle. It would seem that just like the beastmen, these guys respect strength the most. The elders don't say a word. They just turn and lead the way back to the council chamber. Once we are all seated, they start barking and growling at each other. I guess they are discussing me and don't want me to hear what they are saying. After about a half an hour, more beasts start entering the room, mostly warriors. When they line up, I realize that they are here for me to help them evolve. When the first one approaches me, I stand up and place my hand on his head. While I can touch him anywhere, using the head makes it seem more solemn. Breaching the block and triggering the evolution is easy and only takes a minute or so. The beast looked dubious at the beginning, but now he is grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 620. His excitement quickly spreads to those waiting in line, especially when they notice the changes in him. He gained a few inches in height and also gained some muscle mass, and those are just the obvious changes. Now the rest of the beasts can't wait for their turn, and the next one steps up as soon as the first moves aside. Even though each one only takes a couple of minutes, it is still going to take a while. A couple of hours later, I have gotten through over half of the waiting beasts. Unfortunately, I end up running out of sacred power at that point. Alger, I am out of power. The rest are going to have to wait until after I have gotten some rest. Alger barks at the rest of the beasts, and their faces immediately show disappointment. However, they disperse with just a little grumbling, and Alger invites me to join the elders for dinner. I am not exactly excited to eat their food, but I don't want to be rude to them. When the food is brought out, it is carried by a bunch of female beasts. The first I have seen. The food itself is fairly simple, consisting of some half-cooked meat and a variety of mushrooms. The meat is decent, and the mushrooms have interesting flavors, but weird textures. There is no conversation during the meal. Everyone just sits and focuses on their food. Once I am done eating, one of the women leads me to a room that contains nothing but a bed. When I am alone, I pull some food out of my pouch to eat before entering meditation. In the morning, I eat in my room before heading down to the council room. Instead of joining the elders for breakfast, I start helping the remaining warriors evolve. After the warriors come the mages. They are not as excited about the evolution. It is understandable. Contrary to the warriors, the mages will have to start their learning over from scratch. While the physical boosts from evolution are nice, that is a lot of work. I am fairly sure some of the mages decided that it wasn't worth it, even though their cores are maxed out. Compared to the almost 100 warriors, there are only 20 or so mages. Everything goes fine, until I get to the 5th mage. When I scan him, I find an anomaly. Like the others, his core is maxed out. What is weird is there is some kind of pouch or sac around his core. Instead of messing with it just now, I motion for him to go sit at the table. Then I continue with the remaining 15 mages, all of which are perfectly normal. Once everyone else is done, I walk over to the table and scan the mage again to confirm what I saw the first time. Alger, I am going to need you to translate for me. Alger says, "Sure, what is wrong?" So I explain to Alger what I found, but he looks confused by the time I am done explaining. So instead of trying to translate what I said, he teaches the language spell to the mage. Then I get to explain to the mage exactly what I found, and that I can't be sure what will happen. Despite the risks, the mage decides to go ahead with the evolution, which suits me just fine. So I channel my sacred power to break the block and start the evolution. Then I continuously scan to watch what happens to both the core and the sac around it. To my surprise, the core moves out of the sac as it evolves, but the sac remains. It still contains mana even after the core has upgraded, meaning this mage has mana and sacred power. I can barely believe my eyes. This may just be a way for me to get mana back. Even once the evolution is completed, the sac is still there and still has mana in it. The mage says he feels fine, and he can still cast spells. Only his mana is much less now. I have to fight the temptation to remove the sac from his body and try implanting it in my own. Instead, I work on memorizing how the sac is constructed so I can try to make one. It isn't solid like a core would be, so the mage does not have 2 cores. The elders still haven't decided if they want to evolve, so I leave them arguing and return to my room. Saronia, can I have permission to experiment? Saronia says. What are you going to do this time? Well, I just found a mage with a mutation. If I can duplicate it, I will be able to have mana again. I think. Saronia makes me wait while she tracks down the mage and takes a look for herself. After she examines the mage, Saronia gives me permission to experiment, but only if she observes. So, I immediately sit down and try to recreate the sac inside my own body. Unfortunately, every attempt I make fails, even though I duplicate the sac exactly. No matter what I try, as soon as I stop using power to hold the sac in place, it falls apart. I even switch to trying to create the elven organ, like I did for Myria, but get the same result. Saronia says, I am sorry, Ash. It looks like this is something you can't do without life force. Any chance you could give me enough life force to experiment with? Saronia says. Sorry? No. That would mess with Krenosha's power. Yeah, let's not kill me. I guess this just won't work. Saronia says, sorry, Ash. After Saronia's presence fades, I meditate for a while to recover my spent sacred power. As I meditate, I find myself thinking back to Miria's new heart and how I got it. I was able to pull all of the rabbit beast's life force to the heart and remove it. In theory, that should mean I can take the life force from any living thing, sort of like a vampire. Now I find myself wondering, if I can steal life force, can I use it to create the organs? First, I need to see if I can actually steal life force and keep it inside my body. Ending my meditation, I head downstairs, planning to go looking for some spiders. However, when I get downstairs, I find that it is fairly chaotic because my people have arrived. Even though they are obviously on their best behavior, Kachera and Asuna are causing quite the stir. Kachera says, "Hello, father." Asuna says, "Daddy." They both rush over to me, causing the warriors to grip their weapons. Luckily, the elders keep control of the situation, even though they themselves look nervous. When everyone sees me petting the two of them, they relax a bit, but still look wary. Miria says, "These guys don't seem very happy to see us." Alger says, "Please forgive them. You are our first visitors other than Ash." "It is fine. Everyone is just a little nervous. It will pass." "How did things go up top?" Miria says. "Everything went well. We killed several hundred spiders. The trap worked perfectly. The worker spiders fell for it." Katera says, "Over 100 of the work spiders died. Afterwards, we destroyed all the corpses." "Good. How did the search for weapons go?" Miria says, "Decent. We found around 1,000 weapons. Hand them over to the elders. That should help the people accept you." With a nod, Miria steps forward, and from the backpack she is carrying, she starts taking out weapons. As she piles them in front of the elders, the eyes of every warrior go wide. Some of the warriors even start drooling as they stare at the pile of weapons. Chapter 621. From the looks of things, the elders are going to be handing out the weapons based on merit. That is probably their best bet to keep things calm. It is also sound strategically. After all, you want your best weapons in the hands of the best warriors. That will also encourage the other warriors to work harder so that they can earn the better weapons. Come to think of it, I don't even know how many warriors the beasts have. I know there are 5 beast types, but no clue how numerous the clans are. Alger, how many people are in the clans? Alger says, "We try to keep our population just under 15,000. That is the most that the area we control can support comfortably." "And how many of those are warriors?" Alger says, "Just under 5,000. "Then this is nowhere near enough weapons. Katara, when you are done here, head to Ilium and find Pole. See what he has that we can give them." Katara says, "Understood." "When I head back up, I will talk to Kor about letting your people take over the city. That is, if we can figure out how to disable the defenses so they won't target you." Alger says, "Live in the city of the creators. I don't know if we deserve that. That will be up to Kor to decide. But considering you have been loyally fighting the spiders for thousands of years, I think you do deserve it." Alger says, "I will wait and see what opinion Lady Kor has on this." Miria says, "Are we leaving now then?" "Not quite yet. I have something to finish." Miria says, "What is that?" "Just an experiment I am working on." Miria says, "Do you have permission for this experiment?" "Yes, Saronia gave me permission, at least for the first part of it," Miria says. "And what is the experiment?" "I am attempting to modify myself, similar to what I did to you." Miria says, "Oh good, you need to get stronger." Since when are you okay with me experimenting?" Miria says, Since I am living and breathing because of your experiment." "You've got that backwards. You never would have been in danger if it wasn't for my experiment." Miria says, "That may be true, but I would have remained weak and useless. The risk was worth it." "You aren't useless," Miria says. "Then why did you stop letting me fight with you? When you gave up archery and started using daggers, it became too dangerous. Besides, I got too strong." Miria says, "I didn't give up archery. I still practice. But I started learning daggers because that is how challenges in my tribe have to be fought." "So, you've been planning to fight your mother for a while?" Miria says, "Yeah. Ever since you sent me to recruit some of my people, I should have figured that out." Miria says, "It is not important. So, what is the plan now?" You, me, and the girls are going spider hunting. Katara will go to Ilium, and the guards will stay here to teach the warriors how to use their new weapons. Miria says. Sounds fun. Let's go. After giving the guards their orders, I leave and take Miria, Kachara, and Asuna with me. We cross the defensive wall and head into the tunnel system looking for spiders. I guide our path towards where I remember coming down originally. When we encounter a group, I will grab one to experiment on. You three will need to kill the rest. Miria says, Okay. I am not sure how long my experiment will take. You will need to protect me. Kachara says, No problem. Now, I also have another goal while we are down here. I want to get a look at the controller and see what we are up against. Miria says, Won't that be really dangerous? Maybe, but I need an idea of her strength. If I don't know how strong she is, I can't plan for dealing with her. Miria says, All right, we will follow your lead. It takes a few minutes of wandering before we find the first group, which consists of 10 Driders. I jump forward and grab one, trusting the others to handle the rest. I ignore its attacks against me and focus until I can feel its life force. As soon as I start gathering its life force to a single spot, it stops attacking me. All it does is stand there and twitch as I finish gathering its life force to its chest. Then, I move the life force from its chest into mine, which kills the Drider. Unfortunately, as soon as the life force touches my chest, it vanishes into me and I can no longer sense it. It isn't gathered anywhere. It is like my body just sucked it up instantly. I don't feel any different after absorbing the life force, and as far as I can tell, nothing changed. It did seem that the Drider's life force was fairly weak. The rabbit beast had 10 times as much. My guess is that the Driders are created to be short-lived, hence not much life force. They are tools for fighting. Nothing more, so they might not be the best test subjects. The others have long since finished off the other 9 Driders and are keeping watch around me. Without a word, I gather up the Drider corpses and set them on fire. Then I lead the others to continue the hunt, hoping to find a warrior spider. Unfortunately, the next group we run into is also composed of Driders. There are only 6 this time, but again, I rush in to grab one and leave the rest to the others. Gathering up the Drider's life force is a little easier this time, but the exact same thing happens, making me swear. Miria says, What is wrong? Ash, did the experiment not work? The first part worked, but the second part didn't, and I have no idea why, Miria says. So, do we keep trying or are you giving up? We keep trying. I have a few ideas still. If none of them work, then I will ask Krenosha for help. Miria says, Okay, more killing. Shaking my head, I quickly gather up the bodies and destroy them before moving on. The next couple of groups are just Driders, but I don't want to waste time, so we just kill them and move on. Finally, the third group we find is made up of 7 warrior spiders. Just what I wanted. When I grab a warrior spider, I pin it so that it can't bite me before focusing on its life force. The life force is way stronger than a Drider's and resists my attempt to move it. The resistance just makes me work a bit harder. It can't stop me. This time, once I have gathered the life force into a single point, I wrap it in sacred power. I am hoping the sacred power will prevent it from absorbing directly into my body. It takes all my focus to move the life force while keeping the sacred power wrapped around it. Chapter 622. However, despite all my focus, the life force and my sacred power mix with each other. Something strange happens when the two mix, but I have already started it moving into my chest when I notice it. Then the bundle of energy touches me. There is a flash of light, a boom, and I get knocked onto my butt. Dining core upgrade progress, 100% core upgrade completed. Congratulations. You are now rank 10 max. Rank 10, HP plus 1000, SP plus 1000, all sacred abilities plus 1 level. What the hell just happened? Miria says, Ash, are you all right? Yeah, I think so. Miria says, Was that what you were trying to do? No, not at all. I mean, it is a good thing, but I have no idea what just happened, Miria says. It sounds like it is time to ask for help. Yeah, I guess so. Krenosha, I need some help. Krenosha says, Ash, what are you doing? Before you get mad, I have Saronia's permission, Krenosha says. I told you, you don't have life force. So why are you still playing with it? To save time, I explained to Krenosha exactly what I am trying to do and why. As I say everything out loud, Miria just stares at me like I am insane, but I am used to that. As I am talking, I can sense that Saronia is also paying attention to what I am saying. Krenosha says, "That is insane, but also brilliant," Saronia says. "Even though I knew what you were trying to do, I never expected you to go this route." "So can you tell me what is going wrong?" Krenosha says. "I can tell you that your body is absorbing the life force to extend your time. What happened with the sacred power? I have no clue." Saronia says that I can answer. The life force merged with the sacred power. Basically, you created and absorbed sacred life force. So, is there something I can do? Krenosha says. No. Any life force you touch will be absorbed by your body. It will extend your time, but that is all it will do. Saronia, is there a way to keep life force from dispersing so quickly when it is outside the body? Saronia says. No. It disperses into the air when they come in contact. There is no way around it, unfortunately. Air, huh? That helps a lot. Thanks, Saronia, Saronia says. How does that help? What have you thought of? Krenosha says, knowing Ash, it is something insane. If it is air that reacts with life force, then I just need to create a vacuum. Saronia says, a what? A vacuum is created when there is a total absence of air. Sensing their confusion, I use my sacred power to force all air out of a small space. It is a little harder than I expected, but I am still able to create a small vacuum. I only hold it in place for a few seconds, just long enough for the goddesses to see it. Saronia says, Ash, you never cease to amaze me, Chronosia says. That is more terrifying in my opinion. Thanks for your help. I think I have it figured out now. Saronia says, wait. What? What have you figured out? You will just have to watch and see if it works. Miria says, sounds like we can move now. Yeah, let's go find some more spiders. As we set off looking for more spiders, I can feel Saronia and Krenosha watching me. It might be my imagination, but their gazes feel rather nervous to me. I don't have the time to explain to them the science behind vacuums to ease their worries. We are in luck and quickly find another group of warrior spiders. Only 4 this time. Again, I pick one and pin it down before I start gathering its life force to one spot. Once I have gathered all the spider's life force, I use my sacred power to create a vacuum right outside the spider's body. As soon as the vacuum is stable, I suck the spider's life force inside of it. To my delight, it works. The life force doesn't evaporate, so I split it into 2. Then I reach out to Miria and take the mana I need from her core. Carefully. Then I wrap the mana around the life force and shape it into the 2 organs. I carefully build the organs, making sure every detail is exactly right before I let the mana and life force merge. The merger makes the mana solidify into flesh. As the organs form, I quickly remove my armor and expose my chest. Miria says, oh, I get a show in exchange for my mana. Ignoring her, I cut my chest open with my claws and move the 2 organs into it. Once they are inside me, I quickly enter into my meditation and use my sacred power to position the organs. Then it is a simple matter to connect them and let my body heal itself up. Miria says, you are insane. How can you just cut yourself open and shove things inside? Shh, I don't want to have to do this twice. While Miria does go quiet, I am absolutely aware that I am going to pay for it later. However, I am far more concerned with the organs and whether or not they are going to work. My body doesn't absorb them or suck the life force out of them, which is a good sign. Let's see if it worked. Stats. Name, Ash race, Sacred Lightning Beast type, unique Sacred Beast rank, 10 max class, Sacred Crusader level, 15 XP, 2,222,283 divided by 3,276,800 titles. 7. The Merciful, blessed by the Light, Anti-Hero, Angel Slayer, Magus Knight Captain, Demon Slayer, blessed by the twins HP 13,673 divided by 13,673 SP, 4025 divided by 4025 dp. 2,000 divided by 2. 1,000 MP. 0 divided by 10 strength. 782 agility. 704 endurance. 672 intelligence. 396 wisdom. 673 charisma. 305 willpower. 208 luck. 142 toughness. 212 regen. 127 fortitude. 202 leadership. 190 unspent points. 170 movement speed. 45 flight speed. 120 fire resist. 92 cold resist. 62 magic resist. 25 hellfire resist. 41 shadow resist. 60 lightning. Greater immunity physical resist. 38 darkness resist. 30 acid resist. 30 poison resist. Immunity disease resist. Immunity. It looks like the elven organ gave me poison and disease immunity. Nice. But why did the mana sack only give me 10 mana? Miria says, Ash, are you all right? Did something go wrong? I am fine. Nothing went wrong, but it didn't quite work like I had hoped. Krenosha says, Ash, something is wrong. I don't know what those organs are, but somehow they are shortening your life. Chapter 6:23. What do you mean? Krenosia says, I mean that my energy that is keeping you alive just dropped by a large amount. The new organs probably absorbed it to allow them to integrate with my body. How long do I have? Krenosia says. Right now, about 6 months. How are you so calm about this? Because you already gave me the answer. I can just absorb life force to extend my time. I will just be a vampire. Krenosha says, each time you absorb life force, it is extending your time by a day or two. You would have to drain thousands of creatures to regain what you just lost. I suggest you undo whatever you just did. What I just did was give myself the ability to use mana again. I don't want to give that up. Besides, if I drain stronger creatures, I should get more time from them, right? Krenosha says. Yes, time is relative to the amount of life force, so the younger your target, the more life force. Old creatures will have weaker life force because they have spent it. So my best bet is hunting kids? Miria says. That doesn't sound good. What is going on, Ash? Krenosha is telling me I did something stupid as usual, Krenosia says. If you don't want to listen to me, that is fine. You can ask me any time and I will tell you how much time you have left. With that, her presence disappears. It would seem I might have pissed her off a little bit. That is par for the course. But I don't really have time to worry about it right now. Putting my armor back on, I stand up. I am thinking of hunting more spiders, but Miria is glaring at me. What? Miria says, explain now. My experiment shortened my time, but I can gain time by eating life force. Krenosha was trying to convince me to undo the experiment, but I said no. Now Krenosha is mad at me and you are wasting time that could be spent hunting. Miria looks like she wants to argue but can't figure out what she should say. After a minute of silence from her, I get up, pile up the bodies, and set them on fire. Since Miria still hasn't said anything, I head off looking for more spiders. The others follow, but none of them look happy. Especially Miria. She is fuming. Hopefully she will take out her anger on the spiders. If not, I am in for it later. The next group I spot is a mixed one, 2 warrior spiders and a dozen driders. Deciding to be a little ambitious, I charge in and grab both spiders, using pure strength to pin them down. I completely ignore the driders as I focus on pulling the life force out of both spiders. This time, I don't try anything fancy and just pull their life forces into my hands. Well, thy new ability created. Drain Touch. Drain Touch drains the life force out of the touched target. Only works on living targets. Rate of drain based on target, well, that is handy. Once I gain the ability, the process of draining the spiders goes faster, even draining 2 at once. By the time the 2 spiders are dead, the driders have been wiped out by the others. We quickly deal with the bodies and move on looking for more spiders to kill. We wipe out several more groups before I finally find the cavern where I first came down from the city. Same as before, the cavern is crawling with worker spiders moving in multiple directions. I quickly tell the others to kill as many as they can, but not to leave the cavern. Even before I can grab 2 spiders, Kachara and Asunabarrel pass me into the cavern. Kachara targets a group and lets loose with her lightning breath, wiping out dozens. What surprises me is Asuna. She also attacks a group with a breath weapon. She breathes out a cone of freezing cold air that turns the spiders hid into ice sculptures. At the same time, she is throwing icicles with each of her tails at any spider. As I am draining two spiders, I realize that Kachara and Asuna are competing for kills. Even Miria, who was rushing in, stops and stares as the two of them go on a rampage. From the look on her face, I am guessing Miria was underestimating my kids. Come to think of it, maybe I have been as well. I didn't even know Asuna had a breath weapon. Then again, from the expression on her face, it might just be the first time she has used it. In fact, after using it, she stops and stares at the dead spiders, letting Kachara get ahead on kills. After that, Asuna tries to catch up, but unfortunately for her, the spiders have mostly fled. The only reason they were able to kill so many is because the spiders froze for a few seconds before scattering. I am starting to think they freeze like that while they get new orders from the controller. Whatever the case may be, it makes killing them really easy. If only all the spiders reacted like that, not just the workers, we could probably wipe them out on our own. As we gather up the bodies to destroy them, I am surprised to find that the two of them killed over 50 of the spiders. That is a lot more than I was expecting, considering that the spiders only stopped for a couple of seconds before fleeing. When we leave the cavern, we are following the tunnel that the workers carrying loads used. If I am right, this will lead to the controller, so I am a lot more cautious as I advance. I want to get a look at her to gauge her strength. I don't want to fight her just yet. The tunnel soon opens into a small cavern, one packed with driders all standing still. It almost looks like they are standing at attention, at least until they notice us. Then the fight begins, and the first two driders to reach us are grabbed by me. As the others rush into the fight, I quickly turn the two driders into dried husks. Once they are dead, I drop them and look for more, and there are plenty more to be had. A rough guess puts the number of driders in the cavern at 100 or more. There is only one other exit from the cavern, on the opposite side from where we entered. It makes this small cavern seem more like a guard room than anything else. During the fight, I managed to drain the life force out of a dozen driders before they are all dead. Kachara, Asuna, I want you to wait here and kill anything that comes from the tunnel we used to enter. Kachara says, "Okay, Dad." Asuna says, "Ah, why can't we go with you? We are just going to scout things out, and you two aren't very sneaky." Miria mumbles, "Oh, and you are." "What did you say?" Miria says, "Nothing. Let's go." Leaving Kachara and Asuna to guard our backs, Miria, and I move slowly into the other tunnel. Neither one of us makes a sound, taking our time to place each foot carefully. It takes us several minutes to reach the other end of the tunnel, which opens into a huge cavern. Chapter 6:24. It is hard to gauge just how big the cavern is because of the creature sitting in the middle of it. At first, my brain refuses to admit that what I am looking at is actually alive. It is just too massive. It looks like a small mountain, at least until it moves. It is hideously ugly. Even for a spider, its huge bloated body is pure white. To me, it looks like a hairless tarantula, one that is the size of a cargo ship. It is so big that all the spiders scurrying around it look like nothing more than ants. It is Miria who notices and points out the oddest thing about the spider. In the center of its huge spider head, there is a human-sized torso and head. Compared to the rest of the body, the human-looking portion is about the size of a pimple. However, one look is enough to convince me that the human head is the control center for the whole thing. That human head is constantly looking around, and it seems to be issuing orders to all the other spiders. As we watch, a large group of warrior spiders is gathering under the gaze of the human head. Even before they start moving our way, I have already guessed what is going on. Us wiping out the Drider guards has been noticed, and this is the response force. I am guessing that there will be a second force gathering out in the tunnels to attack us from behind. However, what interests me the most are the eggs being laid by the spider body. It reminds me of the scene from Aliens, and I am glad I am not seeing it from closer. What is interesting to me is worker spiders take the eggs and carry them out of the cavern through another tunnel. Miria, you aren't going to like this, but I am going to do something crazy. Miria says, "So, what else is new?" I want you to head back, take the kids and fight your way back to the defensive wall. Miria says, and what are you going to do? See those spiders carrying the eggs? I am going to sneak after them and destroy all the eggs. Miria says, even for you, that is insane. Why would you take such a risk? Something Krenosha said. Younger creatures have more life force. In that case, eggs should be just balls of life force. Miria says, all that risk just to keep your modifications. Is it really worth it? I can't be sure, but I think so. Yes, getting my magic back would make me much stronger. Miria says, strong enough to make up for the shorter time? If I go drain a bunch of eggs, I might gain more time than I have lost? Miria says, I can tell from the look on your face that arguing is pointless. Just come back alive, all right. I will do my best. Now, get yourself and the kids out of here before they launch a pincer attack. It is obvious from the look on Miria's face that she is unwilling, but she finally turns and leaves. As soon as she is gone, I turn my attention back to the cavern, plotting my route to the egg tunnel. My hope is that if I move fast enough, the spiders won't be able to react in time. Of course, I am choosing a path that will keep me as far away from the controller as possible. I have no idea what abilities she may have, but even from here I can feel immense danger from her. If I get too close, she can probably kill me with the flick of one of her legs. To try and avoid being spotted, I am going to avoid flying. I am not going to fly into the spider's den. There are massive webs hanging from the ceiling all over the cavern, so flying would be risky anyway. Once I have decided on my route and double-checked the locations of the spiders, I start moving. Once I leave the tunnel, I quickly drop down the wall into the cavern in a couple of jumps. Because of the spider's sheer size, I have underestimated the size of the cavern. Regardless, as soon as I hit the floor of the cavern, I take off running as quickly as I can. Following my planned path, I do my best to keep rocks and foliage between me and the spiders. It doesn't work for long. About the time I have covered a quarter of the distance, the spiders react. That is when I notice a new type of spider. I was too far away before to notice them. They are forming a ring around the controller. They are similar to Driders, but more bestial. They do not have the human heads, but they do have upright bodies like a Drider. They have 6 legs for movement, and the final pair are blades, like a praying mantis. While the other spiders are reacting to my presence, these guards don't move at all. Each of them gives off a faint feeling of danger. Nothing like the controller, but still enough to notice. Then all thoughts of the other spiders vanish as the controller turns her attention my way. When her human head turns my way, I feel an imminent sense of danger. Trusting my instincts, I instantly jump to the side. At the same moment that I jump, there is an explosion. The rock floor I was just standing on explodes, sending fragments flying. As I am pelted by the shards of rock, I find myself in shock and fairly confused. Despite sensing the danger, I have no idea how the controller attacked me. As far as I can tell, there was no spell cast, and I didn't see anything come at me. Before I even have time to think about it, my senses start screaming at me again. I throw myself into a forward roll as the path behind me explodes violently. It is almost as if her gaze is causing the explosions, like she just has to will things to explode. There is no chance for me to stop and catch my breath. The explosions keep coming. There are about 5 seconds between each explosion and no warning other than my instincts. All I can do is scramble forward and dodge each time my instincts warn me to. Tiding congratulations. Skill Danger Sense has progressed to level 6. Danger Sense, level 6 whiz plus 6. A feeling that warns you of great danger. The fact that the skill went up after so long sends chills down my spine. For the skill to increase, it probably means that the controller's attacks are capable of killing me in one shot. Considering how many attacks I am having to dodge, my odds are not looking good. What worries me the most is that as time passes, the explosions are getting closer and closer. It seems that the controller hasn't used this skill much, but now that she is getting practice, her aim is improving. So now it is a race. Can I run to the tunnel first, or will her aim improve first? As I continue towards the tunnel, I start zigzagging as I run, to try and prevent the controller from hitting me. It slows me down, but getting hit by the controller would end my run completely. The explosions continue. but they stop getting closer, giving me reason to hope. Chapter 625. As I get closer to the egg tunnel, the explosions get bigger, and I am soon covered in blood and burns. Most of the blood is coming from the rock shrapnel that hit me, and the burns are from close calls. At this rate, the near misses might just be enough to kill me, or they would be if I didn't have healing spells. In the end, I have to heal myself several times on my way to the tunnel, mainly to keep the shrapnel wounds from slowing me down. If I slow down, I die. Despite hundreds of explosions caused by the controller, I finally make it to the egg tunnel. Once inside the tunnel, I stop and breathe a sigh of relief. But then my sense of danger spikes. Instantly, I dive forward and roll as fast as I can. Behind me, a huge explosion goes off. The tunnel is filled with smoke and dust, and when it clears, the entrance to the cavern is gone. Before I can get my bearings, hundreds of worker spiders start attacking me. They seem desperate, even suicidal as they attack me, forcing me to draw blitz. Even as I am cutting them apart, they are biting at me, but their bites basically tickle me. Once they are all dead and the area is covered in spider bits and ichor, I am finally able to look around. After a short tunnel, it opens up into a low cavern filled with bubbling pools of water. These pools are filled with floating spider eggs, thousands of them. From the smell of minerals, I am guessing this was a natural hot spring that the spiders modified. Other than the eggs in the pools, there are also a few scattered around on the paths. My guess is that the workers dropped them when they were ordered to kill me. Walking over to the closest one, I crouch down and touch it with a finger. The life force inside offers no resistance, and it's sucked into me in seconds. I guess since the spider hasn't been born yet, it can't fight back against my ability. First, I drain all the eggs on the paths. Then, I wade into the first pool and start draining the eggs one by one. After the first dozen, I start feeling a bit giddy, but no other side effects present themselves, so I continue sucking eggs dry. When the first pool is done, I move straight on to the next. Then, I change my mind, double back, and fish all the eggs out of the pool. After tossing them all into a pile on dry land, I move on to the second pool. This time, I toss them out as I drain them, mainly to save time, but I plan to destroy them before I leave. When I am about halfway through the second pool, my body feels strangely energized. When I stop to check, I find that my body has extra life force flowing around. Taking the chance before it gets absorbed, I grab some of the life force and shove it into the mana sack. Mana pool +5. That actually worked. By the time I get over the surprise, the rest of the life force has been absorbed by my body, so I frantically go back to draining the life force out of the eggs, trying to get back to having extra. By the time I finish the second pool, I manage it and quickly shove the extra into the mana sack. Mana pool +5. It isn't much, but it is something, and it is worth the effort to keep trying. So I move on to the third pool and continue draining eggs as quickly as I can. I learn to tell from the giddy feeling when my body has enough extra life force for me to upgrade the mana sack. Mana pool +5. Mana pool +5. The small improvements help keep me motivated, but I am running out of eggs. Only the 3 pools were completely full of eggs. The other pools have less. Instead of just draining the eggs piecemeal, I gather them up from the remaining pools and then absorb them all at once. Mana pool +5. With that, all of the eggs are drained, so I pile the rest of them up, along with the spider parts. However, I don't start the fire yet. Smoke in an enclosed space is a bad idea, especially since I haven't found another way out of this cavern yet. While I can probably break through the collapse in the tunnel, no way do I want to. After seeing how powerful the controller is, I don't plan on going anywhere near her. While I want to kill her for Cora's sake, I don't see how I can become strong enough in the time I have. Krenosha, how is my time now? Krenosha says, huh? Oh, you removed the modifications. Nope, they are still here. Krenosha says, then what did you do? I found a good source of life force. How much time do I have now? Krenosha says, a little over 2 years. What did you eat? A couple of thousand spider eggs. Krenosha goes silent, and I can't help but chuckle. I definitely won this round. Now I need to find my way out, so I slowly move around the cavern looking for anything I missed. As far as I can tell, the only way out besides the tunnel is where the water comes in. However, That is not an option. Not only am I too big, but the heat would cook me. So I go around the cavern again, this time trying to sense other passages beyond the rock. I am hoping that if I can find one close enough, I can dig through to it. It turns out that I am in luck. Towards the back of the cavern, I managed to sense another open space about 5 feet away. Of course, my luck isn't all good. I start hearing sounds from the collapsed tunnel. It seems the spiders are trying to get through, so my time is limited. A race to see who can dig faster doesn't seem like a good idea. They have numbers. Instead of taking out my pickaxe, I sit down and start meditating. With such a small mana pool, it only takes me a few minutes to fill it up. Then I use the mana and infuse it into the rock. I repeat this several times. Once the rock is saturated with mana, I use my will to shape the mana and the rock. This allows me to open a tunnel through to the other side without a problem. Before I crawl through the tunnel, I set the pile of bodies on fire. Then from the other side, I close my tunnel. Unfortunately, while I am now in a new tunnel, I have no clue where I am or where the beasts are. Taking my best guess, I pick a direction, away from the controller, and start walking. The tunnel intersects with other tunnels, some too small for me to use, and I end up wandering randomly. Eventually, I will run into something familiar. At least that is my hope. Along the way, I run into several groups of driders, which I drain of life force. The driders are harder to drain than eggs, but not by much, and they can't really hurt me anyway. After wandering around for a few hours, I stop to eat some food and rest for a bit. As I am relaxing, I realize that my mana pool isn't refilling, which is odd. Chapter 6:26. So while I am taking a break, I close my eyes and enter my meditation to take a look. It doesn't take me long to figure out the problem. The mana sack only stores mana. Unless I fill it manually, it will just sit there empty, which is rather annoying. Luckily, I have had a lot of practice lately in creating mana conduits and channels. In this case, all I need to do is create some conduits to allow the sack to absorb ambient mana, along with at least one channel to prevent the mana from overflowing. Creating those only takes me a couple of minutes, and after that I fill my mana. Then I try to force more mana into the sack, which causes me intense pain. I slow down, but I continue pushing mana into the sack to try and force my mana pool to expand. Mana pool +1. It worked, but the pain is intense and doesn't fade quickly, so not something I want to do often. However, unless I find another way to increase my mana, I am going to have to do it. A little pain is a small price to pay to be able to use magic again, at least in my opinion. Once the pain fades a little, I end my meditation, get up, and get moving. The longer it takes to find my way back, the more the others will worry, and the more they will punish me. I do my best to keep heading in the same general direction, although it isn't easy. All I can do is hope that the general direction I chose is the right one. Otherwise, I could be lost for ages. Now that I am in this situation, all I can think is that I should have asked the beasts if they had a map, or I should have at least asked for tips on navigating down here. Although I have been to underground worlds several times, it is normally just big caverns. This kind of tunnel maze is not something I am used to. It is annoying. I speed up. Since I am just taking random tunnels, there is no point in going slow. The part that slows me down the most is when I run into dead ends and have to backtrack. These are natural tunnels, not the ones dug by the spiders, so they wander a lot. Although I will admit that there are some really beautiful sights down here, but I don't have the time to enjoy them. After hours of wandering randomly through tunnels, I come across a battlefield. It is in a small cavern, and it looks like a patrol of beasts ran into a group of spiders. The few surviving beasts are working on cleaning up the battlefield when I arrive. Because I just randomly pop out of a tunnel, the remaining beasts all take combat stances. Luckily, their leader is one of the ones I helped evolve into a sacred beast, and he recognizes me. He lets out a few barks, and the rest of the beasts relax and go back to work. Hopefully, once they are done, they are going to return home, and I will be able to follow them. So I start grabbing corpses and tossing them on the pile to help speed things up. Several of the beasts, including the leader, try to talk to me, but I don't understand any of it. At first, I thought their language would be fairly simple, but as I listen, I learn that I was mistaken. While it is only made up of barks and other noises, there are many inflections involved. As we work, I continue to listen to try and figure out some of it, but I fail miserably. As I had hoped, once the bodies are dealt with, the beasts return home and I follow them. Somehow, we end up arriving at the city from a completely different direction than when I left. If I hadn't run into the beast patrol, I would have never found my way back. As soon as I enter the cavern where the defensive wall is, I am spotted. Kachara flies toward me, but I don't see the others. They must be at the other walls. When Kachara reaches me, she wraps her body around me and starts licking my face. By the time I manage to calm Kachara down and free myself, Asuna and Miria arrive. While I am calming down and reassuring Asuna, Miria just stands there staring at me. From the look on her face, she is obviously relieved to see me, but she is trying not to show it. Kachara says, "I am glad you are back safe, Dad." Asuna says, "Me too. Me too. I am sorry if I worried you, but I am fine." Miria says, "So did it work?" "Still have the organs and back over 2 years of time," Miria says. "What about the controller?" "I'd say power on par with a god. We won't be messing with her. It is better to just cripple the spiders." Kachara says, "What about freeing Core?" "Unless we all become a lot stronger, it just isn't possible," Kachara says. "Then I will get stronger." Asuna says, "Me too. Do your best, but don't push yourselves too hard." Miria says, "You should practice what you preach." Other than the controller being stronger than I expected and getting a little lost, everything went according to plan. Miria says, "Whatever. Kitara is waiting to give you a message." The three of them follow along as I head over the defensive wall and head for the city. When I arrive at the square in front of the council building, I find it filled with beasts. They are all lined up and are practicing with weapons under the eyes of the guards. Kitara says, "Lord Ash, it is good to see you unharmed." "Thank you, Kitara," Miria said. "You have a message for me?" Kitara says, "Yes. When I was visiting Poel, a messenger arrived from Leonor looking for you, so I received the message to bring to you." "All right, what is the message?" Kitara says, "As ordered, they sent a raiding party after the slaver camp. The camp was wiped out completely. However, the leader of the camp was guarded by Imperial soldiers. So, it would seem Pine is gaining influence within the Empire. It looks like a war with the Empire is getting more likely. We need to hurry and unify the tribes." Miria says, "Are we going to have time before the Empire attacks?" "I doubt Pine has that much power in the Empire yet. We should have time," Miria says. "So we'll go ahead with the planned journey?" "Yes, absolutely," Kitara says. "Before that, the elders wish to speak with you." "Oh, all right." So we head into the council chamber where the elders are all sitting at the table. When I enter, they all get up and bow, which gives me a bad feeling. They have never shown me any kind of respect before. I guess they finished arguing. Alger says, "Welcome back, King Ash," and the others echo him. "Is this the decision you have reached, even knowing I won't be able to visit very often?" Trent says, "It is. You have already done a lot for our people and proven what type of a man you are," Alger says. "We elders will continue to care for our people in your absence." Viken says, "You have proven your strength and the warriors all respect you. No one opposes you becoming our first king." "If that is true, why did you all argue for so long?" Akir says. "The argument was about whether or not we needed a king, and if we wanted to aim for returning to the surface. Once we decided we wanted a king, there was no further argument." "Well, this certainly wasn't part of my plans, but I accept." Chapter 627. As soon as I accept, the elders' expressions light up with a mixture of relief and happiness. I am guessing they were expecting me to refuse the crown or make things difficult. In the past, I would have. But now I have already made up my mind to be the Beast King. In the future, I plan to merge the beasts and the beastmen into one nation. For now, though, I will do what I can to help them fight against the spiders, until I can figure out a way to deal with the controller. Keeping them contained and weak is our best bet. The elders are well prepared. They already have everything ready for the coronation ceremony. Within 30 minutes of me accepting the ceremony is ready to begin. They even have a crown for me, but it doesn't look like something they made. In fact, the more I look at it, the more I am sure this isn't something they made. It has a delicate yet masculine look to it. The points of the crown are shaped into swords. It isn't gold, but it is shiny. It has a dull silver color almost like iron, but it is something else. Considering the origin of the beasts, the only source I can think of would be the elves. How the crown of the Elven King ended up with them is a question I will ask later. The ceremony is held in the main square with thousands of beasts in attendance. Luckily, the ceremony is held in the beast's language, so all I have to do is sit there. Since I don't speak the language, the elders don't even make me attempt a speech, which is a good thing. When they place the crown on my head, the beasts break out in wild cheers. The beasts look happier than I was expecting. The elders must have given a good speech. While my plan included becoming king, I wasn't planning on it happening this soon. The crown feels heavier than it looks, but that could just be in my head. Once the cheering dies down, Miria starts filling the tables around the square with food. For this, I loaned her the food pouch. Just this once I want the beasts to experience real food. Hopefully, this will encourage the beast cooks to start working harder and learning how to make real food. Either way, it should make sure no one forgets the coronation ceremony. That, and for the beasts to put out a feast, would seriously strain their food supplies. This way, it will actually help their food situation, at least a little. The beasts go crazy for the food, and Miria spends a lot of time refilling the tables. The beasts eat like they have been starving for days, and are now making up for it. When the feast finally ends, the elders, Miria, Kachara, Asuna, and I meet in the council chamber. Alger says, "Your Majesty, do you plan to leave immediately?" King Ash is fine, and yes. There are a lot of things I need to do. Larab says, "Do you have any orders for us, King Ash?" First, I have a question. Do the caverns and tunnels you currently control end, or do they continue on? Viken says, "They continue on, but because of the spiders, we have not focused on exploration. The spiders have been weakened, so I would like you to start putting some effort into exploring and mapping, especially towards the north." Trent says, "Why the north?" If I may ask, because I found an underground world near Ilium and would like to know if it connects to this one. Larab says, "Don't worry, King Ash. We will see that it is done." Good, but it is not important enough to weaken the defenses too much. Just a few teams for now is adequate. Oh, that reminds me. I would like to borrow an Earth Mage. One that is advanced, but not one of the ones I helped evolve. Alger says, "That is no problem. Will you be taking them to the surface with you?" "Yes. When I return, he will be able to tell your people what it is like. I also plan to have him teach me your language." Alger says, "I will go find you a volunteer right now." All right. Once he arrives, we will be heading up to the Elven City to talk to Kor before leaving. Alger has already met her, so I want one of you to accompany me. Ikir says, "It would be my honor to meet the last creator." Alger returns with an old-looking wolf beast beside him. Despite his age, he moves well. His fur is completely gray, but is still healthy-looking, and I can feel the mana around him. Just from that, I can tell he is a decently powerful mage. He should be quite useful. Alger says, "This is Jeka. He has volunteered to join you." "Hello, Jeka. Nice to meet you," Jeka says. "It is my honor, Your Majesty." I have long dreamed of seeing the surface. Since we will be traveling together, please call me Ash. Now, my first task for you is to close up all the spider tunnels in the Elven City. Kachara and Asuna will accompany you and protect you, Jeka says. "It will be my pleasure, King Ash." Since there is a chance of combat Kachara and Asuna, don't complain and leave with Jeka. Then I leave, taking Ikir and Miria with me and head up to the Elven City. To avoid the defenses, we have to go in through the destroyed area and then head to Kor's pillar. Kor says, "Oh, hello, Ash. Sorry for the wait. I was chatting with Yui." "No problem, Kor. I'd like to introduce you to Ikir, elder of the bear tribe." Ikir says, "It is my greatest honor to meet the last creator." Kor says, "Welcome, Ikir." "Ash, why are you wearing the elven crown?" The Beast Clans decided to name me their king and they gave it to me." Ikir says, "That crown has been in our care since the creators fell." Kor says, "In that case, it is fine." "Congratulations, King Ash." "Thank you, Kor. I wanted to ask a couple of things if it is all right with you." Kor says, "Sure, what is on your mind? First, how would you feel about some of the beasts moving into this city?" Kor says, "I think it would be nice to have people living in the city again." "All right. Is there a way to change the defenses to recognize them, or even shut the defenses down?" Kor says, "I can't control the defenses, but you can. Now that you have the crown, you can control everything about the city." "I can." "Wait, what do you mean everything?" Kor says, "The defenses, the city's enchantments, everything? Okay, how do I do that?" Kor says, "You will need to go down into the palace and sit on the throne." "That seems a little disrespectful." Kor says, "Not really. The beasts are going to be living here, and they chose you as their king. I would say you have every right to sit on the throne." "All right, it is your city, so if you are okay with it, I guess I will do it." Chapter 628. Miria comes with me, but Ikir stays behind to spend some time talking to Kor. The palace is not hard to find. It is right at the base of the pillar. It is even within the barrier, so I don't have to worry about anything attacking me. As I walk up to the palace doors, there is a click, and they swing open on their own. It looks like the palace recognizes and reacts to the crown, which is reassuring. That should mean that any traps or defenses will also recognize the crown. Thanks to the crown, Miria and I are able to walk through the palace without any issues. However, we walk slowly anyway because the halls are lined with paintings and sculptures. They are extremely beautiful, and we keep slowing down to have more time to look at them. Eventually, we pass the last set of doors and enter the throne room. It is a beautiful room with many carved columns, and the walls are covered with murals. From what I can see, the murals are depicting the history of the elves and the city. Since I already read the history book, I can recognize most of the major events in the murals. Still, seeing a mural of something is quite different from reading about it. If I wasn't on a mission, I would probably spend a few hours studying the murals. However, since time is limited, I turn and head towards the elven throne. The throne is truly a work of art. It is semi-transparent and looks like it was carved from a single diamond, since I doubt there has ever been. Such a large diamond, I am guessing it was made using magic. As I approach the crown, I am wearing starts glowing, and shortly after a light glow comes from the throne. It isn't overly bright, but the way the throne shines is enough to dazzle anyone looking at it. However, it does not look very comfortable to sit on. There isn't a single cushion. As soon as I sit on the throne, I feel an immense amount of mana flowing through it. It would seem that all the city's enchantments are centered in the throne. The only thing not connected is the barrier, which Kor is the center of. A whole bunch of control screens appear before me once I am seated on the throne. The middle one is a view from above of the entire city, which I can move around at will. I quickly realize that it is going to take a while to understand everything, so I tell Miria to go join the kids. Once she leaves, I start playing with the screens and trying to understand the controls. There is a lot of information given by the screens, but because it is in Elven, it takes me time to understand it. As I learn more, I realize that I can literally control everything from these screens. Every enchantment in the city, even those on the houses, can be controlled from the throne. However, the biggest discovery I make is that the city has a large number of golems. Some are for repair, others are for collecting resources, and a few are for war. The lions at the gates are included in the last category, but they don't have to be used for defense. If I want to, I can send them away from the city on missions. I can even send them to the surface. They are not the only war golems. It turns out all the knight statues in the palace are golems as well. The fact that I walked right past them and never noticed bothers me a little bit. There are a total of 50 of them within the palace. Some in the open, others hidden away. Like the lions, I can send them out of the palace if I want to, and they will go until they run out of mana. While I am tempted to send them out spider hunting, once they leave the city, I lose control of them. They will just follow the last order received until they run out of mana. While I can't be sure, it seems their mana would last for a month at most. They would probably kill a lot of spiders during that time, but there is no way I can replace them. In the end, I decide that it is better to keep them in the city as part of the defenses. Instead, I turn my attention to the repair golems and check their capabilities. Once I know what they can do, I send all of them out to repair the destroyed section of the city. Not only can they repair the buildings and the city wall, but they can also repair the enchantments. That means once they are done, the entire city will be usable by the beasts. Once those orders are issued, I turn my attention to the defensive enchantments. Currently, they are set to target any non-elven life form that enters their range. That is the first thing I change, instead setting them to only target things with the spider's life force. This is the best way to do it since I am not familiar with the beast's life forces. If anything besides the spiders attacks the city, then the beasts will have to handle it themselves. Once that is done, I start moving the defensive enchantments around. Since I need them to cover the underside of the city, I need to do a lot of work. The enchantments have to be weakened in some areas and stretched out in others. I take most of what I need from the defenses above the city against airborne threats. This way, once Jekka is done closing all the spider holes, they won't be able to just dig more. Any spider that tries will end up fried, like a moth flying into a bug zapper. Once I am done, the city is safe for the beasts to start moving into it. However, that does not mean I am done. There are still tons of things for me to play with. It turns out there are also a lot of enchantments that need maintenance done on them, especially the few outside the city, like those that keep the orchard healthy. The orchard is important to help the beasts' food situation, especially as their numbers increase. So not only do I maintain the enchantments, but I do what I can to improve them. I am tempted to add sacred power to strengthen all the enchantments, but hold off since I don't know what would happen. That kind of major change is something I should discuss with Core first. However, before I do that, there is more that I want to play with in the enchantments. Some enchantments that are no longer useful I simply shut down, others I just maintain. After a few hours playing with the control system, I am fairly confident I understand it. Only as I shut down the control system and try to stand up, do I realize how long I've been sitting. My butt and legs are numb, causing me to almost fall on my face when I try to stand. Chapter 629. It takes a few minutes of stretching to restore the feeling. I was right about the throne being uncomfortable. Even though I don't want to waste time, I can't stop myself from checking out the rest of the palace. While it needs a good cleaning, it doesn't hide the beauty and luxury found everywhere. While the palace is highly decorated, it is done in an elegant way so nothing looks gaudy. The hallways use a lot of marble, giving it a slightly cold feel to it. The bedrooms and private areas are the opposite, using woods to give them a warm feel. All in all, I don't think this would be a bad place to live. Not that I will have a chance to settle down. If Core could leave the pillar, I would certainly want to move her down here. I think once the beasts have moved a decent amount of people up here, the elders should move into the palace. For now, it will just remain empty, but the golems will maintain it and keep it clean. When I finally exit the palace Myria and the others are waiting for me, they don't say anything until we have climbed the pillar and entered Core's room. Jekka says, "All the spider holes have been closed, as you ordered." "Good. Did you run into any spiders?" Kachara says, "A few groups, nothing difficult." "They shouldn't be able to get back into the city now," Core says. "I thought you were going to disable the defenses." "No, I just modified them. It is safe for the beasts to start moving into the city. I even sent the golems to fix the destroyed area." Core says, "You were able to modify enchantments and dispatch the golems?" "Yeah. Why?" Core says, "According to the records, it took the last king about a week to learn to use the throne. I have an advantage. It is similar to things I used to do in my old world." Core says, "What sort of things?" "It wouldn't make any sense even if I explained it." Core says, "All right, I will take your word for it. So, what is next?" "Ikir will go and report to the elders so they can start plans for moving into the city. Oh, that reminds me. Ikir, if anything comes up that the elders can't decide, come to Core. Consider her my reagent when I am not around." Ikir says, "Understood." Core says, "Wait, what?" "Oh, Ikir, the city defenses will only target spiders, so any other threats must be handled by warriors." Ikir says, "I understand." King Ash, "Since there is so much room up here, we will move the warrior training grounds first." "Good idea. After this, I will be leaving, probably for a couple of months." Ikir says, "The elders will handle things until your safe return." Ikira leaves to go give the other elders the good news, and Kachara and Asuna leave as well. Since they can't fit through the teleporter easily, they are going to go up the mountain to the tower. This leaves just me, Miria, Jekka, and Kor inside the pillar chamber. Kor says, "Why am I your reagent? To give you something to do and to allow you to have visitors more often." I know you spend a lot of time with Yue, but I want you to have more friends than just her. Kor says, thank you, Ash. All right, let's move to the tower and get some dinner. The mention of food makes Miria and Jacob perk up. It has been a long day. As we walk from the teleporter to the dining room, I fill Yui in on everything that has happened. As soon as I set foot in the dining room, I am attacked by Eckert and Haku. Eckert is crying as he clings to me. I wasn't expecting to be gone so long. Haku is better, but it is obvious he missed me too. It takes a while to calm them down. The arrival of Kachara and Asuna helps. They get almost as much attention as I do. It is nice to see that the kids care that much about each other. Ours is a strange family. Yue waits until the worst has passed and then brings in the food to distract everyone. While we are eating, I introduce Jacob to everyone since he will be traveling with us. In the morning, after breakfast, I have Miria take the others through to Ilium. Kachara and Asuna stay with me because they need to be shrunk before they can fit through the teleporter. For that, I have to track down Zamart, which means going to the library. Once the two of them are the size of a house cat, I pick them both up and head to Ilium. I told Miria to get Lizzie in the wagon and meet me south of the city, mainly because I don't want the shrink spell to wear off inside the city and cause a panic. Cuddling the two of them in my arms, I take off from the inn and fly south until I spot the wagon. Luckily, the spell lasts that long and for once nothing goes wrong. Eckart and Haku try to play with their sisters who are now tiny only to find out their strength hasn't changed. They play until the shrink wears off, while the rest of us just enjoy the adorableness. Once Kachara and Asuna are back to normal, I turn to enter the carriage. Miria has been busy. The door is now a double door and tall enough for me to enter comfortably. Asuna will be riding on top of the carriage, but Kachara has no choice but to fly along. After all, she is longer than Lizzie and the carriage combined. The rest of us will be riding inside the carriage, which is very roomy and comfortable. A normal carriage has doors on both sides, but Miria has removed the other door. Inside, really comfy benches line the other three walls, making plenty of seating. In fact, with just me, Miria, Windy, Jacob, and the kids, it feels kind of empty. However, since there is plenty of room, it means the kids can play as we travel. One of the benches even folds out into a big bed so we can camp inside the carriage if we want to. This will be a really comfortable way to travel. But there is one thing that is missing. Miria, can you put a window that can be opened where the driver's seat would be? Miria says, I can, but why? So that Lizzie, Asuna, and Kachara can hear what is going on and maybe join in on conversations. Miria says, oh, sure. Windy says, so, where are we heading? First stop is going to be the construction site for the new city and military base. After that, we will go looking for the tribes that I need to talk to. We may also track down a few mana beasts while we are traveling, depending on how things go. Chapter 630. Lizzie says, so I should just head south. Yeah, it should only take a couple of hours to reach the construction site. Jacob says, is there anything I should be doing? Also, is it always this bright on the surface? Your job is to teach Miria and I your language. Other than that, you are here to experience the surface so you can tell others? No, it is not always this bright. As we set off, I tell Jacob about the day and night on the surface, as well as clouds and rain. The more I explain, the more questions he has, but I only answer the major ones. The rest he will learn through experiencing things himself, which is better for his growth. Miria says, are we going to be staying at the new city for long? Long enough for me to meet with Mason and Leonar. If nothing unusual comes up, it should be a day or less, Miria says. So knowing you, it may be as long as a week. Hopefully not, Windy says. I can't believe how smooth this ride is. What kind of magic is it? It is a combination of Lizzie's ability to control the earth and the carriage's enchantments, Jekka says. Lizzie has earth abilities? Yes, she has natural abilities. You should compare notes. It would benefit you both. Without any further prompting, Jacob climbs out the window to sit on the driver's seat and starts chatting with Lizzie. Windy Miria, and I pass the time by playing with Eckhard and Haku. We play until the carriage stops, and Lizzie tells us that we have arrived. When I look out the window, I see that Lizzie has stopped at the top of a hill. From here, we can look out across the vast construction area of the new city. Thousands of beastmen are working, digging, moving stone, and other things. Off to the east is another construction site, which I am guessing is the military base. Between the two is an area with tents that seems to be the center of all the activity. Guessing that it is where I will find at least Mason, I ask Lizzie to head down there. As soon as we start moving down the hill, we are noticed, and the reaction is entertaining. Some who don't recognize us see Kachara and go for their weapons. Others recognize Lizzie and start cheering. The two groups confuse each other. Leonor exits the biggest tent and looks around to see what all the fuss is about. Once he spots the carriage, he yells orders that sort out the chaos quickly. The weapons are put away, and the path the carriage is following is lined by cheering beastmen. Since they are cheering for me, I open the door to lean out and wave to the people. When we reach Leonor, Lizzie stops the carriage and everyone climbs down. While everyone else heads into the tent, I turn and say a few words about how well the construction is going. It is not much of a speech, but the workers seem to appreciate it all the same. After I am done talking, the workers cheer some more before I turn and enter the tent. The backside of the tent has been raised up so Kachara, Asuna, and Lizzie can stick their heads in. Waiting inside with Leonor are Mason and Melissa. But what grabs my attention is the table. The entire table is covered by a model of what the city is going to look like. There are a lot of blank areas, but the main buildings and the city walls are all shown. Mason, good to see you. This is the plan. Mason says yes. It is going well so far. I get the street layout, but what are the extra lines? Mason says the sewer system. You were able to come up with a sewer system without increasing the technology level? Mason says, yes, it is all done using an ancient Roman design. It isn't too efficient, but it will work as long as the city isn't too crowded. That is awesome. So, what is the projected time frame? Mason says, the sewers, streets, and city walls will be done in 3 to 4 months. Impressive. Are you using Roman concrete for the roads and streets? Mason says. Concrete, yes. Roman, no. It is too hard to bring seawater this far. The teams working on roads, how good are they? Mason says. Decent, and getting better with practice. Why? I've been thinking that roads are very important, especially in an area as big as the Beastlands. Mason says, you want to create a road network spanning the Beastlands. Yes. Oh, and I want to redo the streets in Ilium as well. Mason says, you don't want much, do you? Can you do it? Mason says, it is possible. It would slow down work on the city a bit. That is fine. Set the priority as the military base, roads, and the city. Mason says, the military base first. The military has to protect the people. The better trained they are, the safer the people are. Mason says, all right, I will take care of it. Melissa says, you were serious about giving me all the support I need. Yes, I was. Training is the most important part of building an army. It isn't skills. It is all about discipline. It is what unifies an army. Without it, you just have a mob. Leonor says, the troops have already found something to unify them. Fear of the demonic trainer? Are you telling me all your strong beastmen are scared of a small human woman? Leonor says, absolutely. You have no idea how scary she can be. Melissa laughs and says, just doing my job. Then you just keep doing what you are doing. Oh, I guess I should tell you about the procedure. Leonor says, does this have something to do with my guards in Ilium? Yeah, they are already going through it. Once Knived is done with them, the group will be moving down here. All the soldiers and workers are going to go through the procedure. Leonor says, all right. So what is the procedure? It gives beastmen a core. Well, an artificial core anyway. It enhances strength and speed, and the lucky ones will be able to use mana. A training center is being built for those who adapt to the procedure the best. Melissa says, stronger and faster? Does it work on humans? It has not been tested on humans, but if it did, it would turn them into beastmen. Melissa says, ah, that is too bad. Leonor says, What are your orders, my king? When Knived arrives, give him whatever he needs. He is in charge of the procedure, and you will also be going through it. Leonard says, understood, and thank you. Oh, also the Fox tribe has joined us. Leonard says, several of them are already working with us as scouts. They sure moved fast. Well, that is a good thing. Tell me about the Empire. Chapter 631, Leonard says. The troops we have encountered working with the slavers all bear the insignia of the Western Duke. Severus is dead. Do we know who replaced him? Leonard says. No, unfortunately not. Beastmen cannot easily move around in the Empire. I see. In that case, send word to Pole. He should be able to find out through the merchants he deals with. Leonard says will do. If the Empire's troops are helping the slavers, then deal with them. Leonard says, won't that increase the chances of a war? If it does, then so be it. I have been thinking that we would have to go to war with the Empire for a while. If they find out I killed Severus, then we will be going to war anyway. Leonard says, understood. I will handle it. Anything else we need to discuss? Leonard says no, there are no other problems. Melissa says, everything to do with training is going great. If my students are going to be getting stronger and faster, then I can push them even harder. Leonard shudders and says, if word of that gets out, then no one will want the procedure. Then make sure word doesn't get out. Mason, what about you? Do you need anything? Mason says, well, in order to build a road network, I could use more manpower. The Ox tribe recently joined. Some of them will be heading this way. They are extremely strong and will be good for heavy labor. Also, I am heading out to recruit more tribes, so people shouldn't be an issue. Mason says, in that case, everything should be fine. Okay. Oh, this spot on the main square. Reserve it for me. Mason says, I can do that. Can I ask why? I invited Sarah to come help me run the government. I promised her an inn if she says yes. Mason says, oh, okay. If she says yes, do you want me to design and build it? Yes, please, Mason says. Will do. After saying goodbye, I head out and everyone gets ready to leave, but I am uneasy. Everything went too smoothly. I was expecting some kind of issue to crop up. Even as I climb into the carriage, I am still expecting someone to come running up and stop me. Yet despite my misgivings, we leave and head south without anything happening. After a while, watching Eckerd and Haku play, my bad feeling goes away, and I am able to relax. We travel south until the sun goes down, and then stop to make camp next to a stream. It is a scenic spot where we are all able to relax, enjoy our dinner, and sleep peacefully. Miria, Windy, and Jekka sleep inside the carriage while the rest of us sleep in a pile. Between Lizzie and Kachara, the rest of us are surrounded and warm throughout the night. In the morning, everyone is in a good mood, and the atmosphere is lively. We eat a big breakfast, and then load up to continue moving to the south. Lizzie seems to be having fun. She is chatting with Jeka, Kachara, and Asuna as she pulls the carriage. It makes me glad to see her having the chance to be social with the others. As we travel, occasionally Jeka and Lizzie use their abilities, as they continue to discuss earth magic. Kachara also joins in on the conversation to compare what she learned about elven earth magic. From what I overhear of the conversation, it is fairly fascinating. The three of them have a lot of knowledge. Putting it all together will likely greatly improve all of their earth abilities. The conversation is also helping Jekka to deal with his fears. The surface is pretty scary to him. From what I have seen, he is suffering whatever the reverse of claustrophobia is. He is also having problems with the brightness of the sun, but that he will adapt to in time. So far, from what I have seen and heard, Jeka seems like a decent guy. Whenever there is a break in the magic conversation, he is teaching Miria and I the beast language. The language itself isn't too hard to learn. It is just a matter of getting the inflections right. Miria has a little more trouble than I do because she has trouble mimicking some of the sounds. The whole day passes peacefully, and we cover a large amount of distance. Looking at the map, if we keep up this pace, we should find the rat tribe sometime tomorrow. Until we meet the rat tribe, we can just relax and enjoy the trip as a family. In the morning, during breakfast, we have a visitor, a male from the Fox tribe. He was ordered to wait in the area to intercept us and guide us to the rat tribe. According to our guide, other scouts will be waiting for us near the lizard and monkey tribes. While I still don't really trust Mayan, I have to say that she is at least reliable. From what I can see, she was also being honest when she said her people are great scouts. Even I didn't notice our guest until he revealed himself, which is impressive. He joins us for breakfast, and once everyone is done eating, he guides us to the rat tribe. When we arrive, I am surprised at the size of the camp. There are thousands of beastmen. Since I was told the rat tribe was one of the weakest, I was expecting a small tribe. The rats all stop what they are doing and turn to stare at the carriage as we approach. Other than rat-like faces, the main characteristic I notice is that they all tend to be shorter and thinner than an average human. Just going by appearances, it is easy to see why other beastmen call the rat tribe weak. Judging by appearances is almost always a mistake, one I don't plan to make. Besides, humans have proven many times that superior numbers is a strength all its own. If the rat tribe is seen as weak, I am guessing they are hiding their strength. Lizzie stops at the edge of the tribe. It is too crowded for her to go deeper. As we all get down and look around, the rats all examine us in detail. Then they part and a slightly larger rat walks towards us. He is obviously the leader. Amat says, "I am Amat, chief of the rat tribe. You must be the Lord Ash I have heard so much about. Welcome? Yes, I am Ash. It is a pleasure to meet you," Amat says. "I will admit that I am surprised by the fact that a cat like you wants to talk. I take it that you and the cat tribes don't get along." Amat says, "No, they hunt us for fun. Is that all there is to the story? Or do you use your superior numbers to ambush and kill their hunters?" Chapter 632. Amat says, "Well, that may happen from time to time. You are smarter than most members of the cat tribes. So I know that the ox tribe is following you. Who else?" "The outcasts, the badger tribe, and the fox tribe." Amat says, "The fox tribe?" "You actually got that lunatic Muyan to submit to you?" "Not only that," she swore a blood oath. Amat says, "That is amazing. I don't know how you did it, but that is truly impressive. So, tell me what will happen to my people if we join you." So, we sit down to talk over lunch and I explain all the current options that are available. I also talk for a while about my current plans and thoughts on the future. I also explain some of my situation and my thoughts about the future of the Beastmen once I am gone. The entire conversation lasts a few hours, and the entire rat tribe listens the entire time. Those that are too far back to hear are being told what is being said by others in the tribe. The entire time I am talking, all attention is on me, which is hard to get used to. Amat says, "I have heard enough. The rat tribe will follow you. Long live King Ash." As soon as Amat finishes speaking, the thousands of members of the rat tribe repeat his words. They repeat it 3 times, and then all of them bow towards me. Amat also bows. Just like that, I have another tribe on my side, and one that has numbers on their side. Amat, after a bit more conversation, decides to take his entire tribe and move north. They will help with the construction of the city, and some of them will join the military. Just the rat tribe alone should solve the manpower issues for Mason. They should also be very useful when it comes to the teams for the road network. The road network is going to require massive amounts of labor and materials. Thanks to Pol, the funding needed for the project will be taken care of easily. He might even be happy to have something to spend all the extra money on. Besides, the road network will allow him and his merchants to open trade with all the tribes. In all likelihood, we will end up making more than we spend in the long run. The trade should help reduce some of the hostility between the tribes. At least I hope so. All the tribes have various issues, but they should work them out slowly given the proper motivation. It is just too bad that the Empire has it out for beastmen. Otherwise, the rats would probably make great spies. Amat, I just had an idea. Don't take this the wrong way, but do your people have any abilities with normal rats? Amat says, "My people don't, but our shamans do." Why? We are having issues with the Empire, and it is difficult to get decent information. But all human cities have rats, and they would make excellent spies. Amat says, "That is something that our shamans would be able to help with." Great. Wait, beastmen don't have mana. How do you have shamans? Amat says, "Well, I don't completely understand it, but from what they have told me, it has to do with making contracts with spirits." Spirits? What kind of spirits? Amat says, I am sorry, but I have absolutely no idea. Could I speak with a shaman then? Amat says, of course. I will summon Dazara. She is the head shaman. Amat sends a runner off, and very soon after, an old female rat approaches. She is completely gray-furred, walks with a cane, and is covered in feather and bone ornaments. She absolutely fits my mental picture of a shaman, including the wise eyes and powerful aura. Dazara says, "It is my honor to meet you, King Ash." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dazara. I would like to know about the spirits that the shamans contract with." "If you don't mind," Dazara says. "Not at all. We contract with two types of spirits, nature spirits and the spirits of our ancestors. Those able to become shamans are about 1 out of every 1,000. Only 1 in 10 of those can hear the ancestors. Most of our shamans are contracted with nature spirits." "Which are you?" Dazara says. "I am contracted with nature spirits? Can you describe these nature spirits?" Dazara thinks for a minute and then starts describing the 4 spirits she has contracts with. "They represent the 4 elements which I was expecting, but the descriptions I was not. She describes them more like fairies rather than elementals like I was expecting. That sounds familiar. Tell me, do the spirits have their own language?" Dazara says yes. It always takes a new shaman months just to learn the language. "Can you speak a few sentences for me?" Dazara speaks for a few minutes in a different language, but I recognize it. The pronunciation she is using is slightly different from Kor's, but it is definitely Elven. The spirits of nature that the shamans are talking to might be related to the elves somehow. "Are there any spirits around right now?" Dazara says. "No, they won't appear without being summoned." "Can you summon one?" "I would like to see if I can see it." Dazara says, "Sure, I don't mind." Then she recites a spell in Elven, although it sounds more like a request than a spell. As soon as she is done speaking, the air next to her moves, and I can see a faint outline. When I focus on it, I can see a transparent figure, a beautiful elven woman. It is hard to describe her because her appearance keeps shifting constantly. Even her hair color keeps changing every few seconds. Only her eyes stay the same. They are bright emerald with an iris like a cat's, and they are looking at me. In Elven, greetings. Do you understand me? In Elven, Lynara says barely. Your accent is horrible. In Elven. My apologies. This is my first time speaking in Elven. In Elven, Lynara says, you are not a shaman. How did you learn our language? In Elven, I learned it in the city in the mountain. In Elven, Lynara says, you have been to our city. Are the spiders gone? In Elven, the city has been cleared of the spiders. Yes, however, they are still present beneath the city. In Elven, Lynara says, they will come back. They always come back. In Elven. Not this time. The defenses now cover the bottom of the city. Also, all the driders made from elven bodies have been destroyed. In Elven, Lynara says, what? How? Only the king can modify the defenses. In Elven, I have the king's crown. I modified the defenses. In Elven, Lynara says, are you saying you are the Elven king? You are not even an elf? Chapter 633. In Elven. Not exactly. Do you remember the beasts that your people created? In Elven, Lynara says, yes, the spiders wiped them out centuries ago. In Elven, no, actually they survived. I became their king and they gave me the crown. In Elven, Lynara says, what? How did they survive when even we couldn't? Are you sure of this? To try and ease her confusion, I tell her the full story, at least what I know of it. I also tell her about Kor and what I have learned from her since I met her. As I am talking, I notice the area around me has changed. I am now surrounded by shamans. Most of them are just staring at me with their mouths hanging open, while others keep rubbing their eyes. From the reactions, I am guessing something about me talking to Lynara is unusual. Speaking this much is definitely helping to improve my Elven, especially when Lynara corrects me on words. In Elven, Lynara says, that is quite the series of events. I feel bad for Kor being alone for so long, but it is good to hear at least one elf still lives. In Elven, speaking of that, how is it you are still around? Did all the elves become spirits? In Elven, Lynara says no. Only those who had truly mastered an element. At our deaths, we merged with the element that had become a part of our lives. In Elven? Do you mean those who had visited the temples? In Elven, Lynara says. That is part of it, yes. To truly master an element requires a lot of time, and 3 visits to the Temple of the Chosen Element. In Elven, that won't be possible anymore. I am destroying the temples. In Elven, Lynara says, I know. I felt it when you destroyed the Wind Temple. It is all right. They have outlived their time. After all, the race who built them is gone and forgotten. Dazara says, I am sorry to interrupt, but did the spirits really used to be living beings? Yes. They were from a race of beings called elves. They ruled these lands before the humans came here. Dazara says, what was that about them creating beasts? So the beastmen were made by giving cores to humans. The elves instead gave humanoid forms to beasts. Dazara says, and these beasts are still around. Yes. In fact, Jekka over there is one of them. Dazara says, in that case, I will be sure to speak with him. But I do have one last question. Just how are you able to speak with the spirit? It is only when Dazara brings it up that I notice something about the shaman all around me. There is not one single guy among them. All of them are females. It would seem that among the rat tribe, only females are born with the ability to speak to the spirits. In Elven, Lynara says, it is because he has been to the Temple of Wind. His attunement to wind is much higher than even yours, Dazara. Dazara says, where is this temple? Is it possible for us to visit it? No, the temple is gone. It was at the very peak of the sacred mountain. In Elven, Lynara says my time is running short. The shamans are running out of energy. Before I go, I wish to give you a gift. Consider it a thank you for all you have done. Lynara drifts over to me and reaches out to touch my forehead as she mumbles something. Instantly, I feel a cool wind surround my body and then flow into my stomach. As the wind enters my body, I feel a surge of energy flow through me. It is quite pleasant. Mana pool plus 100. In Elven, Lynara says, be blessed by the winds. In Elven, thank you. That is very helpful. In Elven, Lynara says, farewell, Ash. I hope we meet again. As Lynara disappears, I hear all of the shamans around me let out a sigh of relief. It would seem that keeping a spirit around for more than a few minutes is quite the burden. However, it was totally worth it. 100 mana is a huge help. Dazara says, in all of our history, the spirits have never given a blessing to anyone. It seems Amat made the right choice when he submitted to you. What makes you say that? Dazara says, if you did that much for an almost extinct race, you will do a lot more for a living race. I suppose that is one way to look at it. Dazara says, now, what did you originally want to talk about? Oh, right. We have been having problems getting information from the human cities in the Empire. I had the thought that using rats to spy might be worth trying. Dazara says, that is something we can do easily. Excellent. That will be of great help. With the conversation over, 2 of the younger shamans help Dazara to her tent to rest. By then it is dinner time, so I decide to see just how much food my pouch can provide. It turns out I really can feed an army, or at least an army of rat beastmen. During dinner, everyone ends up spread out and chatting with different people. Kachara, Lizzie, Windy, and Jekka are talking magic with the shaman. Asuna is keeping an eye on Eckhard and Haku, who are playing with some of the tribe's children. Amat and I are discussing what I want for the future of the beastmen. Once we are done discussing my plans, Amat spends some time talking about his hopes and dreams for his tribe. It is plain to see that he truly loves his people and is joining me for their sake. Amat gives me the impression that he is a really good leader and that he could be very useful. However, I won't make any decisions about him until I verify things from another source. Until then, I will treat him and his people just like the other tribes that have joined me. In the morning, after providing breakfast to the tribe, everyone gets ready to move. The rat tribe is breaking camp to head north to the city area, and my group is continuing south. The next tribe we are going to meet is the lizard tribe. But on the way, I hope to find a mana beast. The lizard tribe lives in a desert area of the Beastlands. But to get there, we will cross the plains. The plains are marked on the map as a location for one of the mana beasts that is ready to evolve. The problem is the entire plains are marked, meaning it is probably a beast that wanders. Since I don't know what kind of beast it is, all I can do is hope that we come across it by luck. Otherwise, we would have to wander around looking, and that would take up too much time. As we set off after saying our farewells, I ask Kachara to scout around along our path. Chapter 634. Since she can fly, she can cover more ground and still catch up to Lizzie. That is going to be our best bet to find the mana beast without wasting time. If she finds some mana beasts, she will come back and get me so that I can check them. While I could probably teach her how to sense a mana beast's level and even how to help them evolve, I am worried. If I send her out scouting the beastlands for mana beasts, some of the tribes may attack her. I will probably wait to do that until all the tribes have joined me and are familiar with her. With her flight speed, it should be easy enough for her to go anywhere in the beastlands. Of course, it will depend on how long she can be away from the barrier. We should be able to figure that out after we visit the lizard tribe, since we will be passing the mountain. The monkey and ogre tribes are further south, past the sacred mountain. We still have a few days of travel before we get there, but so far things have gone smoothly. I was actually expecting the visit at the city to take longer, so we are ahead of schedule. With everything going better than expected, I find myself worried about something going wrong. It might just be my imagination working overtime. But normally, things don't go this well. I just keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, and something to go horribly wrong. Kachara meets up with us for lunch, but reports she hasn't had any luck yet. As we are eating, I am staring at the grass waving in the wind when I realize a problem. The grass is really tall. If the mana beasts are small, Kachara won't be able to see them. However, I don't really have any other options. So when we are done eating, Kachara returns to scouting. Instead of riding inside the carriage, I climb onto the roof with Asuna. Not only do I want to spend some time with her, but there is a very slim chance I might spot something. I am leaning back against Asuna and petting her while keeping an eye out for movement. Although, the chances of me spotting something that Lizzie missed is extremely small. About an hour after we started moving again, Lizzie suddenly stops and looks around. "Lizzie, is something wrong?" Lizzie says. I am not sure. For a second, I caught a really odd scent. Taking a deep breath, I don't smell anything strange. But I trust Lizzie's senses, so I stand up on the carriage roof and look around, trying to sense if anything is nearby. While I can't see, hear, or smell anything, I get the feeling that something is there. There is something here, but I can't spot it. What did it smell like? Lizzie says. It had an earthy yet spicy scent. Definitely warm-blooded. Are you sensing any movement underground? Lizzie says, not currently, but I do feel some small tunnels in the area. After Lizzie finishes speaking, I jump down from the carriage and walk into the grass. I move the grass aside and search the ground until I find a hole that is about a foot across. Then, I kneel down and take a good look at the ground around it, trying to find footprints. As I do, I smell the scent Lizzie mentioned. To me, it kind of smells like spiced cider. It is definitely not an unpleasant smell, but it is an odd smell for an animal. That is when I spot the pair of eyes staring at me from within the hole. It is all right. I am not going to hurt you. Slowly, the head of the beast comes up out of the hole, and I can get a good look at it. Its head is similar to that of a ferret, but it has protruding teeth like a beaver. Its fur is brown, but multiple different shades of brown, and it is very clean looking. The beast finally comes the rest of the way out of the hole and stands on its hind legs. It is about 3 feet tall. Its body is thick compared to its thin neck and head. On its front hands, it has long claws, like a badger's, probably meant for digging. Altogether, the beast is rather strange looking, although I am sure girls would call it cute. What interests me is the intelligence I can see in its eyes as it looks at me. However, as I try talking to it, it doesn't show any signs of understanding me. When talking doesn't work, I try pulling dishes out of my pouch and offering them to it. It finally reacts when I pull out a salad, meaning it is probably a herbivore. As it is eating, it lets out a happy-sounding cry, and a few minutes later, several more come out of the hole. It is easy enough for me to keep pulling out salads for the others as they appear. My group is watching from the carriage, But slowly Miria approaches to get a closer look. When she comes up behind me, all the beasts stop eating to stare at her. Luckily, since she is a bunny, they don't see her as a threat and quickly return to eating. While they are eating, I extend my sense to check on them, but none of them are ready to evolve. Either this isn't the beast I am looking for, or the one that can evolve isn't here. Miria says they are kind of cute. What do you plan to do with them? Nothing. I was just seeing if any of them are ready to evolve. Miria says, are they? None in this group are. There are probably more spread all across the plains. It would be impossible to go searching through all of them. Miria says, so you are not going to adopt one and add it to the family? Number, they seem perfectly happy as they are. I don't plan to interfere with them. Miria says, then should we get moving? Yeah. Before returning to the carriage, I pull out a couple more salads for the beasts. Then I climb back onto the carriage roof and Lizzie starts moving again. As we move away, Lizzie gives the beasts one last look. She is probably wondering what they taste like. When the sun starts going down, we find a decent spot and stop to set up camp. Kachara rejoins us about a half hour later, and when she does, I start serving dinner. I make sure to give Kachara an extra serving since she spent the entire day flying around. Kachara says, I didn't find any beasts, but I did find an area of grass that was flattened. Was it walked over by something or eaten? Kachara says, it looked like both, but I ran out of time to follow the trail. I will try again in the morning. All right. Thanks for all your hard work, Kachara says. It is no big deal, Dad. It is kind of nice to just fly around all day. Chapter 635. I am glad you are enjoying yourself. Kachara says, yeah, the trip so far has been fun. I am glad you brought me along. I am too. I am sorry to keep you cooped up in the tower for so long, Kachara says. It wasn't that bad. I could always go out and fly around the mountain. Besides, I love Yui and Kor. Still, once we figure out how long you can be away from the barrier, I want you to be able to travel more, Kachara says. That would be nice, but I will understand if it can't happen right away. After all, my connection to the barrier is not something you can control. Not yet anyway. So, you don't mind scouting around again tomorrow? Kachara says, not at all. In fact, I am curious about the beasts who made the path I spotted. Don't let Miria hear you say that. She scolds me about my curiosity all the time. Kachara says, that is because your curiosity always leads you into danger. Not always. Miria walks over and says, what are you two arguing about? We aren't arguing. Kachara says, Dad's curiosity. After that, things get lively as everyone chips in to talk about my curiosity. Being completely outnumbered, I give up and stop trying to argue with them. Even without me arguing, the topic continues, with people taking turns to tell stories about me. Eventually, everyone runs out of stories and jokes, so I suggest that everyone get some sleep. It is fairly late by this point, but all the smiles and laughter are worth losing a little time in the morning. As expected, the next day everyone sleeps in, but it is only about 2 hours later than usual. At breakfast, Kachara eats quickly and leaves before anyone else is done eating. It seems she is set on satisfying her curiosity as soon as possible, a feeling I completely understand. The rest of us finish eating, clean up the camp, and set off once we are done. A few hours pass, and then Kachara returns to tell me she found the mana beasts. So I spread my wings and join her in flight as she leads me to them. What she found is a herd of buffalo-like beasts. There are at least 5,000 of them moving together. As we fly alongside, I quickly figure out why their tracks are so strange. The front rank knocks the grass down and eats the top. Then the following rank eats more. By the time the last rank passes, the grass has been eaten down to stubs. They don't stop moving as they eat. They probably only stop to eat or drink. Many of them glance at us as we fly by, but they don't seem worried even though Kachara looks like a predator. They are bigger than a cow and have an impressive set of horns that look sharp. From the looks of them, I would say they don't have too many predators. Maybe only the beastmen hunt them. I haven't seen any large predators since we entered the plains. When we reach the front of the herb, my eyes are drawn to a beast that is half again the size of the others. We fly closer, but still, the herd ignores our presence. Like they don't know fear. Or maybe they are just too stupid to fear anything. That is also a possibility. Signaling Kachara to stay put, I fly over to the big one, which I am guessing is the herd leader. Once I am closer, I can sense that the big one is maxed out and ready to evolve. Just out of curiosity, I land on its back to see if it will react, but it only twitches slightly. Since I doubt it can speak, I don't bother asking permission and just scan it. When I find nothing wrong, I send my sacred power into it and trigger its evolution. I stay on the beast's back until I am sure the evolution has completed successfully. Then I launch into the air to rejoin Kachara. As I do, the herd leader makes a sound. It isn't a moo sound like I expected, more of a bugle sound. And it sounds happy. Then the rest of the herd joins in and the sound just becomes deafening. My poor, sensitive ears are ringing the entire flight back to the carriage. When we reach the carriage, there is someone new riding alongside, a fox beast woman. She is riding a strange mana beast. It looks like a hyena, but with the head of a tiger. Its fur is dark red with yellow highlights, making it look like it is on fire as it moves. The mount is about the size of a horse and moves at about the speed of a horse. Lizzie has slowed down so that it can keep pace with her, but watching it run is kind of funny. As I land on the carriage, the female fox bows to me, but her mount turns its head and growls at me. Not being the type to be intimidated, I turn my head and growl back at her mount. As soon as I growl, her mount freezes, then it drops to the ground and rolls onto its back. The fox barely manages to jump clear. When she regains her balance, she turns and glares at her mount. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that much of a reaction. Celine says, "It is all right, Your Majesty." I take it you are our guide to the lizard tribe? Celine says, "Yes, that is correct, my king. I will guide you to the lizard tribe and then the monkey tribe. Muyan will meet you near the ogre tribe." How far from the lizard tribe to the monkey tribe? Celine says, "At my mount's speed, about 5 days." Your mount is slow. How attached are you? Celine says, "Very, but I have friends in the lizard tribe. I can leave him with them and come back for him later." Good, let's go. Celine tries to get her mount back on its feet, but it won't move, not until I growl again. Then it jumps to its feet and meekly lets her mount. She even comments about how well behaved it is being. With the slower speed of her mount, Kachara ends up landing and running alongside the carriage. Everything all right, Kachara? Kachara says, "It is hard to fly that slow. It is easier to run." All right. Hey, Asuna, why don't you run for a bit? Get some exercise. Asuna says, "Do I have to?" Yes. Remember our trip and how quickly you got tired? Asuna says, "Okay, Dad." She then jumps down from the roof of the carriage and starts running along with Kachara. Then the carriage door opens and Haku jumps out to run with them as well. Eckhard just climbs up onto the roof and into my lap where he watches them run. He seems a little down, probably because Haku has grown again and is now much bigger than him. Eckhard, on the other hand, has only grown a few inches since he hatched. With Haku now the size of a large dog, their wrestling is very one-sided. Eckhard says, "Mom, when will I get big?" To be honest, it is going to take some time, but eventually you will be even bigger than Kachara, Eckhard says. Really? Chapter 636. Yes, really. Do you remember the 3 drakes that were there when you hatched, Eckhard says. Yes, you will be as big as them one day. Maybe bigger, Eckhard says, really. Yay! I can't wait to be big, Mama. When I am big, will you fly with me? Of course I will, little one. With that, and some serious petting, Eckhard's mood is repaired for the time being. I don't have the heart to tell him that I won't live long enough to see him grow up. Hopefully, he will be mature enough to understand things before I die. Maria, you should get out and run as well, Miria says. You are kidding, right? I am not fast enough. Sure you are. You just don't realize it yet. Miria gives me a dubious look but climbs out of the carriage anyway and gives it a try. To her surprise, she finds that she can run as fast as the others, just like I said. In fact, Once she tries, she can actually run faster than we are currently moving. She still doesn't realize just how much her body has improved due to the modifications. She quickly picks up speed and runs ahead of the carriage, testing just how fast she can run. When she looks back at the carriage, I can see a huge smile on her face. Then she runs back. Miria says, "Ash, why aren't you running?" "Because I am already in shape and know what I can do. The only one who can outrun me is Lizzie." Kachara says, "Come run with us, Dad." Seeing Kachara, Asuna, and even Haku giving me pleading looks, I sigh and jump down from the carriage. Then I proceed to run circles around all of them, which turns into a game of tag. By the time I am done with them, even Kachara is too tired to get up, and she is in the best shape. Miria proved the fastest out of them, but she hasn't built up any endurance yet. I am sure she will work harder now, especially since I ran her into the ground. If she works at it, it shouldn't be hard for her to match me in speed. Her body is more designed for speed than mine. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if after a while she ends up being faster than me. Speed is important when fighting with daggers. She will be able to deal with her mother easily if she masters her speed. However, that is going to take a lot of work, and currently she lacks the dedication. Since there is no real rush, I end up letting everyone rest until lunch, and we only move on after eating. Luckily, by the time we move, Kachara has recovered enough to keep up, since she can't fit on the carriage. In fact, I am fairly sure Lizzie is going slower than she was before the game of tag. As we follow the guide's directions, I notice that the grass is thinning, and we start passing barren areas. That should mean we are getting close to the desert, and we should reach the lizard tribe by nightfall. I could ask Celine what to expect, but I would rather be surprised. After taking a nap inside the carriage, Miria climbs out and starts jogging alongside the carriage. This time she isn't running ahead. She is just matching the speed of the carriage. It would seem I was right. Miria is now motivated to improve herself. Soon the grass disappears completely, and we are crossing barren land with hints of sand. Normally, sand would be horrible for the carriage, but thanks to Lizzie, it isn't an issue. We continue on as if following a road thanks to her, and continue making good time. Even once the terrain has completely changed to sand dunes, we are able to move freely. Selene, Kachara, and Miria move to follow the carriage to take advantage of the path Lizzie makes. We find the lizard tribe in a canyon formed from red stone. The village is built into the sides of the canyon. The lizard beastmen look mostly human, except for some scales in their hair color. The scales are mostly on their necks and arms, but they are vibrant colors, normally matching their hair. The hair colors among the tribe range from neon red to purple, and several other colors not normally found in nature. It gives the lizard tribe members a bright but dangerous feel, yet they appear friendly enough. The members of the tribe tend to be lean instead of bulky, and everyone I see is carrying a spear. Their skin is really dark from the sun, making their hair colors stand out even more. Celine says, "King Ash, this is Barkar, chief of the lizard tribe." Barkar says, "Greetings, King Ash. Welcome to the lizard tribe." "Hello, Barkar. It is nice to meet you." Barkar says, "Come, let us sit and discuss things before dinner." "Sure," Barkar says. "I understand that so far 4 tribes have joined you." "Yes, the badger, ox, fox, and rat tribes," Barkar says. "And now you come to us." "Tell me, why are you gathering the weakest tribes first? Do you plan to use numbers to conquer the other tribes?" "No, I don't plan to use force at all if I can help it. After I leave here, I will visit a monkey tribe and then the ogre tribe." Barkar says, "The ogre tribe. Even if the lizard tribe and the monkey tribe join you, that wouldn't be enough to threaten the ogre tribe. I don't plan to threaten them. I will be fighting their champion." Barkar says, "Are you confident that you can win?" "Fairly confident. Yes," Barkar says. "If you are that strong, then this can be resolved easily. In the desert, there is a beast that our warriors have never managed to defeat. If you are able to defeat it on your own, then all the clans of the lizard tribe will follow you unconditionally." "All right, I will do it." "What can you tell me about the beast?" Barkar says, "It lives in the hottest part of the desert." "It is a lizard, but it is 5 times the size of the one pulling your carriage. It is covered in scales that even the strongest spear cannot pierce. It sounds almost like a drake." Barkar says, Drake? I am not familiar with that type of beast. So I describe a drake to Barkar, and when I am done, he agrees that it sounds similar. If it is a drake and I have to fight it alone, this might be fairly difficult. However, I have already agreed to fight it, and I am not about to back down. Since that is settled, we leave his cave and rejoin the others who are mingling with the tribe. Quite a lot of the tribe is gathered around Lizzie, and she seems to be enjoying talking with them. The other one, getting a lot of attention, is Eckhard. The lizard tribe's women find him irresistible. Eckhard is obviously loving all the attention, and I don't see any reason to interfere. The others seem a little nervous, but that changes when Barkor announces that I will be taking the warrior trial. That starts a lot of chatter, and it doesn't take long for Miria to find out what it is and head towards me. Chapter 637. Miria says, I am coming with you. You can't. I have to go alone, or it won't count. Miria says, Why does it have to be you? Why not let one of us fight it for you? Because I am the one who is going to be king, Miria says. Exactly. Kings are not supposed to risk themselves. I am not a king yet. Besides, I am the strongest, so I have the best chance of winning. Miria says, Not true. Lizzie is stronger. Send her instead. Lizzie is only stronger in straightforward combat. I have magic and the ability to heal myself. If we fought seriously, I am confident I could beat her. It would just take a while. Miria says, You are going no matter what I say, aren't you? Yes, I am. Miria storms off after hearing my answer. But I know she is just worried about me. You would think after all the things I have done and survived, she would have more faith in me. I am actually feeling rather happy to have someone worrying about me, but I will never admit it. We have dinner with the lizard tribe, who are very happy with the food I provide. Once dinner is done, we spend quite a while sitting around bonfires and chatting with the tribe members. Then when everyone starts yawning, we set up camp in the middle of the canyon and get some sleep. In the morning, during breakfast, which I again provide, Barkar comes over. He hands me a map that shows our current location and where the beast's lair is. It clearly illustrates the best route to take to get to the lair and the dangers along the way. Since I have to go alone, I won't be able to enjoy Lizzie's ability to stabilize the sand. To avoid trudging through the sand, I am probably going to fly to the lair. However, with few landmarks, I will have to be careful to not get lost and watch out for sandstorms. Judging from the scale of the map, it should take me most of the day to get to the lair. Assuming things go well, I will be back tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. When I tell the others the plan, everyone is okay with it, except Miria, of course. She just gives me a cold stare the entire time I am talking to everyone. Luckily, she leaves it at that. She doesn't try to argue or turn the others against me. After everyone has a chance to tell me to stay safe or come back soon, I set out. The lizard tribe members make a lot of noise when I bring out my wings and take off. Once I am clear of the canyon, I turn southwest and start flying. It is still early, but as soon as I leave the canyon, the heat hits me like a sledgehammer. The sun feels like it is baking me, so I fly harder, hoping the speed of my passage will help cool me. It doesn't really help. What does help is the endless water skin that I have. Being able to drink as much as I want helps, but I have to be careful not to drink too much. However, I can pour as much as I want over my body, even though it only lasts a few moments. There are very few landmarks in the desert, so each time I spot one, I stop. This allows me to confirm my direction and correct any mistakes I have made in navigating, of which there are a few. Even I have trouble staying on course in the desert. Flying might be faster. But it is also painful. There is a lot of sand in the air I am flying through. Out of all the terrain types, I think desert is my least favorite. The sand even gets under my fur. Just a few hours of flying leaves me itching all over, and I still have a long way to go. Around lunchtime, I managed to find an oasis with some trees so I can at least sit in the shade while I eat. It is a good thing I only need to stay in the desert for a few days. Any more than that would drive me nuts. While I am eating, I leave the endless water skin lying on its side and watch the water flow out. It slowly flows down and joins the oasis waters. It makes me think about the desert. An area becomes a desert, not because of temperature, but because of a lack of water. If I just left the endless water skin like this, how long would it take for the climate to change? If I had more than just the one water skin, I might just leave it behind as an experiment. If I had to stay in the desert, I would definitely start trying to alter the climate. However, since I don't have to stay, it is probably better if I don't play around too much. Nature can be a fragile thing. It can also be a terrifying thing, so it is better not to mess with it. So I finish eating, have a drink, put away the water skin, and resume my flight. The next hour or so passes with no changes, but then I spot a smudge on the horizon. At first, I don't think anything of it. But when it gets bigger, I pay more attention to it. It is a sandstorm, and it is coming straight towards me. It is far too vast for me to avoid it. Looking around, I can't see anywhere to take shelter from the storm, so I need to make some. Landing at the base of a large dune, I start digging into the sand, but that just causes more sand to fall. Then I try using the water skin to water down the slope to make it stay in place. However, the sand just sucks up the water and continues to slide down to where I am digging. All the while, the sandstorm just keeps getting closer. Now, I can even hear it. Running out of time, I use mana and spread it on the slope to hold the sand in place. Finally, I am able to dig into the sand and create a tunnel under the dune. Crawling inside, I keep digging until I have a small area to curl up in, safe from the storm. I am using mana to keep the small cave from collapsing, but I let the tunnel collapse. This seals me in, but it also seals the storm outside. Unless the storm moves the entire dune I am under. Even with all the sand above me, I can hear it when the storm reaches me. It sounds like the roar of an angry beast, and makes me really glad I am not outside. Luckily, the sandstorm is moving quickly, and it passes before I run out of mana. The blessing that Lynara gave me has turned out to be a real lifesaver. Forcing my way through the sand is a lot easier than I expected, but it is because a lot of the dune is gone. If the storm had lasted any longer, chances are my shelter wouldn't have survived. The storm has filled the air with sand that is slowly drifting back down. Not wanting to fly through it, I take my best guess at the direction and start walking. Chapter 638. The drifting sand quickly coats my fur and then starts mixing with my sweat and turning into mud. Only by repeatedly using the cleaning stone on myself do I manage not to scratch myself bald. My dislike of the desert is reaching new heights with every step I take in the sand. It is enough that I start considering trying to alter the climate, even though I won't be in the desert long. My mood improves a bit once the air is clear enough for me to start flying again. As soon as I gain altitude, I spot the landmark I have been looking for. It is quite the distance away from the direction I am heading. After the storm, I am off course. As I turn and fly towards it, I notice it isn't like the description on the map. According to the map, it is supposed to be just a white rock sticking up out of the sand. However, what I am seeing now looks more like a tower sticking up out of the sand. It would seem that the storm temporarily exposed more of it than is normally seen. As I fly closer, I see more white stones sticking out of the sand around the tower. It looks like ruins. Since I don't know the history of the desert, I can't be sure, but it looks like a lost city. When I land and take a look at the stone, I am surprised to find out that it is marble, not something I was expecting to find in the middle of a desert. My curiosity is aroused, so I start looking around. I need to move fast before the sands reclaim the ruins. Moving aside some sand, I expose more of one of the stones and find it has carving on it. While that in itself isn't surprising, the fact that I recognize them is I have seen these carvings before. They are very faded due to the sand, but they are recognizably elven carvings. That means this is likely to be a lost elven city. Although why they would build in the middle of a desert, I can't guess. Then again, it is possible that back then this wasn't a desert at all. There is no way to know. Pushing some sand aside, I find the roof of a building. It isn't intact, but it shows me the city is beneath me. As much as I would love to stay and investigate, I have no way to clear the sand. What is worse is soon the sand will swallow this place again, maybe in as little as a few hours. Although there is no way I can investigate the city, I can't bring myself to leave without at least trying. Since my time is limited, I decide to focus on the tower, since that seems to be the center of the city. So, I start digging on the downwind side of the tower, hoping to find something. As I dig down, I find that the tower gets wider. It isn't just a normal tower from the looks of it, more like a tower on top of a building, but it should still be something important. The lower I go, the less the carvings have eroded. The sand has protected them from the wind. In the city and the mountain, I didn't find any signs of a religion, but these carvings look like gods. Or at least they depict the elves worshipping someone. Maybe it is meant to be the first ones. There is no way for me to tell without more context, but it is certainly interesting. After digging down around 15 feet, I find the top of an opening in the tower. Getting excited, I dig even faster to clear the entrance enough for me to fit inside. The wind has picked up, and there is sand trickling down on both sides of the hole I have dug. That tells me I need to move quickly. Even if I get inside, I will only have a short time. That is, unless I want to get buried alive, which is not on my list of things to do. However, it is worth a little risk to take a look inside and see if I can satisfy my curiosity. As soon as there is enough room, I stick my head in to look around, but the stale air drives me back. I am forced to widen the opening to allow fresh air to flow inside before I can enter. Just looking through the opening, I can see that there isn't much inside the room. Even if I don't find anything, I still want to take a look around while I can. So I quickly dig out the sand to widen the opening. Then I sprinkle the sides with water. Then, after giving the air a minute to move around, I slide through the opening and into the room. The room is fairly large, and other than the floor, there isn't any surface that isn't crafted. From the altar in the middle of the room, I am guessing that this was some kind of temple. What draws my interest the most is the carved circle behind the altar. It looks a lot like a gate. I quickly cross the room to get a better look at it. It has complex engravings all over it, but they aren't in Elven. When I reach out to touch it, I feel a response from it. It seems to be reacting to my mana. While it is probably a bad idea, I am curious, so I feed some mana into it to see what happens. Unfortunately, I run out of mana before anything happens. My mana pool is still small. Not wanting to just give up, I take a look around the room, but all I see is sand and marble. There is a huge pile of sand on the side of the room that would have been in front of the altar. Probably the main entrance of the temple, where I entered, would have been a side entrance. Then I notice that there is a staircase going down on the far side of the room. So I quickly cross the room to take a look down the stairs, and when I see it isn't blocked, I head down. The room at the bottom of the stairs is the same size as the altar room, but shorter. However, I am disappointed to find that the room is mostly empty. Only a few piles of dust remain. Whatever used to be here in this room has long since been destroyed by time. With nothing useful, I turn around and head back upstairs to the gate. I really want to find out what the gate is or where it goes to. But time is limited. To put in enough mana to activate the gate could take me hours with just my limited mana pool. There is no way that the sand is going to give me that much time. It is already filling in the hole. My curiosity is telling me to go for it anyway and worry about getting out later. Then again, if it is a gate, then it would be a way out of here, just to an unknown destination. That in and of itself is a thrilling idea to me, but if I disappear for any length of time, everyone will go nuts. What is worse, if I am not back on time, they might even think that the lizard defeated me. There is no way that I can let the kids worry about me like that. Besides, Miriam might try to kill me if I do something like that, especially since she is already pissed at me. Chapter 639. It looks like I am going to have to bottle up my curiosity and not mess with the gate. I do check to see if there is a way to move the gate, but it seems to be built into the structure of the room. However, as I am investigating, I notice that the tower above the altar is hollow. From beneath, I can look all the way up to see the very tip of the tower. Since it is used as a landmark, chances are the entire tower never gets completely buried, meaning it might be possible to come back later to have another look at the gate. Once my mind is made up, I quickly leave the temple and climb back up to ground level. Then, I take my bearings using the tower as the landmark and take off. I need to deal with the lizard and return. Then I can think about going back to play with the gate. Although, convincing everyone to let me go through the gate without them isn't going to be easy. It is bigger than the teleport gates Yui has, so everyone could fit through it. Yet I don't want to expose them to unknown danger, especially since returning might be difficult. As I arrive at the area of the lair, I am still trying to think of ways to convince everyone. That is why I am too distracted to react when a huge tongue suddenly comes out of a sand dune and wraps around me. Before I even realize what is happening, I find myself being pulled into a mouth and swallowed. Luckily, I manage to snap out of it before I pass through into the stomach. Digging my claws into the flesh, I manage to stop myself inside the beast's throat. I absolutely cannot ever let anyone know that I let a beast eat me. There isn't enough room for me to draw Blitz, so I start tearing with my claws. Then, I turn to look down towards the stomach and cast Holy Shock. The lizard reacts to the damage and pukes me out, something else that can never be mentioned. Instead of continuing to fight, I immediately grab the cleaning stone out of my pouch and use it on myself. Then I turn to look at the beast that is about to die. It isn't a drake at all. In fact, it really is just an overgrown lizard about the size of two school buses side by side. My embarrassment at being eaten turns into anger and I rush at the lizard. Putting all of my anger into it, I take a huge swing at the thing's neck, wanting to kill it in one blow. A wall of sand suddenly springs up. Blitz manages to cut through it, but my swing is slowed down. This gives the lizard just enough time to lean out of the way so that my strike misses. It would seem that this overgrown lizard has abilities similar to Lizzie. This won't be easy. Just as I step forward to swing again, the sand beneath me erupts and throws me into the air. I quickly spread my wings and stabilize myself, then turn to glare at the lizard. Except, somehow, the giant overgrown lizard has disappeared, probably into the sand. As expected, a few seconds later it comes up from the sand directly beneath me. However, since I was expecting it, I am able to dodge to the side and slash at it with Blitz. This time, I manage to get a good hit and leave a 4-foot gash in its side. The lizard drops back down to the ground and hisses at me before burrowing back into the sand. This lizard is tricky and is starting to really piss me off, but killing it isn't as easy as I had hoped. Despite it being huge, it moves quickly, and it is cunning enough to use ambush tactics. That combined with its ability to control sand makes it a real pain to deal with. So when it erupts out of a sand dune behind me, I pretend not to notice. All I do is make sure my arms are high so that they are not pinned when the tongue wraps around me. As much as I hate to do it, I let the overgrown lizard eat me again. As soon as I am inside its mouth, before it can swallow me, I stab Blitz into the roof of its mouth. The entire mouth starts twitching as the lightning from Blitz hits the lizard's brain. Seeing that is effective, I cast Holy Shock and channel it through Blitz straight into the brain. One rank 10 mana beast defeated. 100,000 XP gained. The lizard drops to the ground and goes still, but I am still stuck in its mouth with the tongue wrapped around me. If anyone saw me right now, I would never live it down. It makes me glad I came alone. Once I am sure it is dead, I cut the tongue away and push its mouth open so I can climb out. Well, at least this ugly thing was decent XP. Then I set to skinning the thing and butchering it. I will give it all to the lizard tribe. The hide is decent, but I don't really want any reminders of the lizard. Besides, it is nowhere near as good as drake hide, so I don't really have any use for it. Once I have dealt with the corpse, I eat a meal as the sun goes down and the temperature drops. Then once I am done eating, I start flying back towards the lizard tribe. It is much easier to fly while the sun is down and the temperature is lower. I fly straight through the night and make good time. The cold doesn't bother me at all. At dawn, I stop for a quick breakfast and then continue my trip, trying to get as far as I can before the heat hits. Once the heat becomes unbearable, I head for an oasis to eat lunch in the shade. After I finish eating, I meditate for a while to avoid the worst of the heat. When the sun starts going down, I get up and resume my flight to the lizard tribe. I manage to reach the canyon of the lizard tribe an hour or so before dinner time. As I arrive, all the members of the lizard tribe come out of their caves and start cheering. As I land, I see relieved looks on the faces of my companions. It seems they were worried too. Miria looks happy to see me, but only for a minute before she remembers that she is mad at me. Barker says, "Was your hunt successful, King Ash?" "Of course. Everything went according to plan." Hearing that Miria gives me a suspicious look, but I ignore her and reach into my pouch. I present the head of the lizard to Barkar and then pile up all the hide and meat. Seeing the massive pile of meat, Barkar orders his people to prepare a feast. Miria says, "Do you really expect us to believe that a plan of yours went perfectly?" Well, I did run into a sandstorm on the way there, but that wasn't a big deal. Although, I did find something interesting that I want to go back and play with. Kachera says, "What did you find, Dad?" After the sandstorm, I found out that one of the landmarks the tribes use is actually a tower. When I did a little digging, I found what looked like an elven temple. Kachera says, Kor told me that the elves only worship the elements at the 4 temples. Right, that is what I thought too. Yet this place was a temple, and all the carvings looked elven. There was even an altar, so I am pretty sure it was a religious temple. Miria says, so you want to go back and dig up this temple? While that would be interesting, I am far more curious about the gate I found inside the temple. Chapter 640. Miria says, gate? Like a teleport gate? Similar, but a bit bigger, Miria says. So where does it go? I have no idea, but I really want to find out. Miria says, you and your damn curiosity. Asuna says, Dad, isn't going through an unknown gate dangerous? It could be. Yes, it could also lead to a way for me to get stronger. There is no way to know without going through it. Miria says, don't even think about trying to go through it alone. I am absolutely going alone. I will not risk any of you going through an unknown gate. Miria says, then why are you even going? If I can open it, then I have the best chance of surviving whatever is on the other side. Also, if the gate is only one way, then I am the only one who can return with my own power. Miria says, if you are just going to run around alone, why did you bother bringing the rest of us with you on this trip? Because, with everything going on constantly, I hardly get time to spend with everyone. I figured on this trip I would at least have the time while traveling from tribe to tribe. Kachera says, I have really enjoyed this trip so far. Asuna says, me too, me too. Mama. Haku comes over and rubs against me to add his vote. Miria just storms off. I decide not to worry about her for now, and just sit down and enjoy the feast with my kids. The lizard tribe doesn't hold back. They bring out a huge variety of food and decorations. Several large bonfires are lit in the middle of the canyon, and the smell of cooking food is everywhere. The lizard meat is being used as the core of the feast, but they are also cooking many other dishes. Some of them are tasty, some not so much, and some are just weird to me. There are a number of dishes made from insects and snakes. It is a desert after all. Despite my misgivings, I make sure to at least try every dish offered, and so do the kids. All in all, we have a fun time during the feast, and I manage to relax and not worry about anything. Then, after the feast, there is music and dancing that lasts for hours until Barker stands up. Things quickly quiet down at his request, and he then leads his people in swearing their loyalty to me. With that, I have 5 tribes following me, almost a third of the total tribes. If the monkey tribe joins, then it will be exactly 1/3 of the tribes. The best part is that I have yet to have to shed any blood, which is my biggest concern. Subduing the tribes by force, while possible, would practically guarantee the kingdom would collapse at my death. It would be fine in the short term, if I was only worried about fighting the demons. It is more complicated because I want the kingdom to survive my death, so I have to use gentler methods. So far, it is working out fairly well, but some of the tribes worry me, especially the cats. My biggest worry is that they are going to expect special treatment because they are cats. In their minds, they are superior and will expect me to think the same because I am a cat as well. That is the main reason I haven't made any attempts to recruit any of them yet. Barker sits down and says, so, what is next? That is up to you. At his puzzled look, I start explaining the options available as part of my growing kingdom. Of course, I also tell him that he can remain here with his people and not change anything, if that is what they want. However, I can see the excitement in his eyes when I mention leaving the desert. Barker says, can we really leave the desert? Of course. Why wouldn't you be able to? Barker says tradition. Each tribe has their area, and ours, as lizards, is the desert. If we try to leave the desert, other tribes will fight us to keep us out of their lands. If you want to leave, then leave. If any tribe has a problem with it, you tell them to come find me. Barkar says, then I will talk to my people. I am fairly sure everyone will want to leave. The desert has its beauty, but living here is a daily struggle. I don't doubt that. From the little I have seen of the desert, I am surprised so many people can live here. Barkar says, it is not easy, that is for sure. If we hadn't learned how to farm, then our population wouldn't even be half what it is now. Your people know how to farm, Barkar says. Yes, but only in small amounts. We are limited by the amount of water available. Do you think your people could expand their farming with enough water? Barker says, that wouldn't be a problem. Some of my people have grown to love farming. Why? To get the tribes to stop being nomadic, a supply of food is needed. Farming is going to be very important in establishing the kingdom, Barker says. We will do what we can, but I doubt we can grow that much food. I don't expect you to grow all of it, but if you can teach others, that would help immensely, Barkar says. That we can definitely do. Barkar quickly gets up and starts moving around talking to groups of his tribe members. Each group he talks to has an obvious increase in their level of excitement. People from groups he has finished talking to get up and go to talk to other groups. Just like that, the information spreads throughout the tribe within the hour. All around me, I can hear the excited conversations as the tribe members talk about leaving the desert. It would seem that Barker was right about his people wanting to leave the desert. In fact, an hour after he started, he returns to tell me that everyone has agreed to leave. He has also sent runners to the other groups of his tribe living elsewhere in the desert. He plans to take everyone who wants to go and leave the desert as soon as they are gathered. Those who don't want to go will also gather and take over the canyon once the others leave. It is the most livable area in the desert, hence why the leadership of the tribe lives here. All in all, Barkar is expecting at least 10,000 members of his tribe to move with him. Of those, only a couple of hundred are farmers, but I am sure there will be volunteers. The Rat tribe and Ox tribe will probably have people willing to become farmers. The area around where the city is being built should be really good for farming. It is getting fairly late by the time Barkar leaves. Eckhard and Haku have been asleep for a while. I send everyone to bed, but I am not really tired, so I sit by the fire and just relax. That is until I notice Miria heading my way, looking like she is ready to argue some more. Miria says, "We need to talk." Chapter 641. All right. What do you want to say? Miria says, "You can't keep running off alone. You need to let us protect you. Protect me. You can't even protect yourself. In fact, I am more likely to get hurt if I bring you along because I will have to protect you." Miria says, "I am not weak. You wouldn't have to protect me." "Fine, then hit me." "If you can hit me once, I will take you with me." Miria thinks for a second, and then takes a swing at me, but I easily dodge. She swings again and again, but to me it is like she is moving in slow motion. She keeps swinging until she collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. Not once in over 100 attacks did she even come close to hitting me. What is worse, during her attacks she was full of openings. I could have taken her out any time. I feel a little bad for bullying her this way, but I couldn't think of any other way to get through to her. Miria says, "I give up. Go, do whatever you want. You are stronger than you used to be, but that is all. You have a lot of potential, especially in speed, but you have to develop it. It is going to take hard work and dedication, not running around trying to follow me on adventures." Miria says, "And you expect me to just sit and exercise while you rush towards danger. If you don't want to be sitting on the side watching the war, yes." That shuts Miria up completely, and I leave her to think things through as I head to bed. In the morning, to thank the lizards for the feast, I provide breakfast out of my pouch. When Miria shows up to get some, there are dark circles under her eyes, and it looks like she hasn't slept. She doesn't say anything to me. She just gets some breakfast and walks away. It looks like she spent the entire night thinking about things. Hopefully that is a good sign. Whatever comes of it, at least I can go investigate the gate on my own. After breakfast, the lizard tribe starts packing their things, getting ready to leave. At the same time, we pack up the carriage and get everything ready to go. Once everything is ready, I call Celine over and pull out the map of the Beastlands. "Where is the monkey tribe located?" Celine says, "It is in this area. That is south of the mountain." All right, the plan is going to be for us to meet up at the base of the mountain. Here looks good. Head there and set up camp. Once there, Kachara can fly up to check with Kor. I will join you as soon as I can. Celine says, "Understood. Lizzie, you are in charge until I catch up." Lizzie says, "Me? Not Miria." "Yes, you." Miria has a lot to think about right now. Lizzie says, "What did you do to her now?" If Miria wants to talk about it, that is her decision to make. After that, no one asks me any more questions. We just say our goodbyes and part ways. Maybe some time away from me will help Miria sort things out and make a decision. I will have to wait and see. For now, I have to travel through the desert again. It is still early, so I take off and start flying towards the tower before the heat gets too bad. I am expecting the sand to have covered the temple by now, but I plan to go in through the tower. Since the top of the tower is never covered, I am not too worried about it. Reaching the tower takes me until a few hours after lunch. As expected, it is mostly covered. Once I land, I use my claws to carve a circle into the tower. Then I trace over it again. After a couple of times, a large circle of the marble, the tower is made of, falls out onto the sand. The hole is just big enough for me to squeeze through, and once inside, I easily climb down the tower. Then it is just a short drop. For me, down to the floor next to the altar. I sit down next to the gate with my hand on it and enter into meditation. Then I pour my mana into the gate and continue putting mana in as fast as I can gather it. I have no idea how long this is going to take, but I am willing to keep at it as long as necessary. I imagine a gate like this will probably take several thousand mana to activate. Luckily, once I get used to gathering and channeling the mana, I can think about other things while doing it. However, I keep thinking about Miria and whether or not I made a mistake. Pushing her is necessary, but if I push her too hard, it will have the opposite effect. However, I have no way to know until I meet up with the group again. Yet, even knowing that I can't stop my mind from playing all the worst-case scenarios on repeat. So to stop myself from thinking about Miria, I start playing around with the Soulscape. It has been a while since I have had a chance to play around with it, mainly because I got distracted. I kind of forgot that I was supposed to be trying to level up the skill like the dragon told me to. Even creating the list in my meditation room hasn't kept me from forgetting things. It is because I get too focused on what is happening at any given point in time. What I need to do is learn to relax and think about things once in a while. The problem with that is I always feel that I have so little time and can't afford to waste it. That is my own fault. I have put myself under pressure to be ready by the time the demons invade. Because of that, things are only going to get worse as time passes. Becoming the Beast King seems like the only way, but I do not feel qualified to be the king. The only possible way for me to succeed as a king is to depend on other people to run the kingdom. The problem with that is that the more people I give power to, the more chance of someone betraying me. Even if I don't get betrayed, the chances of people misusing their power will be high. Especially if I use the clan chiefs. While they might not betray me, they might use the power I give them against each other. The last thing I want for my kingdom is a court full of politics and backstabbing. The problem is, I can't think of a way to avoid using the clan chiefs in the government. There is no way that just Sarah and Pole can run an entire kingdom for me. Again, my mind gets stuck in a downward spiral, despite me being in the Soulscape. I try my best to only think about the gate and where it may lead, or a way to get more information. While trying to think of anything I can do, a lot of strange thoughts pass through my mind. If I could talk to Kor, then maybe she would be able to provide some information. Then again, there is another elf I could try talking to, if inviting her works. In Elven Lenara, I invite you to my Soulscape. Chapter 642. Lenara doesn't appear immediately, making me think that it didn't work. However, a few minutes later she shows up and she looks confused as she looks around. From the look she gives me, I am guessing this is her first time in a Soulscape. In Elven, Lenara says, "Where am I?" Explaining that takes me a while, mainly because there is no word in the Elven language that matches. Not only that, but my Elven is still a little on the weak side, especially with big words. In the end, it takes me more than an hour before she finally understands. In Elven, Lenara says, "Oh, so that is why the summon felt so strange." In Elven, "Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't be sure it would even work." In Elven, Lenara says, "It is fine. I like new experiences. So, what did you want to talk about?" So I explained to her how I found the Elven temple in the middle of the desert. Since it is the Soulscape, I can recreate everything I saw and let her take a look at it. Everything is fine at first, but when she sees the altar, she gets extremely angry. In Elven, what is wrong? In Elven, Lenara says, "This is a place of the traitors." In Elven, traitors? What do you mean? In Elven, Lenara says, When the first ones died out and their cities crumbled, we were left adrift. We had to build our own cities and society from scratch. However, there were those who believed the first ones hadn't died, but instead became gods. They worshipped them and tried to force the rest of the elves to do so. In Elven, I am guessing the elves didn't react well to that. In Elven, Lenara says, no, not at all. In fact, there was a small war between the two factions. The believers were driven away and banished, or at least that is what our history books told us. In Elven, so this is just something you read about. Why did it make you so angry? In Elven, Lynara says yes. I am not that old. That was the only time elves have ever fought each other, so it is a big deal to us. In Elven, do you have any idea where the gate might lead? Is it possible that the elves have survived? In Elven, Lenara says, no idea, sorry, and anything is possible. In Elven, if I do find descendants of the elves, what should I do? In Elven, Lynara says, if they still worship the first ones, as far as I am concerned, you can kill them. If they have changed their ways, then it would be good to establish contact with them, I guess. In Elven, all right? I will keep that in mind. If I can even manage to open the gate, that is. In Elven, Lenara says, what is the problem? In Elven, because I have sacred power, my mana pool is very limited. If you hadn't blessed me, I probably wouldn't even have a chance of opening it. In Elven, Lynara says, what does my blessing have to do with it? In Elven, when you blessed me, my mana pool increased by 100. In Elven, Lenara says, really? That wasn't supposed to happen? In Elven, then what was supposed to happen? In Elven, Lynara says, normally, the blessing is just a temporary boost to resistance. In Elven, interesting, maybe it boosted my mana pool because my resistance is already maxed out. In Elven, Lynara says, well, there is an easy way to find out. That is if you don't mind inviting more spirits to come here. In Elven, no, I don't mind. I just need their names. In Elven, Lynara says their names are Ekertan, Farish, and Slispera. In Elven, Ekertan, Farish, and Slispera, I invite you to my soulscape. They appear faster than Lynara did and start looking around curiously. Considering Lynara's reaction, I remove the temple before they appear and change the area to a forest. Luckily, Lynara takes care of the explanation so I don't have to. She is much faster. Ekertan is dark-skinned, about 6 foot tall, and the burliest elf I have ever seen, so I am guessing he is the earth spirit. Farish with his red hair and aura of heat has to be the fire spirit, which means Slispera with her ankle-length blue hair is the water spirit. From their conversation, it is easy to tell that they are all friends and have been for a very long time. The 3 of them ask me questions, which I answer, mainly about Kor. Then after a while, Lenara asks the 3 of them to bless me so that we can see what happens. In Elven, Farish says, may you be blessed by the great spirit of fire. Mana pool plus 100. Fire resist plus 5%. In Elven, Ekertan says, may the endless power of earth bless you. Mana pool plus 100. Acid resist plus 5%. In Elven, Slispera says, may the great spirit of water bless you. Mana pool plus 100, cold resist plus 5%. As soon as they are done blessing me, I report what each blessing gave me. Then Lynara explains to the others, and they start discussing possible reasons. They have a lot of theories, but when it comes down to it, they just don't know. However, I am not about to complain since their experiment got me another 300 mana and some resistances. Yet they show no sign of being in a rush, so I create some comfortable seating, snacks, and drinks. While they relax and continue talking, I very gently reach out with my senses. I don't try to do anything to them. That would be rude. I just study the auras. Each aura is made up of the rules or laws that the element follows. The knowledge I gain may not be useful, but it does help to satisfy my curiosity. In Elven, I am sorry to break up the party, but I just sensed a change in the gate. In Elven, Lenara says, no problem. Thank you for letting us chat for so long. It is rare for all 4 of us to be summoned to one place. The other 3 also give their thanks and say their goodbyes before all 4 disappear. As soon as they are gone, I end the soulscape and turn my full attention to the gate. I had set the soulscape to be the same time as outside, so several hours have passed. The gate has reached the point that it has enough mana and energy is starting to move. Purple strands of energy stretch across the gate's opening and weave together. As I watch, I continue feeding mana into the gate until it all comes together and the gate opens. Time to roll the dice. Since I have no idea how long the portal will stay open, I quickly jump through. Instantly, I get the feeling of spinning, and I have to fight to keep my last meal from reappearing. It feels like it lasts forever, and at the same time, it ends almost as soon as it begins. Chapter 643. The spinning stops with a blinding flash, and then I feel myself falling for a second. My feet hit soft, squishy ground, and I can feel the sunlight hitting me. So at least the gate doesn't seem to have taken me anywhere too hostile. My biggest fear was that it would take me somewhere like the Plane of Fire. That is one of the few things I wouldn't be confident of surviving. At least not for long. After a couple of minutes of blinking, I managed to recover some of my sight. The first thing I see is a wall of green all around me. I am in a small clearing surrounded by jungle. What worries me is that no matter where I look, I don't see any sign of a portal. If there is no portal on this side, I have no way back and no idea where I am either. Chronosia, Saronia, can you hear me? Both say yes. Saronia says, why? What have you done now? I went through a portal and I wanted to make sure I was still on the same world. By the way, can you sense where I am? Saronia says, what the... Chronosia says, how did you? I am going to take a wild guess and say that means I am in trouble. Saronia says, you are on a large island. It is bigger than the peninsula. I sense a, but coming, Chronosia says. The island is on the far side of the main continent from the peninsula, so I am thousands of miles away. Saronia says, over 10,000 miles, at least. Chronosia says, I suggest you use the portal to return. Great idea. There is just one problem. There is no portal on this side, Saronia says, so you are trapped. Chronosia says, are you sure there isn't another portal? They should only work in pairs? Is it possible for the other portal to not be in the area I arrived at? Chronosia says, it shouldn't be unless the portal is broken. Saronia says, or if the origin portal ran out of power before the transfer was complete? So it may still be somewhere on this island? Saronia says it is possible. All right, guess I will have to explore. Chronosia says, it is important that you find it. If you have to cross the continent, chances are you won't make it back in time for the war. Is the main continent really that vast? Saronia says, at top speed it would take you over a year to cross it. And that is only if you don't get sidetracked. All right, point taken. I will talk to you again once I've explored. Once again, it would seem my curiosity has gotten me into trouble with the goddesses. Since I am here now, I may as well take a look around. Who knows what I might find? Spreading my wings, I fly straight up until I am above the tops of the trees. There are trees as far as I can see to the east, west, and north. Only to the south can I see an end to them. So I go back down and land in the clearing, then start walking to the south. The jungle is full of life, color, and movement, making my senses twitch constantly. Every colorful bug, snake, or lizard that moves draws my attention, watching for threats. As I walk, I am expecting an attack at any time. Being in unknown territory has me on edge. Luckily, because of that, when an attack does come, I am ready for it. The attack starts with a bunch of darts flying at me out of the foliage, which I barely manage to avoid. Then, once the darts miss, a bunch of small lizard men come charging at me with primitive spears. They are between 3 and 4 feet tall, covered with neon blue scales. Despite only being about as tall as my waist, they charge at me fearlessly. Even as I cut them down with blitz, the others just keep coming at me until all of them are dead. They had no real skill and showed absolutely no knowledge of tactics. 15 pygmy lizardmen defeated. 30,000 XP gained. However, the darts they fired at me when they first attacked turn out to be poisoned. Or at least, I think the thick green fluid on the tips of the darts is poison. It would seem that this jungle is not a friendly place, not that I really expected it to be. Nothing else attacks me as I continue moving south, not that I relax at all. Then, between one step and the next, the jungle ends and I find myself on a beautiful white sand beach. With the white blue waters just beyond the sand, it is a picture-perfect place. If it was possible, I would build myself a hut and take a vacation here for a while. It would be even better if I could bring the others here for a vacation. However, neither one is possible. I can't even spare more than a few minutes to enjoy the view. Then, I spot a very large shadow moving through the water and change my mind. A beach is no fun if you can't go into the water, and I don't plan to gamble on if whatever that was can come on land. So I turn east and start following the beach, hoping to find signs of the elves. At this point, finding them is my best bet to find the portal. Searching the jungle would take years. Not to mention, if I can find other elves, Kor would probably be very happy. Even if they are not friendly, just knowing she isn't the only one left would make her happy. As I walk, I watch both the edge of the jungle and the water for any threats. Even though I occasionally look up, I still get taken by surprise by the attack from above and behind me. The thing hits me, wraps its body around me, and bites into my shoulder. It tries to crush me with its body. But when that doesn't work, it tries to electrocute me. All that does is heal my wounds, but the thing doesn't know that. When I flex my muscles to try and free myself, I end up ripping the thing into multiple pieces. Now that it is off me, I can take a better look at it. It looks like an eel with wings. Its body is wet, so I am guessing it came out of the water to attack me. Taking a closer look, the wings are fixed, meaning all it can do is glide. That explains why I didn't hear it coming, but I also didn't sense anything, which is odd. Looking around, I spot several more jump out of the water and glide towards me. Since the first one's bite went right through my armor, I am going to try to avoid any more bites. As they glide towards me, I draw blitz and get ready. When they are close enough, I start cutting them out of the air. Since they are gliding, they are not very maneuverable, so I don't have much problem killing them all. Once they are dead, I look around, but I don't see anything else coming to attack me. 7 thunder eels defeated. 21,000 XP gained. When the sun starts to set, I find a tree to climb. Then I have some dinner. As I eat, I watch some small mammals playing. They look similar to squirrels, just without the bushy tail. They are running around on the branches, chasing each other almost like they are playing tag. Chapter 644. It is quite amusing. That is until they all suddenly freeze, making me start looking around. All I see is a large butterfly flying towards the trees. I don't see anything threatening. At least that is what I thought. Then I see the butterfly catch and eat one of the mammals. It is a good reminder that I shouldn't assume anything. This isn't my world. Once the butterfly leaves, the remaining mammals go back to playing as if nothing happened. That is just how life is for animals, I guess. But it is kind of sad when I think about it. Closing my eyes, I enter into my meditation, but I keep my senses active. After all, I am not exactly in a safe place right now, so I can't let my guard down. The last thing that I want to do is wake up in something's mouth or stomach. Because of that, I only stay meditating long enough to fill my mana pool and get a little rest. After that, I still stay in the tree and just try to relax while keeping an eye out. Considering how little I know about this island, it isn't safe to go wandering around at night. So far, it has proven to be dangerous enough during daylight. And that was only the first day. I highly doubt that I have seen the worst that this island has to offer. Although, knowing my luck, I probably will before I am done here. As soon as the sun rises, I leave the tree and continue following the beach to the east. After 2 hours of walking, the beach curves and leads me more northeast. Suddenly, I freeze. I can feel something staring at me, and it is not friendly. Looking around, it takes me a few seconds to spot the thing. It is out a ways into the water. All I can see is its eyes. Other than that, it is just a shadow in the water. I can't even tell what kind of creature it is. The eyes are on stalks, and there are 6 of them. They are all staring at me, as if they are trying to will me to walk into the water. In fact, they might really be trying to hypnotize me into doing so, but I am not about to let that happen. Going into the water is probably the only way to find out what it is, but I am not quite that curious. Mental resistance plus 1%. Oh, it really was trying to hypnotize me. When I realize that, I start moving sideways. wanting to move away from the beast but not wanting to lose sight of it. If it can hypnotize, then there is no telling what else it can do. I certainly don't want to let it get a surprise attack. As soon as I start moving away, the beast also starts moving, coming towards the beach. While backing away, I watch as it finally reveals itself and climbs onto the beach. It looks like a giant crab, except it has 6 eyes, 4 pincer arms, and its shell is various shades of purple. As it comes on land, its eyes are trying to tell me to stay still, but all I can think is that it looks delicious. Mental resistance plus 1%. It is almost lunchtime. And I did skip breakfast, so eating now wouldn't be a bad idea. The crab moves oddly as it tries to reach me. It moves from side to side instead of moving forwards. As it zigzags its way towards me, I draw Blitz and get ready, but its eyes tell me to drop my sword. Mental resistance plus 1%. As soon as the crab is close enough, it attacks me with its 4 pincer arms. Its attack pattern is simple to read and easy to avoid, despite the eyes trying to make me stand still. It obviously has never had to actually fight anything thanks to its mental attack. To test its defense, after dodging a claw, I take a swing at it. Even Blitz barely cuts the thick shell. However, the crab screams like I cut the arm off, and its mental attack stops completely. I would guess that it has never felt pain before. That is the only explanation for such a huge reaction. Taking advantage of the crab's reaction, I quickly move around it and into its blind spot. Being behind the crab, not only does its shell block its line of sight, but its claws can't reach me. Instead of cutting into it with Blitz, I put my hand on the crab's shell and start absorbing its life force. As soon as I start, I find out that the crab has a huge amount of life force. The crab reacts to me absorbing its life force and tries to turn around, but it is slow. It is extremely easy to keep pace with the crab and continue stealing its life force. After about 10 minutes, the crab finally collapses, and I am able to finish absorbing its life force. Nothing I have drained up to this point has had such a massive amount of life force. In my old world, I remember hearing that lobsters had a type of immortality. Maybe it is something like that. 1 6-eyed crab defeated. 50,000 XP gained. That was really good XP, especially for such an easy fight. Krenosha, can you check my time remaining for me? Krenosha says, sure. You have gained another 6 months. What did you find? A giant crab creature with mental attacks? Krenosha says, just one? That is a lot of life force for just one creature. I know. I was really surprised. I am tempted to hunt around and see if I can find any more of them, Krenosha says. Just be careful. No worries. It was a really easy fight. Once I am done talking to Krenosha, I turn my attention back to the crab. My problem is how best to cook the thing. I don't have a pot big enough to steam or boil it, so instead I tear off a leg and do my best to cook it in its own shell. To my vast disappointment, it is not tasty at all. In fact, it is fairly disgusting. In the end, I end up eating lunch out of my pouch before continuing up the beach. As I am walking, I watch the water, hoping for more crab eyes to pop up. Of course, I still keep an eye on the jungle, but I have yet to see anything come onto the beach. If those crabs are common, that would make sense. They probably eat anything that does come to the beach. Not much would be able to resist the mental attack. I am guessing my high stats saved me. That is the other reason I want to kill more crabs, improving my mental resistance. Things with mental attacks are rare, but they also tend to be pretty powerful. So, while I have the chance, I would really like to get as much mental resistance as I can. I keep walking until the sun starts going down with no sign of any crabs. Then, just as I am picking out a tree to spend the night in, I feel a hostile gaze on me. When I turn back to face the water, there they are. Except this time, there are 8 eyes staring at me. Under that gaze, I actually take a step towards the water before I am able to stop myself. The mental command is a lot stronger this time. It almost beat me. It would seem that I found the crab's big brother, or at least a stronger relative. Chapter 6, 45. So, I have a staring contest with the eyes as they try to make me enter the water. While I want the crab to come on shore so I can kill it, I also want to get as much mental resistance as I can. So, the longer it sits in the water trying to command me, the better. Mental resistance plus 1%. The plan is to sit here building resistance until the thing gets frustrated enough to come after me. However, as usually happens with most of my plans, that isn't what ends up happening. When the crab gets frustrated, instead of coming after me, it sends minions to get me. The first I know of it is when two piles of sand rise up and take on a humanoid form. Once they are formed, they start walking towards me, and the eyes of the crab are trying to make me stand still. As the golems approach me, I draw Blitz and swing at the one on the left. Unfortunately, while Blitz cuts right through it, the slash just closes up instantly. Then I turn and cut the golem completely in half, but it turns into a pile of sand and just reforms. I easily cut them both down, but they just keep reforming every time. Mental resistance plus 1%. My mental resistance went up because while I am fighting the golems, the eyes keep attacking. They are doing everything they can to make me give up, but I am ignoring them. Since I can't do anything to the golems, I start backing away, towards the jungle. The golems follow me closely, and as I had hoped, the crab gets nervous and finally comes on land. Dodging around the golems, I head straight for the crab as soon as it is fully on the beach. I put Blitz away as I dodge through the pincers coming after me and move underneath the crab. Once I am beneath the crab, I put both hands on its shell and start absorbing its life force. Instead of leaving it to the skill, I concentrate and pull the life force as quickly as possible. I intentionally pull the life force faster than my body can absorb it, so I can put the extra into my mana pool. Mana pool plus 10. Once I have taken all the crab's life force, it dies, and the golems return to being just piles of sand. Since it isn't edible, I just leave the corpse on the beach and climb a tree to rest. While I didn't get as much mental resistance as I hoped, it was still worth fighting the crab. One eight-eyed crab defeated, 100,000 XP gained. Those golems came as a surprise. It is a good thing they are slow, or it could have gotten messy. If I encounter another crab with 8 or more eyes, I will have to be careful. That is not to say that I will avoid fighting them. I will just do so more carefully. It does make me wonder what other kind of beasts I am going to find on this island. It is almost enough to make me give up my plan of following the beach. However, the beach is probably the fastest way, and I have people waiting for me. So I eat some dinner and then meditate until dawn. Then, after a light breakfast, I resume my trek. Shortly after I have lunched, the beach curves again, and it is now heading north. I am a little disappointed at my rate of travel, having Lizzie has spoiled me. However, my senses are not as good as hers. If I speed up, I could run right into an ambush. Although, right now, I would just want her ability to make the sand provide firm footing. I can do something similar using mana, but only to a small area, and I can't do it while moving. If I move into the jungle, I will have better footing, but dodging trees will slow me down. Also, the thick foliage makes it much harder to spot enemies before they attack. Basically, what I am doing now is the best option available to me, but it is still frustrating. Then, as the sun starts setting, I notice a change in the terrain in the distance. The land is rising, possibly hills or something, but it is the first major change I have found. I should reach it tomorrow, and if it isn't jungle anymore, it will probably be worth exploring. When the sun comes up the next morning, I eat a quick breakfast and then get moving. Since I am excited, I walk a bit faster than is safe, but I am fairly sure I only have to watch out for the crabs. The closer I get, the more excited I get. It is definitely an area of hills, and the jungle ends at them. As soon as I reach the first hill, I leave the beach and start climbing it. It is mostly rock. From the top, I am able to see that the hills continue along the beach, but inland, they turn into mountains. The hills along the beach are mostly barren, but the ones heading inland are forested. Since that looks more like the type of area the elves would be found in, I start heading inland. Going up and down the hills slows me down, but I need to be more careful after leaving the beach anyway. As I am climbing the third forested hill, I start to feel like I am being watched. The feeling gets stronger as I continue. I can now tell there are multiple watchers. Hopefully, they are elves. Now I just need to make peaceful contact. Just as I am thinking of how to make contact, I hear 4 arrows being fired at me. As soon as I see them, I can tell they are aimed at the ground in front of my feet. It is meant to be a warning, but that is too simple for my taste, so I catch all 4 while they are still in the air. Once I am holding 2 arrows in each hand, I can hear sounds of surprise and amazement. Shortly after 5 elves reveal themselves, they are bulkier than Kor and their ears are not as long. Either they are a different type of elf from Kor, or they have changed over time. I try greeting them in Elven, but all 5 just give me confused looks. Swiftleaf says, "What language is that? Do you understand me?" "Yes, I do. That was the Elven language, but you don't know it?" Swiftleaf says, "No, we speak the common tongue that we learned from the humans." "Now, what are you doing in our territory, and what are you?" First, I explain to Swiftleaf what a beastman is, and then I start explaining how I ended up here. When I talk about the gate I came through, I am worried when he doesn't seem to recognize it. What is worse is the 5 of them not only don't understand Elven, but they don't know anything about their history. Are there any elders that might know more about your history that I could talk to? Swiftleaf says, there are, but they are in our village, and we are not about to let someone we don't trust enter it. Chapter 646. So, I need to earn your trust first. All right, what do you want me to do? Swiftleaf smirks and says, if you want to prove you are a friend to the elves, then you need to kill orcs. A lot of orcs. Orcs, sure, no problem. How many? Swiftleaf says, if you want to enter the village, bring me the ears of 500 orcs. Right or left ear? Where can I find the orcs? Swiftleaf says, right ear. See where the mountains end to the north? That is where you can find the orcs. They send forces from there to the east to attack us and to the west to attack the humans. There are humans on this island. Swiftleaf says, yes. Feel free to kill any you run into. They used to trade with us, but lately all they do is try to take us as slaves. If the orcs weren't at war with them as well, we would probably be gone already. I will keep that in mind. I will be back with the ears. The elves look disbelieving as I start moving towards the north without saying anything else. It is obvious from their attitudes that they are expecting me to go off and die fighting the orcs. I can't wait to see their reactions when I return with the 500 ears. In fact, it might be worth it to kill more than that just to rub their noses in. While it may be petty, their attitudes just rub me the wrong way for some reason. Maybe it is because I am really not used to being looked down on by others. Then again, they have no idea what a beastman is, so maybe I am being too hard on them. From the sounds of it, if I was a human, they would have tried to kill me. Instead, they are treating me like some kind of talking animal. But I am not sure which is worse. Being underestimated isn't necessarily a bad thing, but for some reason it really annoys me. It makes me want to shock and terrify them just to see the looks on their faces. I am thinking that coming back with at least 1,000 ears should do the trick. If the orcs here are like the ones I fought in the captain's test, then it will be easy. Since I am way stronger than I was back then, killing 1,000 orcs is cake. The hardest part will be finding that many orcs, or maybe not if they are at war. Finding an army of orcs would certainly make things easier, but I will just have to wait and see. It is too bad it isn't undead. I can slaughter an army of undead in minutes. Orcs are almost as easy, if they are like the ones in the test anyway. I suddenly realize I have been moving at close to high speed. I got distracted. It is probably all right. The elves should keep their territory cleared. Yet I still slow down and start paying more attention just to be on the safe side. It takes me until the afternoon of the next day to reach a spot overlooking the end of the mountains. The trees are thinner here and tend to be smaller. The underbrush is also thinner. What I can see from the top of this hill only gets worse as it goes north. This area obviously gets a lot less rainfall, and the area beyond the mountains is even drier. It is what is commonly called badlands, a flat, dry area broken by multitudes of gullies and ravines. It is a hard terrain that is difficult to cross and easy to be ambushed on. While I can't see any movement from here, there could easily be thousands of orcs hidden in the ravines. Since there is really no place to hide, I just boldly walk down the hill and into the Badlands. It isn't like I am trying to avoid the orcs. I want them to come attack me. Them coming to me will be much easier than trying to hunt them down in the terrain. When I reach the first ravine, I take a look inside, and then I find it empty. I lightly jump across. I don't want to reveal the fact that I can fly because I can feel that I am being watched. After walking for a few minutes, orcs suddenly rush out of nearby ravines and surround me. The orcs are just like those from the trial. except their gear is human-made and poorly modified. As the orcs approach, I calmly draw blitz and wait for them to attack. The orcs seem confused, probably because I am not showing signs of fear or trying to run. That only lasts for a minute, and then with a roar, they all charge at me. A few hang back and fire arrows, but most of them miss even without me moving. The few arrows that do manage to hit me simply bounce off my armor. So for now, I ignore the archers and start cutting down the orcs as they reach me. I dodge some of the attacks. Out of those that hit me, only a few get through my armor. On the other hand, every swing of my sword kills 3 or 4 of the orcs. Despite that, the orcs continue to press forward and attack me relentlessly. Even though the orcs are all around me, the archers continue to fire, hitting the other orcs. The more that die, the more I keep expecting the rest to run away. But they just keep coming. This level of commitment is not something I was expecting from the orcs. Once all the ones attacking me are dead, I run over to cut down the archers. Even the archers don't run and fight to the last. It makes me think something is wrong. However, it doesn't stop me from walking around and collecting a little over 100 ears. Once I have collected all the ears, I turn and start walking north again. 117 orcs defeated. 117,000 XP gained. I still feel like I am being watched. So there are probably scouts that watched the whole fight. If that is the case, then I can expect the next attack to be a much larger force. At least, that would have made sense. But instead, the next group to attack me is only 50 orcs. After killing all of them and collecting their ears, I can't help but wonder what is going on. I did notice that the 2 groups wear different symbols, so maybe the 2 tribes are at odds. That is about the only reason I can think of for the scouts of the first group not to have warned the second group. 54 orcs defeated, 54,000 XP gained. However, it is a good thing for me if the tribes of orcs aren't working together. That means as long as I cross into a new tribe's territory, they will just attack me with whatever force is close by. Although, if I turn around and go back, it is likely that I will be attacked by a larger group. Facing a larger group would allow me to collect ears faster, but it is also more dangerous. After all, I am not invincible, just much stronger than the orcs individually. Enough of them can still wear me down and kill me. It would just take thousands at least. Chapter 647. In the end, I decide to keep moving forwards for now. I still have to go back later to return to the elves. If I keep going forward until I have 500 ears and then turn around, I will probably get more than 1,000. At least, that is the plan I am going to go with for now. I will just see how it goes. When the sun sets, I run into the problem of trying to find somewhere safe to rest. This far into the Badlands, there are no trees to climb, so I start checking ravines. In the 3rd ravine, I find a shallow cave. It is not much, but it will have to do. After eating some dinner, I draw blitz and lay it across my lap before entering meditation. While it isn't as good as real sleep, it will do for a couple of days at least. Surprisingly, nothing disturbs my rest, and when the sun comes up, I climb out of the ravine. As I continue north, I eat some breakfast while I walk, just to save some time. Just as I finish eating, another group of orcs comes rushing out of a ravine. This group is the largest I have seen so far. They even have casters with them. They look like shamans, which would make sense if these orcs are like those in D&D. After the shamans appear, they cast a spell, and the orcs suddenly speed up. Their eyes also start glowing red, which means it is probably a berserk spell. That is confirmed when the orcs start hitting me. Some of the hits actually hurt. It is also considerably harder to cut them down. Not that they try to dodge, they are just tougher. It would seem the shaman spell is quite a big boost for them. It must have harsh downsides. You have been cursed. Hun, you have resisted. Curse magic is something I haven't seen before. I don't even know what resistance works against it. This makes the shamans more dangerous than I expected, so I start cutting my way towards them. As I am cutting my way through the orcs, I can see the shamans casting more spells. You have been cursed. Thendi strength reduced by 10%. You have been cursed, Thendi. You have resisted, Thendi, you have been cursed. Hit points reduced by 10%. The curses are worse than I expected, even if only half of them are getting through. If they can stack on each other, then it is even worse. It has already become harder to kill the orcs. that doesn't stop me from making progress towards the shamans. It just makes it harder. The shamans continue to bombard me with curse spells, but luckily they don't last long. Unfortunately, I also don't get any resistance despite resisting half of the curses, so I still don't know what resistance works against them even after a few minutes. When I break free from the group of orcs, I quickly rush over and cut down the shamans. As soon as I do, the red eyes of the orcs return to normal and they slow down. If anything, they are now slower and weaker than normal. It must be the spell's side effect. Once the last of the curses wears off and I am back to full strength, I begin the massacre. By then, there are only about 100 orcs left, and with them weakened, it is far too easy. It takes me longer to cut all the ears off of the orcs than it did to kill them all. 243 orcs defeated. 243,000 XP gained. 17 orc shamans defeated. 170,000 ESP gained. That was pretty decent ESP. At this rate, I might actually level up. With this group's ears, I now need less than 200 more to reach the goal of 500. This group of orcs also seems to be a different tribe than the previous two. It makes me wonder just how many tribes are out here, and if there is anyone in charge of them all. For the orcs to be waging war on both the elves and the humans, it would make sense for someone to be in charge. Since I haven't seen any evidence of the tribes working together, it doesn't make sense otherwise. Without someone at the top, it would be impossible for them to fight together. Unfortunately, I don't understand the orcs' language, so I can't interrogate them. However, I can certainly take advantage of the fact that the tribes aren't sharing information. If I just keep wandering through the territory of new tribes, they will continue attacking me without preparation. With that thought in mind, I decide to continue moving towards the north. However, I don't run into any more orcs before the sun starts going down. So, again, I start searching ravines until I find a cave that I can take a rest in. Except that when I enter the cave, I find that it is not just a shallow cave. Instead, it continues on, so I follow it out of curiosity. And after taking a turn, I find lights. The tunnel continues on, but from here on there are crude torches every few feet. It would seem that the orcs live below ground, which would explain why I haven't spotted any villages. Yet I don't continue down the tunnel. If there is a village down here, I don't want to find it. I would much rather collect ears from warriors, not women and children. So I turn around and return to the surface to continue looking for a place to rest. Eventually, I find a ravine with enough of an overhang to be a relatively safe place to rest. I only eat a quick dinner and rest for a couple of hours before moving again. What I had forgotten is that while orcs are not strictly nocturnal, they do prefer the dark. I haven't been walking long when I spot a large group of orcs moving towards the southwest. That direction should be where the war against the humans is happening. From what I can see, there are around 500 orcs moving in a column. What I don't see are any shamans or other caster types, so I go ahead and attack the orcs. As soon as I do, the orcs swarm around me and try to bring me down with numbers. Amongst all the normal orcs, I find a few that are quite a bit stronger and are better fighters. They actually try to parry or dodge my attacks, unlike the normal orcs. After I have killed about 200 of the orcs, a special orc comes to fight me. He is larger than the other orcs and has better armor. He must be their leader. When he draws a very nice sword, I am even more convinced of it. The sword is a two-handed sword, although the orc is wielding it with one hand. It is flashy and ornate. Definitely something a human would carry, like a knight or a noble. Chapter 648. I am actually quite curious about the sword. So when the orc swings it at me, I catch its hand. My strength is higher, so I am able to stop the swing easily, which makes the orc look shocked. I continue swinging blitz and cutting down the orcs around me while holding the leader still. Then I slowly squeeze his hand until all the bones in it break and shatter. Of course, the orc starts screaming in pain, but I am able to keep the other orcs from helping it. The orc leader draws a knife with his other hand. But instead of attacking me, he cuts his trapped hand off. This leaves me in control of the sword, not a very smart move on the orc's part. Before the orc can do anything else, I bring the sword down and cut him in half. Seeing him die, all the orcs howl in rage and attack me with no thoughts of self-preservation. The sword is about the same size as Blitz, so I am able to swing both of them around easily. Even though they are both technically two-handed weapons, I have no problems using them with one each. Green orc blood and body parts fly everywhere as I slice and dice the orcs. Several of the orcs I cut down with the new sword burst into flames after they are cut. It seems that the sword has a flame effect on it, which just makes me smile, although I do my best to make sure I don't cut any of the orcs in the head with the new sword. After all, even though I am going over the 500 mark, there is no reason to burn up any ears. Having to be careful of my swings isn't very hard. After all, the orcs can barely hurt me. The leader that had the sword was probably the only one who could have hurt me. That being said, all that is left is to finish cutting down all of the orcs surrounding me. The fact that they won't run away no matter what makes it easier since I don't have to chase them down. Even the very last orc doesn't give up, even when he is standing against me all alone. 450 orcs defeated. 450,000 XP gained. 50 orc warriors defeated. 100,000 XP gained. 1 orc champion defeated. 200,000 XP gained. Ding, congratulations. You have gained a level. Level 16. HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 10. Nice. I finally leveled up. Let's see how bad the next level is. Experience. Level 16 XP. 3,857,283 divided by 6,553,600. 3 million XP to the next level? This is insane. Although, looking at it another way, that is only 3,000 more orcs. Looking at it that way, I could probably grind to the next level in just a couple of days or so. The thought of Swiftleaf's face if I dump out over 5,000 ears in front of him makes it even more tempting. However, as fun as that sounds, the longer the others have to wait to hear from me, the worse it will be. Getting access to the portal is the most important thing right now. I can't waste time. After collecting the 500 ears and grabbing the scabbard for the new sword, I start moving south. It is time to return to the elves. Of course, any orcs that attack me on the way are fair game. The only thing I can't decide is whether it would be better to travel by day or night. I will be going through territories I have already been through, so it might be quieter during the day. Then again, it might be the opposite. They might be out for revenge against me. In the end, I just decide to move as quickly as possible and see what happens. Before dawn, I run into another group of orcs, about half the size of the last group. As they rush at me, I draw Blitz and the new sword, then start cutting them down. There are no casters in this group either, and I also don't see a strong leader. That makes it too easy, but it is still fun to dance around swinging both swords and kill them all. 277 orcs defeated. 277,000 XP gained. 10 orc warriors defeated. 20,000 XP gained. Once they are all dead, I collect the ears and then resume moving south. With that group, I have already met my goal of collecting 1,000 ears. With the distance I need to cross to return to the elves, I will probably end up in more fights. Maybe I ventured a little too deep into the orcs' territory, but it is too late now. Then again, I could always fly out of here, but the XP is just too good to give up. It won't take that much longer to just kill my way back across the orcs' territory. Then I come to the edge of a large ravine, and when I look down, I see a river of orcs. I quickly duck down before they spot me. There are at least 1,000 orcs down there. If it was just normal orcs, I would probably still attack, but I saw bigger orcs and shamans mixed in. After considering my options, I decide to just let the orcs pass me by. It isn't worth the risk, so I move back a bit from the ravine and sit down to eat some food as I listen to them march past. After about an hour, I can still hear more orcs passing. It looks like I made the right decision. It isn't just 1,000 orcs passing. It is an entire army of them. At least 5,000. That many would easily be capable of wearing me down just with their numbers. The ravine they are following is headed west, but I have no way of knowing where it ends. Hopefully they are heading off to fight the humans, because I don't think the elves could beat them. Then again, I still know very little about the elves. Maybe they could handle this army of orcs. However, the few I saw with Swiftleaf didn't really inspire any confidence in me. If the elves have enough numbers, then they could probably handle the orcs. However, in most fantasy settings, elves don't tend to have very high numbers. If the orcs outnumber them, then I don't think the elves would stand much chance. If I can get back first, I should be able to alter the odds. If the orcs are heading that way, If not, then they are heading for the humans, and that isn't my problem. Besides, the humans are just as good at using numbers as the orcs are. Not only can the humans match their numbers, but they can also use tactics. In any fight of equal numbers, my money will be on the humans every time. That is as long as no politics are involved among the humans. They are their own worst enemies. Some humans would even work with the orcs if they could benefit from it. In fact, if I found out that there was a human leading the orcs, I wouldn't be too surprised. So, I don't plan to worry about the humans, although I am curious as to how they are doing. Chapter 649. Especially since how they are doing against the orcs could affect the elves. If the humans are holding their own or just barely winning, then the orcs will stay focused on them. However, if the humans are losing or overwhelming the orcs, then the orcs might switch targets. Although, I probably don't need to go find out myself. The elven scouts should be keeping an eye on things. At least, I hope they are smart enough to be keeping an eye on things. If they are too arrogant to do even that much, then they might not be worth saving. The only reason I am even considering saving them is for Kor's sake. Her being the only elf is too sad. Besides, if I save the elves and take them back to the peninsula, then they could be very useful in the war. If nothing else, having them teach the beastmen and beasts could be useful. The sound of marching orcs finally fades away, so I get up and cautiously take a look. The ravine is empty for the moment, so I quickly jump across and continue south. I am heading due south, straight towards the mountain, mainly to avoid following the same path I came on. After all, there is no reason to make it easy for the orcs to ambush me, especially if they are prepared. Being surrounded by shamans would make a fight much more difficult, to say the least. Just because I am headstrong and like to fight doesn't mean I am stupid, no matter what Miria says. Of course, if I tell Miria this story, I will leave that part out, just so she can yell at me. She is just too cute when she gets mad, and it is really fun to rile her up. I am fully aware that a lot of the problems Miria is having are completely my fault. The truth is that I just don't know what to do about her. I have never understood women. Not wanting to think about her anymore, I go back to watching my surroundings. When the sun comes up, I stop long enough for some breakfast and then continue on. It doesn't take long with me walking in the sunlight for some orcs to spot me. At first, it is only a small group of around 50, but the orcs roar as they charge. After the roar sounds out, other groups pop up from ravines and join the charge. Other than watching for shamans and leaders, I just draw my swords. When the first group of orcs reaches me, I happily start cutting them down. The roars of the orcs are quickly overwhelmed by the death screams of those facing me. This doesn't stop the other groups from joining the fight. They appear to have no fear of death. As I am killing them, I can't help but wonder why they are so fearless. It is probably either a cultural or religious thing. Nothing else really makes sense. I have noticed that a lot of the orcs yell the same thing when they are dying. Although, if it was a religious thing, I would expect to see something like priests with each group, which makes me think it is more of a cultural thing. But I can't be sure since I don't know the language. While I am thinking about this, the orcs are able to hit me a lot more than normal. Luckily, between my armor and my regeneration, I am fine even taking all the hits. Every single orc that manages to hit me ends up dead shortly after. The rest die before they can hit me. In total, 6 different groups of orcs end up joining the fight, and it takes a while to kill them all. If they had all come at once, they might have had a chance to overwhelm me. Since they didn't, I get to just relax and enjoy cutting them all down group by group. 351 orcs defeated. 351,000 XP gained. The only annoying part is having to collect all the ears. It would be even worse without my pouch. It almost takes longer to gather the ears than it did to kill all the orcs. Between killing and collecting, over an hour has passed since the fight started. After I gather the last ear, I locate the mountains and set off walking again. If I include the last group, then I easily have over 1,000 ears in my pouch. I want to continue getting XP, but time is also a factor now, so I should rush back. If the elves don't know where the gate is, then I am just wasting time here. If that is the case, then I can always come back and kill more orcs later while searching for the gate. So I decide to give up for now, spread my wings, and start flying south. By flying, I manage to reach the mountains before sundown and make it to the spot I met Swiftleaf just before dark. Not seeing or sensing anyone nearby, I start a campfire and eat some dinner. About an hour later, Swiftleaf and the other 4 elves come walking out of the trees. Swiftleaf says, "You actually came back." Instead of answering him, I stand up, take my pouch off my belt, and dump all the ears in front of him. The looks on the elves' faces as the ears pour out of my pouch is absolutely priceless. If I didn't know better, I would say that they swallowed their own tongues. Swiftleaf says, "Just how many orcs did you kill?" "Somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 would be my best guess. All 5 of them just stand and stare at the pile with their mouths hanging open." After a bit, I ask Swiftleaf if I can enter the village now, and he just nods dumbly. He starts to lead me to the village, but stops when the 4 elves turn to follow. Swiftleaf says, "No, you 4 get to count the ears." The 4 elves turn to look again at the pile, with horrified looks on their faces. As Swiftleaf continues towards the village, I follow him with a smile on my face. My smile fades when we enter the village, which is made up of tree houses connected by rope bridges. The reason my smile fades is because a lot of the houses look abandoned, and there are very few elves to be seen. Just from a quick glance, it looks like at least half the village is abandoned. What is worse is the expressions of those elves I do see. They look to have given up hope. Most of the elves just pass me by. They don't even show any sign of curiosity about me. By the time Swiftleaf leads me to the center of the village, I am convinced these elves are doomed. When he leads me into the hut in the center of the village, a single old elf is waiting inside. Swiftleaf says, "This is Stillwater, our village chief." "Greetings, Chief Stillwater, my name is Ash." Stillwater says, "You can drop the title. I only hold it because I am the only elder left." Things are that bad. Chapter 650. Stillwater says, "They are. But that is no concern of an outsider. What did you want to talk to me about?" "I am looking for an ancient elven artifact. A gate, to be precise." Stillwater says, "I am sorry. I am unfamiliar with that term. Can you describe this gate?" So I quickly describe the gate in detail to Stillwater. I even describe the elven characters on the gate. It isn't until I describe the characters that Stillwater seems to recognize the description. He then gets up, goes over to another part of the hut, and returns with a chest. When he opens the chest, I immediately see the gate, or at least pieces of it. The entire chest is filled with foot-long pieces of the gate. They are easily recognizable. However, I doubt that I can put it back together and have it work properly. Stillwater says, "This has been handed down among the tribe for a very long time. Is this what you were looking for?" Well, these are pieces of what I was looking for. Stillwater says, "They are just a bunch of rocks to me. Considering how many orcs you killed, you can have them. I will see if the gate can be repaired. If not, then I will return them to you, and you can use them as decorations or something." Stillwater says, "Swiftleaf will take you to a hut that you can use. You have proven yourself to be on our side, so you are our guest." "Thank you." After I pick up the chest, I follow Swiftleaf, who takes me to one of the nearby huts. Like many others, it shows signs of neglect, and when I step inside it, is completely bare. No furniture at all, not even a bed. And as I am looking around, Swiftleaf leaves without a word. Not much in the way of hospitality for a guest, but right now, I don't really care. Opening the chest, I start taking the pieces out one by one and try to match them up. It would seem that all the pieces of the gate are here, but it still isn't easy to match up the edges of them all. In the end, it takes me about 2 hours to match up all the pieces and complete the gate. Then, I pick up 2 of the pieces, hold them together, and try to use some mana to fuse them together. Unfortunately, it has no effect whatsoever. The stone of the 2 pieces doesn't react. Saronia. Cronotia? Can you see what I am seeing? Both say yes. Is there any chance of repairing it? Saronia says. I doubt it. Cronotia says, maybe if you had a team of archmages alone. Not a chance. Well then, it is official. I am stuck here. Saronia says, it looks that way. Cronotia says, well, not stuck exactly. You just have no quick way home. Are you absolutely sure it can't be fixed? Saronia says, no, but you can't fix it. It is elven magic. So if there are mages among the elves, maybe they can fix it? That makes sense. I haven't seen any mages, but I can check. Cronotia says, is there anything else we can help with? If I invite you both into a soulscape, would you be able to help me reach the others and invite them? Both say, yes, we should be able to. All right, I will create the soulscape after I check with the elves for mages. It is easy enough to make my way back to Stillwater's hut where I find him exactly as I left him. As I enter his hut, I notice that it is fairly bare as well, although he does have a sleeping mat. As I sit down opposite him, I try to sense if he has any mana. He does, but not much. Stillwater says, "Are you able to use the stones?" Not as they are. The gate needs to be repaired. Are there any mages among your tribe? Stillwater says, "No, I am afraid not. As far as I know, our tribe has never had any mages. In that case, there is no chance of fixing the gate," Stillwater says. "So what do you plan to do now?" I am not sure yet. I still need to get home, but that isn't going to be easy. Stillwater says, "Is there anything we can help with?" Well, if you don't mind, I would like to know your current situation. Stillwater says, "To be honest, it is not good. We probably won't last too much longer." That bad? Are the orcs really that much of a problem for you? Stillwater says, "Number, in fact. Without the orcs, we would already be gone. Their attack on the humans is what saved us." I don't understand. Stillwater says, "Before the orcs went to war, we were being constantly attacked by human slavers. There used to be thousands of elves on this island. Now there are less than 200 of us left." "Are your people that were taken still on the island?" Stillwater says. "No, they were taken away on boats. I don't know where they were taken to. That complicates things. If you knew where they were, I could try and get them back. Now the only option would be to find a human to ask." Stillwater says, "I doubt you would have much luck. The humans would likely attack you." Yeah, I expect they would. I would just interrogate the survivors. Stillwater says, "If you hadn't killed so many orcs, I would think you are insane. You wouldn't be the first to call me that." "Do your scouts keep an eye on the humans?" Stillwater says, "Yes. Why? What kind of numbers do the humans have? How are they doing against the orcs?" Stillwater says, "The numbers change based on how many boats are there, but it is usually around 5,000. So far, they have been holding the orcs off fairly well, mainly due to their siege weapons." "What can you tell me about the human town?" Stillwater says, "It isn't really a town, more of a fort with docks. Is it made of wood or stone?" Stillwater says, "Wood? They cut down most of a forest when they built it. That was what started the conflict between us." "All right, thank you. I am going to go rest and come up with a plan." As I leave Stillwater's hut, I am already thinking of ways to wipe out the humans. The easiest way would be to sabotage them, and then let the orcs wipe them out. Then I could just finish off whatever orcs are left, and the fort would be mine. However, that doesn't get me any information about where the elves were taken. Assuming it is on the mainland, I am also going to need a boat to get there. If the orcs attack, any boats that don't escape will probably end up on fire. In fact, the orcs may just burn down the entire fort during the battle, which wouldn't be good for me. There are many options to consider, but first, I need to talk to the others and explain. It is going to be hard because I really messed up this time, and I can't deny that. Create Soulscape.